Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Taking Nazarick to the world of Rimuru Part 1 on the street. The traffic was heavy and the crowds were bustling. An ordinary black Santana was parked by the roadside. A man dressed in black and wearing sunglasses stepped out of the driver's seat. The man took off his sunglasses, revealing a face with sharp, well-defined features. It was noon, and the sun was shining fiercely on the streets and alleys, with heat rising in waves. But the man seemed completely undaunted and walked straight ahead. In front of him was a sunny boy dressed in casual clothes with a healthy skin tone. The boy's name was Lin Ming, and he watched the man in black walking straight toward him. A flash of anger appeared in Lin Ming's eyes. "Was it you little punk, who backstabbed me in the wild?" This morning, Lin Ming was doing the same as usual. He put on his virtual helmet and entered the virtual game called Yggdrasil. The virtual helmet was very expensive, costing Lin Ming almost all of his savings. As for why he made such an irrational move, it was because he was a transmigrator. When he discovered this world had such a game, he had to play it no matter what. Just as Lin Ming expected, there was a newly established guild in the game called Ains Ul Gaon. This had kept him excited for quite a while. Since Ains Ul Gaon existed, then the Overlord must also be somewhere in this world. After Lin Ming went online, he reached level 10 and was preparing to leave the novice village today to join Ains Ul Gaon. As a result, an idiot rushed out on the road and killed him without a word. Because he was a novice, he had no power to resist. In the end, this idiot actually camped his corpse. He was killed again as soon as he resurrected. Unable to swallow his anger, Lin Ming clamored for an offline solo fight. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Lin Ming pulled out a brick from behind his back and smashed it hard toward the idiot. The idiot's figure was agile. He dodged slightly, evading Lin Ming's attack. What no one expected happened next. The man in black pulled out a dagger from his chest and stabbed it fiercely into Lin Ming. Poochie. Blood splattered. This strike perfectly hit Lin Ming's kidney. Realizing he had killed someone, the man in black hurriedly fled the scene. Only Lin Ming was left slumped on the ground, groaning. "This guy has no martial honor." In his final moments, Lin Ming was muttering to himself. Confirmation complete. Acquired skill, martial arts mastery. It's just a game, do you have to be so serious? Starting keyword detection, game detection failed. Choose a special system? I finally transmigrated, if only I could join Ains Ul Gaon. Establish the great tomb of Nazarick, wouldn't I be invincible? Starting system search, Ains Ul Gaon, failed. Searching system, Great Tomb of Nazarick, success. System binding complete. It's not easy to transmigrate once. I definitely can't be reckless in the future. Confirmation complete. Acquired skill. Vast Sea Magic, max. This sun is a bit strong. It's too hot. Confirmation complete. Acquired heat resistance, success. If possible, I definitely stay in an air-conditioned room and not come out. Confirmation complete. Acquired space magic, success. Hiss. The pain has lessened a bit. Is it because I'm already numb? Confirmation complete. Acquired pain nullification, success. Confirmation complete. Acquired paralysis resistance, success. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers gathered around. Look, someone's hurt. Is anyone calling 120? He's bleeding so much, he's probably a goner. Hey, little brother, are you okay? Hearing the noisy sounds around him, Lin Ming felt a bit irritated. By the time the ambulance gets here, I'll have bled out. Confirmation complete. Acquired intrinsic skill, savior, success. I wanted to ask just now, what exactly is that voice in my head? It's a bit noisy. Confirmation complete. Acquired auditory enhancement, success. It must be a hallucination. Confirmation complete. Acquired special skill, illusion magic, success. At this point, the scene before Lin Ming's eyes fell into darkness. But he still retained consciousness. In an instant, a blue hexagram magic circle appeared beneath him. The magic circle flashed with intense light, and the dying Lin Ming disappeared from the spot. Humph, another failed summoning? A cold voice reached Lin Ming's ears. Summoning? What summoning? Confirmation complete. Acquired unique skill, summoner, success. Subsequently, Lin Ming's consciousness fell completely into a dark void. He didn't know how long had passed. He finally woke up and slowly opened his eyes. Lin Ming found himself lying on a wooden bed, surrounded by white walls. Only a dim oil lamp was lit in the room. He sat up and rubbed his somewhat groggy head. Where is this place? As he spoke, the door was suddenly pushed open. A gray-haired woman walked in, carrying a bowl of food that looked like porridge. Seeing Lin Ming awake, the woman's expression immediately became a bit nervous. You're awake? Who are you? Lin Ming looked around and asked in confusion. My name is Shino, I'm a servant in the castle. He touched his kidney. Lin Ming found that his body was actually perfectly intact. He let out a long sigh of relief. As long as his kidney was fine, it was okay. Where is this? This is the capital of the Falmouth Kingdom, and you are. The cute girl named Shino began to explain to Lin Ming the reason why he appeared here. As Shino explained, Lin Ming's brow gradually furrowed. An hour later, the girl took away the empty bowl and left the room. Lin Ming got up and walked to the window. Looking at the bright moonlight outside, his feelings were a bit complicated. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He had transmigrated once again. Only this time, he had transmigrated to the other world where the Demon Lord resided. The most critical problem now was that Lin Ming was being controlled by others. Because otherworldly summoners like Lin Ming undergo a transformation by the summoning circle when they are summoned. In other words, they would obtain so-called powerful skills. Because of this, the Kingdom of Falmouth holds a summoning ritual every once in a while. Although the summoning requires 30 mages and several days of preparation. Furthermore, after the summoning, these mages will enter a state of mana depletion. For the next few years, these mages are essentially equivalent to ordinary people. The kingdom will suffer a significant loss of combat power as a result. Even though the price is so high, the kingdom continues to do it with tireless enthusiasm. It is because among these summoned otherworlders, some possess the power to destroy a country. As long as one such existence appears, the kingdom can rest easy for 100 years. To ensure that the otherworlders are obedient, a curse is integrated into the magic circle. The summoned will be controlled by the curse, and Lin Ming was currently subject to such control. He had to find a way to kill the person holding the curse and escape his current situation. The Anshi Rebellion. After figuring out his current situation, Lin Ming began to think of a countermeasure. At this moment, a virtual light screen hovered before his eyes. The light screen was the same as when he played the game, Yggdrasil, displaying his character information and skill descriptions. Character: Lin Ming. Class: No class. Job: Level: LV1. Stats: HP: 100 100ths of a megapixel, 300 300ths sulfur monophosphide, 100 100ths, 100 100ths. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Intelligence, 10. Unique skill: Summoner intrinsic skill, Savior skills, Vast Sea Magic, Max, Illusion Magic, Space Magic. Passives: Martial Arts Mastery, Acoustic Range Enhancement, Pain Nullification, Paralysis Resistance. Lin Ming rubbed his chin, carefully examining his information. He muttered to himself, when did I get these skills? After reading his skill descriptions, his pupils suddenly constricted. So strong. Lin Ming's most powerful skill, Summoner, had 5 sub-skills. Summon all things. Can summon creatures, materials, weapons, etc. that exist in reality. The summoned target is random. Designated summoning. Summons a designated system character. Currently bound to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Cooldown time: 1 month. Contract drafting. Forcibly signs a contract with the summoned object. The content is drafted by the caster. Territory summoning. Can summon special buildings. Requires the layout of a large magic circle and a massive amount of energy. Summoning mastery. Automatically learn all summoning techniques, with proficiency forced to max level, and the other skill was Savior. It possessed effects such as healing, support, increasing movement speed, burden reduction, damage immunity, and pain immunity. It almost covered all the buff magic required by a support healer. It took nearly an hour for Lin Ming to finish browsing through his skills. Sometimes having too many skills is also a kind of trouble. In short, Lin Ming had a rough idea of his current strength. One could say he was a total weakling, because the MP required to release these awesome skills he had obtained was more than he currently possessed. The only skill he could currently cast was a minor healing spell that came with Savior. The effect was to consume 20 megapixels to restore 50 HP to the target. The good news was that his passive skills had no restrictions. With martial arts mastery, he could directly transform into a martial arts master. He was a natural-born melee genius. Although his stats weren't great, it wasn't bad. At least he had the ability to protect himself. Lin Ming took a deep breath and began to check the other functions on the system interface. Most functions had disappeared, such as the shop interface, top-up portal, contacting the GM, etc. Only some basic functions remained, like the mini-map, item appraisal, item inventory, and so on. As Lin Ming studied with total concentration, time passed without him noticing. A touch of white appeared on the horizon, and the morning sun slowly climbed into the sky, bursting with brilliant colors. He opened the window and took a deep breath of fresh air. It's time to start a brand new adventure in another world. Ladies, wait for me. He opened the door and happened to run into Shino, who was coming to deliver breakfast. Lin Ming, where are you going? This is your breakfast. Also, Lord Larson ordered me to take you to see him. Okay, I understand. Lin Ming took the breakfast and finished it in 2 or 3 bites. Then, led by Shino, he arrived at a training ground. Last night, when Lin Ming learned he had come to the world where the Demon Lord was, he began to think about the plot involving the Kingdom of Falmouth. It took him a long time to remember Larson's identity. The strongest magister of the Kingdom of Falmouth, he had quite a reputation in the human nations. In the original story, this man escaped death through reincarnation magic when facing the Demon Lord's, God's wrath. Although he later became a puppet in Diablo's hands, it had to be said that with Lin Ming's current strength, he was an absolutely unbeatable existence. According to Lin Ming's deduction, there was a high probability that the curse on him was placed by Larson. But it wasn't certain yet. Lin Ming decided to endure for a while and wait for an opportunity. Once his level increased, he would look for a suitable time to kill him. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Ming understood one truth. That is to be cautious and never be reckless. With such determination, Lin Ming arrived at the training ground. It was called a training ground, but it was actually more like a coliseum. Larson stood on the stands, wearing a black magic robe with sharp eyes, looking extremely intimidating. Lin Ming approached and bowed respectfully. I am Lin Ming. Greetings, Lord Larson. Larson looked at the young man before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Prove your ability. Our country has no need for useless trash. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and walked to the side. In Larson's eyes, Lin Ming's existence was an anomaly. Normally, as long as someone is an otherworld summoner, they basically carry a large amount of magical essence within their bodies when they are summoned. But the magical essence in Lin Ming's body was too low. Larson believed this was a defective product of a failed summoning. With a give it a try attitude, he had someone heal Lin Ming's wounds. If this person really was a talentless waste, then it wouldn't be too late to dispose of him. After all, the summoning array had consumed all the energy of 30 mages. The price was quite high. In the training ground, all the soldiers left the area. 2 soldiers pushed in an iron cage. Roar! A half-person tall prairie wolf was roaring inside the cage. At this point, Larson spoke again. If you can kill this prairie wolf, you will gain my recognition. Lin Ming's gaze lingered on the prairie wolf for a moment, and a system prompt appeared in his mind. Monster. Prairie wolf level. LV5 hydrogen phosphide. 100/100ths of a megapixel. 86/86. SP. 78/86. 86/86. Attack power. 54 skills. Pounce, bite, claw, strike. After reading the description, Lin Ming grinned. It seemed he was being looked down upon. However, with experience points coming to his door, there was no reason not to take them. Lord Larson, could you give me a weapon? Very well. Larson casually took a short sword from his person and tossed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming caught the short sword, and the prompt appeared again. Ordinary short sword. Attack power plus 15, performing a beautiful sword flourish. Lin Ming gripped it in his right hand, immediately feeling a sharp edge. Seeing Lin Ming's calm and composed manner, Larson was somewhat surprised. It seems this kid isn't simple. Whether he truly had skill or was just putting on an act was unknown. Alright, let's begin. At Larson's command, the iron cage was opened. As the beast emerged from the cage, the soldiers who opened the door fled the training ground as if for their lives. Inside the arena, a man and a wolf faced off. Roar. At the moment the prairie wolf pounced, Lin Ming leapt up, his toes lightly tapping the beast's head. Moving as gracefully as a swallow, he shifted his body to the side of the prairie wolf. Slash! The short sword swept across, and a spray of fresh blood erupted. Howl! The wounded wolf let out a furious roar and charged at Lin Ming in an instant, its sharp claws and teeth lunging for his neck. HMPH, mere child's play. With a cold snort, Lin Ming flicked his wrist. The short sword in his hand sliced through the wolf's hide, cutting it directly in half at the waist. Awu tilde. The prairie wolf's corpse fell to the ground, letting out a series of whimpers before quickly losing its breath. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming had killed the prairie wolf cleanly and efficiently. Seeing this scene, a look of surprise flashed in Larson's eyes. Ding! Prairie wolf killed. Experience points gained, 100. Conditions met. Leveled up from LV1 to LV2. All attribute values have increased. Hearing the notification, Lin Ming smiled slightly, flicked the wolf's blood off his short sword, and sheathed it. He marveled inwardly. This martial arts mastery was really something. At that moment, it felt as if he were possessed by a martial arts master. How to strike, how to dodge, in just an instant, countless moves surfaced in his mind. Although these moves were simple attack methods, they were extremely practical. There was a sense of, the greatest truths are the simplest. Striking directly at vital points with no wasted movement. Lord Larson, do you think any other trials are needed? At this time, a knight walked up to Larson and asked. I remember someone captured a few decent monsters 2 days ago. Hearing Larson's words, the knight nodded. There is 1 E-rank firefox and 2 F-rank chameleon lizards. Let him try them, Larson said indifferently. As you command, my lord. The knight nodded. Moments later, a firefox with brilliant patterns and 2 chameleon lizards were brought over. Looking at the mutated monsters before him, Lin Ming's eyes sparkled. They're all experience points. Gulp, swallowing greedily, Lin Ming drew his short sword once again. Lin Ming, was it? I can see you have quite extraordinary abilities in the way of martial arts. Is this your skill? Larson looked Lin Ming over with interest. Indeed, this is my special skill, martial artist. You should have seen its effects, Lord Larson. Lin Ming bragged composedly. Larson nodded, his cold expression softening slightly. If you can deal with the 3 monsters in the arena, I can grant you special permission to join the Royal Knights. Oh, the Royal Knights? What do they do? That is our country's strongest unit, composed of people like you, otherworld summoners. There, you can receive noble-like treatment, provided you are strong enough. Following Larson's explanation, Lin Ming understood. He wasn't sure about the current point in time he had transmigrated to. 2 years before the Demon Lord transmigrated, this kingdom summoned Taguchi Shogo, Kyoya Tachibana, and Mizutani Kai's, 3 powerful otherworlders with a rank strength. Lin Ming's original goal was to confirm whether these 3 had appeared yet. This would help him determine the current timeline. Now that Larson had made this offer, it saved Lin Ming the trouble of digging for information. Giving Larson a noble salute, he said, I understand. Thank you very much, Lord Larson. Perform well. I have high expectations for you. Understood. I will work hard and not fail your expectations, Lord Larson. Lin Ming nodded, a smile that others could not easily detect playing on his face. As the 3 iron cages opened, Lin Ming charged, brandishing his short sword at the 2 chameleon lizards. He was extremely fast. With 1 leap, he was already in front of the chameleon lizards. With a swing of the short sword, the small blade traced a graceful arc in the air, easily slicing through the flesh of 1 chameleon lizard. Blood gushed out. Roar! Seeing that Lin Ming dared to attack them, the chameleon lizards let out a furious roar. They then opened their mouths and spat out a cloud of black smoke. Lin Ming's figure retreated rapidly. That smoke was terrifying. If it touched him, it would definitely corrode his body. However, Lin Ming wasn't worried. He swung his short sword toward the other lizard. Swish! The short sword cut through the air, once again leaving a long wound. Having achieved his goal, Lin Ming took a few leaps to create distance. Chameleon lizards possessed the skill, camouflage, allowing them to blend into their surroundings. Without magic perception, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to find invisible monsters. Therefore, his goal was clear. Wound the 2 lizards and use the blood dripping on the ground to distinguish their specific locations. Lin Ming's actions made Larson very satisfied. If this kid is paired with high-level magic items, his combat power could definitely reach B rank. Larson said to the knight beside him, I will have someone send this kid's profile to His Majesty. His Majesty will surely take him seriously then. Hearing Larson's words, the knight understood and bowed. In the interval while the 2 were talking, Lin Ming had already used his unique footwork and extraordinary technique to kill both chameleon lizards in the arena. His level also successfully reached LV3. Attributes such as health and strength were increased once again. Only one E-rank Firefox remained on the scene. Monster, Firefox. Level: LV10 hydrogen phosphide, 300 300ths of a megapixel, 500 500ths sulfur monophosphide, 200 200ths. Attack power: 122 skills, Fireball, Claw, Flame Breath. Lin Ming carefully observed the Firefox's information. It was a bit tricky, but Lin Ming wasn't afraid. Holding his short sword, he approached the Firefox step by step. A small fireball carrying rolling heat waves condensed in the Firefox's mouth and shot toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming's wrist turned, and with a flick of his short sword, a silver light flashed, and the small fireball was sliced apart. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the aftershock burned Lin Ming's right hand. Basic healing, 20 megapixels was deducted, and a green healing light instantly restored Lin Ming's burn wound to its original state. Seeing its fireball actually being blocked, the Firefox's eyes widened. By the time it prepared to spit another fireball, it was already too late. Lin Ming had already closed in. The short sword in his hand turned into a blur, striking the Firefox 4 times in rapid succession. Puff, 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 puff. Every time Lin Ming struck, it resulted in a critical hit, and the Firefox's health quickly dropped to 0. Seeing Lin Ming's rapid progress, a hint of admiration flashed in Larson's eyes. As expected of someone I've taken an interest in. As he said this, he stood up and walked over to Lin Ming. Hey, Lord Larson flatters me. On the contrary, although Lin Ming had a smile on his face, an invisible killing intent was hidden in his eyes. He was sizing up the weak points on Larson's body. At such close range, Lin Ming was confident he could kill him with a single blow. If there hadn't been so many soldiers around, he might have already made a move. Realizing that even if he killed Larson, the surrounding soldiers would swarm him and he would still be unable to escape death, Lin Ming temporarily abandoned the thought. You have passed my trial. Now, follow me to the Night Order to report. Understood, respected Lord Larson. Just as the two were about to leave, a faint cry reached them. A woo tilde tilde. This Firefox was actually still alive. Lin Ming looked at the blood-covered Firefox with a hint of surprise. After a moment of thought, a green glow of healing magic lit up on the Firefox's body. Its health recovered from 1 point to 51 points, but it remained in a state of heavy injury. Lord Larson, I wonder if I might be allowed to domesticate this monster? In Larson's eyes, the strength of this Firefox was no different from an ordinary cat or dog. Since he was in a good mood at the moment, he agreed. However, Larson took notice of Lin Ming's healing magic. You know how to use healing magic? Hearing Larson's words, Lin Ming was slightly taken aback. I know a little, just a little. The stronger Lin Ming was, the happier Larson became. Not bad, not bad. Although the amount of magical essence in your body is exceptionally low, you are still able to use magic. It seems your magic power value is quite excellent. I misjudged you before. Hee, Lord Larson overestimates me. My magic power value isn't high. I can only use some minor spells. Larson waved his hand cheerfully. We'll discuss that later. Follow me for now. Picking up the dying Firefox, Lin Ming followed after him. Magical essence is a type of energy that exists in the world. All things contain it to a greater or lesser degree. Magic power refers to the power to control magical essence. The higher the magic power, the more advanced the magic one can use. Magic power can be increased through practice. Inside a luxuriously decorated room with a classical style, dozens of men and women in strange attire were gathered in this room. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Everyone looked toward the door in unison. Larson strode in with Lin Ming. His sharp, hawk-like gaze made people afraid to look him directly in the eye. The Firefox in Lin Ming's arms was now as good as new, having been restored by Lin Ming's healing spells along the way. Furthermore, while Larson wasn't paying attention, Lin Ming used the summoner skill effect, contract drafting. He signed a master-servant contract with the Firefox in his arms. Fortunately, Lin Ming had reached LV3, and his MP was just enough to use this contract skill. The effect of contract drafting is not limited to summon creatures. If a target meets the conditions, a contract can also be signed. Entering the room, Lin Ming sized up the people inside. Most of them had East Asian faces, but there were also some Western faces. The most prominent was a young black man. Wearing a gaudy shirt and floral shorts, he had likely been summoned while vacationing at the beach. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty with a hot figure was also quite distinctive. Scanning the room, Lin Ming spotted two somewhat familiar figures. Taguchi Shogo, with his spiky hair and face full of arrogance, and Mizutani Kai's, who looked completely disgusted. Tachibana Kyoya was nowhere to be found. In other words, Lin Ming had arrived 2 years before the Demon Lord's transmigration. While Lin Ming was deep in thought, Larson broke the silence in the room. Everyone, most of you were summoned yesterday. After a day's time, I assume you all understand your current situation. As long as you behave yourselves, I, as the kingdom's chief magister, guarantee that you will be well treated. Everyone present understood their situation perfectly. They merely frowned and remained silent. I have gathered you all here today for 2 reasons. First, to let everyone get to know each other, and second, to discuss your future arrangements. Larson began his long-winded speech, and Lin Ming quietly walked to a corner of the room. He silently observed everyone's expressions, looking for someone he could exploit. After an hour of brainwashing, even Larson's throat felt dry. Well, that is everything I wanted to say today. Now, feel free to introduce yourselves to one another. I won't disturb you any further. With that, the door closed with a bang, leaving the people in the room looking at each other. That old man is way too talkative, isn't he? He just kept talking and talking without actually saying anything useful. Mizutani Kai's broke the awkward silence, complaining about Larson. I think what that old man said made a lot of sense. The black guy spoke with a somewhat awkward accent. Lin Ming's eyelid twitched. This black guy's accent was quite heavy. Clearly everyone came with a built-in translation function after transmigrating. Perhaps it was just part of his character setting? My name is Anderson. How should I call everyone else? Hearing Anderson's words, the others began introducing themselves as well, Mizutani Kai's included. The atmosphere was actually quite harmonious. After all, in a strict sense, they were all fellow countrymen. When it was Lin Ming's turn, he gave a slight smile. My name is Lin Ming. I'm very weak, so please look after me from now on. Hearing Lin Ming's humble words, the girls didn't say much, though they did give him a few extra glances. After all, he was handsome. It was only logical. However, a few of the men looked displeased, thinking he was weak, or perhaps it was just a sense of superiority at work. At that moment, the firefox in Lin Ming's arms seemed to wake up. Awu tilde tilde. Hungry? Awu, I'll take you to get something good to eat in a bit. The firefox was very smart and understood. It scurried up to Lin Ming's shoulder and licked his face. Wow, so cute. Lin Ming, can I pet it? Seeing the firefox's adorable appearance, the girls all looked delighted and gathered around to play with it. This made the boys who already disliked Lin Ming hate him even more. TCH, a newcomer being so popular is really irritating. A boy with a pompadour hairstyle said with a cold snort. His companion nodded. HMPH, wait until the combat training in a couple of days. We'll show him what's what. That's a good idea. Hearing the discussion, other boys chimed in as well. Seeing their reactions, Lin Ming chuckled inwardly. These kinds of simple-minded people were perfect targets to be exploited. Lin Ming quietly memorized the faces of these individuals. What surprised Lin Ming was that Taguchi Shogo, despite looking like an impulsive person, remained calmly silent for once. Lin Ming spent the morning pleasantly surrounded by the girls. He wasn't sure about his relationship with the boys, but his relationship with the girls was quite good. Afterward, the group arrived at a magnificent dining hall. Larson was right about one thing. As long as they behaved, they would be served good food and drink. The lunch was just average, but it was considered quite good for another world. After all, technology was underdeveloped. They didn't even have seasonings like white sugar, MSG, or soy sauce. By the afternoon, it was time for training. Everyone, you look a bit familiar. Have we met in a previous world? It was called training, but everyone had different specialties. In Lin Ming's case, he practiced both martial arts and magic, knowing a little bit about everything. Everyone could choose their primary direction of study. They could go to special training grounds to practice combat with the knights. Or they could go to the library to study magical knowledge. Sunday was the day for mock battles between everyone, the day of testing. Larson would serve as the examiner to observe everyone's cultivation progress. If someone's performance was too poor, they would be removed from the list. While it wouldn't lead to death, the treatment would be worlds apart. The whole group understood the stakes and took the training quite seriously. After the meal, Lin Ming carried the firefox toward the library, mostly accompanied by girls. This made certain boys green with envy and hatred. Lin Ming ignored them and simply walked in silence. The firefox seemed to sense the tension in the atmosphere and lay obediently in Lin Ming's arms, letting him carry it. Another person who surprised Lin Ming was that black guy. This man was actually a healing-type mage, which was quite unexpected. On the way, a short-haired cute girl struck up a conversation with Lin Ming with an innocent expression. "Brother Lin Ming, does your firefox have a name?" The girl's name was Reina. She was 18 years old and wearing a Lolita outfit. He was dressed in designer brands, indicating his family background in his previous life was quite good. In response to her question, Lin Ming merely shook his head faintly. "In this world, you cannot casually name a monster." "Why is that?" Reina blinked her eyes and asked, confused. The girls nearby also looked at Lin Ming curiously. Lin Ming felt no need to conceal such common knowledge, so he began to explain it to them. "You can understand it as a world law. Monsters in this world are divided into two types. One is a normal monster, and the other is a named monster. There is a significant difference in strength between the two. A named monster gains power bestowed by the namer, which is magical essence. Everyone has a limited amount of magical essence, and naming causes an irreversible loss of magical essence. If the magical essence in your body is insufficient for the naming process, then you're finished. Therefore, naming a monster is a very dangerous thing." Hearing Lin Ming's explanation, the girls nodded in sudden understanding. "So that's how it is. Wow, brother Lin Ming, you know so much," Reina said with a hint of admiration. Lin Ming did not speak, merely smiled slightly, held the firefox, and continued forward. A moment later, the group finally arrived at the library. The library was unusually massive, covering an area 100 meters wide, and was divided into 5 sections. Each section was separated by an isolation magic array, preventing outsiders from entering. Countless books were displayed inside the library, a dazzling collection in immense numbers. Thick dust had accumulated on the covers of some books, clearly indicating they hadn't been opened for a long time. Some were already dilapidated, but these books were often more valuable. They were precious ancient texts left behind hundreds of years ago. Lin Ming's purpose for coming here was to find a way to increase his own MP. Inside the library, only 2 of the 5 sections were open to them. 2 others contained national secrets that could not be disclosed. The final section contained forbidden magic, which ordinary people were not qualified to access. It seemed they had great confidence in the isolation magic array within the library, as there were no administrators around. "If I get the chance, I must check out what effects these forbidden magic spells have. Perhaps I can gain some insight from them." Lin Ming thought to himself, then began searching for the books he needed. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace hall, King Edmaris was listening to Larson's report. "So, this year's summoners include several promising individuals." A smile appeared on Edmaris's face. This year's summoners were indeed good, stronger than in previous years. "Among them, your subject believes the most formidable is the one named Lin Ming." Larson continued, "Although his current strength is not very high, his potential is absolutely the best. If the kingdom can allocate resources to him, your subject believes this person will definitely become a great weapon for the kingdom." The king was slightly surprised. "This is the first time I've heard you praise someone like this. This matter still requires your majesty's personal decision." Larson smiled slightly. "I naturally trust Sir Larson, but as for the safety measures." Seeing the king hesitate, Larson understood immediately. "Rest assured, your majesty, the curse on him absolutely cannot be removed. As long as the curse doesn't disappear, he will have no choice but to obey our orders." Hearing Larson's affirmative reply, a smile appeared on the king's face. "Ha ha ha, good. Then, according to Sir Larson's suggestion, we shall allocate some of the nation's resources to him." Larson bowed, "As you command." After leaving the hall, Larson's expression turned somewhat sinister. His lifespan was nearing its end. The reason he had stayed in the Falmus kingdom all these years, serving as the chief magister, was to search for a suitable vessel. He possessed a forbidden magic spell that allowed him to transfer his spiritual body onto another person. He did this to maintain his own lifespan. Originally, Larson's target was Taguchi Shogo, but after seeing Lin Ming's combat footage today, he changed his mind. What he needed was a strong body and powerful close combat ability. This way, combined with his magister abilities, he could achieve dual cultivation of martial arts and magic, becoming an even stronger existence. This was also why he felt delighted upon realizing Lin Ming could also use magic. Such a vessel was practically tailor-made for him. Thinking of this, Larson's gaze became intensely fervent, and his heart rate quickened significantly. Now, all he needed to do was properly nurture Lin Ming, this vessel, and wait until the time was right. Back at the library. Lin Ming was rapidly reading magic books. His speed couldn't be described as reading 10 lines at a glance. It was closer to 100 lines at a glance. He finished flipping through one magic book in less than 30 seconds, then immediately grabbed the next one. The little firefox was busy running back and forth on the shelves for Lin Ming, constantly retrieving and putting away books. Everyone around him looked at him strangely. Raina asked the blonde, blue-eyed Westerner beside her. "Sister Rose, what is brother Lin Ming doing?" Just as Rose didn't know what to say, the black youth seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock. Could this be the legendary quantum reading method? Everyone rolled their eyes at him. You're talking about quantum mechanics to us in another world? That's ridiculous. Lin Ming had no time now to bother with everyone's reactions. He was focused entirely on reading the magic books. Faster, faster. Lin Ming's expression grew increasingly excited, and the reason was. Ding! Reading a magic book, intelligence +1 ding. Reading a magic book, intelligence +1. Ding! Learned lesser spirit summoning. Summoning mastery. Takes effect, granting the skill, spirit summoning. The sun set in the west, and the sunset glow dyed half the sky red. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of Lin Ming rapidly flipping pages still echoed inside the library. Everyone had gotten used to it. As if having entered a state of self-forgetfulness, Lin Ming didn't notice that the sky outside had gradually darkened. Click! At this moment, the library door was pushed open. Lord Lin Ming, Lord Larson sent me to inform you that he wishes you to come over. The person who arrived was Shino, dressed in a maid uniform. Lin Ming's status was now different. Shino began addressing him as Lord, and dared not call him by his full name anymore. Lin Ming, who had been completely absorbed in reading, was interrupted and felt slightly displeased. The little firefox, conversely, was quite happy, finally able to take a break. It had been utterly exhausted this afternoon. Closing the book, Lin Ming, despite his displeasure, followed Shino outside. Shino led Lin Ming toward a building in the center of the castle. That was the heart of the castle, where Larson usually discussed matters with the ministers. At this moment, Larson was already waiting there. Seeing Lin Ming arrive, Larson laughed. Lin Ming, I had an audience with His Majesty today, and His Majesty is very pleased with you. Larson then took out several items. These are high-grade magic equipment from the kingdom, all bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Lin Ming immediately grew wary. Something abnormal was definitely suspicious. Why is this Larson being so exceptionally kind to me? Something is wrong. Showing no change in expression, Lin Ming pretended to be overwhelmed by the favor. I truly thank Lord Larson very much. No need to thank me. If you must thank someone, thank His Majesty. We are merely serving the king. Larson explained with a smile. No, I still must thank Lord Larson for his kind patronage. After a period of feigned civility, Larson left the room. Lin Ming looked at the items on the table and frowned slightly. Fine magic robe. Possesses high magic resistance attribute. Wearing it increases MP by 10%. Fine katana. Possesses sharpness attribute enhancement, increasing physical attack power by 10%. Exquisite magic wand. Possesses magic amplification effect, increasing all attack, support, and other magic effects by 10%. Holy Church cross necklace. Healing magic effect increased by 20%, comes with skill, holy blessing. Gear includes weapons and armor. Tiers are common, rare, unique grade, legend grade, and mythic. The gear before him was all unique grade tier, already considered top tier in this world. After inspecting everything and finding nothing amiss, Lin Ming stowed the items away. What exactly is that old fox plotting? Lin Ming muttered. He pondered for a moment but couldn't figure it out for now. Still, he wasn't particularly worried. Thanks to an afternoon of cultivation, his intelligence stat had soared past 10,000. Each point of intelligence equaled 30 megapixels. In other words, Lin Ming now possessed a staggering 300,000 megapixels. All of his skills were unlocked. With the 4 new pieces of gear equipped, his MP jumped again, to 330,000. An ornate white robe, a pristine cross pendant at the chest, an exquisite tachi at the waist. In his hand, a slender staff carved with intricate patterns, its tip crowned by a translucent orb. Lin Ming's lips curved, his entire aura shifted. HMPH, thought I'd have to bide my time. Looks like that's unnecessary. Cradling little Firefox, he headed for his room. As any gamer knows, without a weapon equipped most skills are unusable. Previously, without a staff or wand, weaving spell circuits for his ultimates had been nearly impossible. Then, just when he needed it most, someone delivered a perfect pillow, an absolute top-tier one at that. He almost felt bad about killing Larson, the man had been too generous. On the way back he mentally handed Larson 99, good guy, cards, then began planning the perfect kill. Night had deepened. Lin Ming tucked little Firefox into bed and cast illusion magic over her. The little fox morphed into his likeness, feigning sleep. A blue six-pointed array blossomed beneath his feet, and his body slowly vanished. On the outskirts of the royal capital, amid a desolate mountain range, a magic circle flared, and Lin Ming reappeared. Rubbing his hands, he chose a clearing and began sketching a summoning array. Let's see who my first summon will be. Everything was ready. Golden light shimmered in his eyes as he closed them and began to chant. A pillar of light shot skyward, flooding the forest. 33,000 megapixels drained away, barely a drop in the bucket now. The massive array pulsed black and white, a terrifying pressure swept the mountains. This aura, incredible. When the light faded, a breathtaking figure emerged. A beautiful woman in pure white formal attire, her gentle smile goddess-like. Glossy black hair, contrasting the gown, cascaded to her waist. Golden vertical pupils gleamed, from her temples curled two goat-like horns. At her waist, obsidian angel wings could be seen. A glowing, web-like necklace draped from neck to chest. Silk-gloved hands held an odd short staff. At its 45-centimeter tip, a black sphere floated unsupported. Albedo, smiling faintly, the girl stood while a magical contract hovered before her. Stepping forward, Lin Ming let a drop of his blood fall upon it. The contract flared into light and streamed into his mind. Ding! Skill, designated summoning, succeeded. Please configure the summon settings. A glowing interface appeared before him. Albedo's character profile filled the screen. Pages of dense text. The earlier entries were normal. They praised her pure, angelic appearance, until the final line. Is a fool ahem, translated, an unchaste woman. After all, her creator, Tabula Smartdina, adored Gap Mo. A cursor blinked on screen beside a virtual keyboard. So I can edit settings like Ains does, he muttered and tried deleting the words as a fool. It worked exactly as expected. That made things simple. Loves, Albedo. Lin Ming tapped the confirm button. Life returned to Albedo's previously vacant eyes. Seeing Lin Ming, she blinked, then a faint blush tinted her cheeks. Her gaze turned dreamy, like a little fox in love. Master, Albedo called, voice dripping with tenderness, setting Lin Ming's blood racing. Ahem. He cleared his throat, breaking the mood. Albedo, do you remember your past? My memories are hazy, but most remain. They spoke back and forth. Albedo answered every question honestly. Yet her body kept edging closer, as though longing to nestle in his arms. Albedo, you're too close. Oh, am I? Smiling, she showed no sign of retreating. Instead, she pressed even nearer. Lin Ming gave a wry mental laugh. This setting was overkill. He opened Albedo's character panel. Character, Albedo. The gentle, caring pure white devil, stats. Level. LV 100, race LV 30+, job LV 70. Job levels. Guardian LV 10, Dark Guardian LV 5, Evil Knight LV 10, Guardian Lord LV 5, items. World item, Hell's Abyss Divine Armor, Hermes Trismegistus, triple layered. Mount. Bicorn, currently unridden due to setting change. Spells. Message, Teleport, Mount Summon, Holy Shield, Wall of Jericho. Hiss. Lin Ming gasped. A level 100 character sheet, and even her world item had come along. No wonder the cooldown was an entire month. It was outright cheating. His heart refused to calm. Master, what would you like us to do next? Albedo traced a finger along his cheek, eyes glinting with strange light. At her expression, Lin Ming's heart lurched. He stepped back to keep distance. He'd nearly lost control. Just call me Lord Lin Ming, drop the master bit. He coughed awkwardly. As you wish, Master, Albedo answered sweetly. Never mind. From their talk he'd learned that Albedo's memories of the 41 supreme beings were gone. Yet she retained everything about the great tomb of Nazarick. And in her mind, Lin Ming had replaced their creators as the supreme being. That setting saved him a lot of trouble. Collecting himself, his gaze turned serious. Albedo. Here, I intend to rebuild the great tomb of Nazarick in this world. What say you? Lin Ming asked, utterly serious. By your command, my lord. I shall devote everything to rebuilding the great tomb of Nazarick. Albedo spoke with absolute certainty. A fine resolution, Lin Ming praised. Then, Master, in order to expand Nazarick's manpower, can we now give birth to a few more descendants? This sudden change in tone left Lin Ming speechless. It is not yet time. Besides, manpower is not an issue. I will gradually summon Demiurge, Shaltir, and the others here. Shish Shaltir. Master, forget about Shaltir. I can handle her duties in her stead. Albedo didn't care about the others, but she absolutely did not want Shaltir coming here to compete for favor. She had finally secured a rare chance to be alone with her master, and she could not let that girl's appearance ruin it. Ahem, this is still early, we will discuss it another day. Right now, the most important thing is to rebuild Nazarick. Depart immediately and find a suitable location. By your command, also, remember to keep a low profile. Do your best not to reveal your identity unless it's an absolute emergency. Yes. With those words, Albedo spread her pitch-black wings and flew off toward the Jura Great Forest. Lin Ming watched the girl's receding figure and began to ponder the matter of Albedo's strength. He had seen the anime for both the Demon Lord and Ain's Ulgaon. To be honest, the combat power systems of the two worlds were completely different. Lin Ming had thought about this before. He estimated that Ain's Oolgaon's super-tier magic, fallen down, was likely on the same level as Hinata's spirit particle collapse. Based on currently known information, a level 100 player equipped with their gear would be equivalent to an S-rank existence in this world, which is the strength of an awakened demon lord. As for whether one could break through after level 100, Lin Ming didn't know. But things would work themselves out, there would always be a way. Having cleared his thoughts, Lin Ming prepared to continue summoning. The summon all things skill within his unique skill, Summoner, had evolved its original random character effect into a new skill. Because he had acquired a large number of summoning spells while reading the magic books today. Such as spirit summoning, demon summoning, undead summoning, and the like. These summoning spells had been automatically integrated into designated creature summoning. In other words, the random effect of summon all things only applied to summoned items and equipment. The magic staff in Lin Ming's hand began to glow, and a red magic circle appeared before him. He planned to experiment with the effects of these skills today. Summon all things. Undead. With a flash of light from the magic circle, a level 5 skeleton monster appeared within the formation. So weak. Lin Ming then experimented with summoning other creatures. To summarize in one word, weak. None of the summoned creatures exceeded 10 levels above his own. Is it because my own level is too low? He continued his experiments. Clang, crash, iron blocks, rusty iron swords, copper blocks, worn-out leather. A large pile of very common scrap materials were summoned by Lin Ming. Half an hour later, he gave up. This won't do. I'm only level 3, it's too low. I must find a way to level up. Having made his decision, Lin Ming used space magic to return to his room. He planned to deal with Larson immediately and then look for a place to grind levels. I've been organizing the outline lately, so the update speed is a bit slow, please bear with me. Returning to the room, he found the little fox still maintaining its illusion magic. Lin Ming dispelled the magic, picked up the sleeping fox, and cast space magic once more. Arriving at the highest roof of the palace, Lin Ming began to implement his plan. First was a frantic round of summon all things. A large number of low-level monsters, low-level undead, undead soldiers, zombies, and so on, all poured out of the magic circle at once. Furthermore, Lin Ming applied a continuous summoning effect to the circle, an auxiliary summoning spell he had learned from the magic books. Just as the roof was about to overflow with monsters, Lin Ming used the auxiliary abilities of Savior to start casting group buffs on them. HP limit increase, attack fortification, defense fortification, haste, magic resistance, slow HP recovery, constitution boost, strength bonus. After bestowing a pile of support magic upon them, Lin Ming continued casting. Space magic. Short-distance large-scale teleportation array. A white 9-pointed star flashed, and all these small mobs were teleported outside the palace below. At this moment, Lin Ming concealed his presence perfectly. He had applied illusion magic to the rooftop, so ordinary people couldn't discover him at all. When a large number of mobs appeared around the palace and began wreaking havoc everywhere, they were quickly discovered by the patrolling soldiers. The patrol team spotted these small monsters and immediately ordered their subordinates to eliminate them all. However, the soldiers soon found that while these mobs looked weak, their combat power was exceptionally fierce, and their numbers were increasing. Quick! Go report to the king, soon. A guard sprinted away and arrived at the door of the king's chamber. Report. Your Majesty. A large number of monsters and undead creatures have suddenly appeared outside the palace. Their combat power is extremely formidable. Our soldiers are on the verge of being unable to hold them back. The king sat bolt upright from his near-death slumber. The king was in his pajamas, his hair disheveled, with a panicked expression and a face full of terror. The numbers? How many are there? They are countless. How could these monsters possibly appear here? This is the inner city. Your subordinate does not know. Are you useless? You know nothing? Go gather the guards immediately. Also, have Lord Larson lead the knights to eliminate the monsters. The king roared, and the soldier hurriedly ran to notify the others. On the roof, Lin Ming silently watched the chaotic scene below. All sorts of battle cries pierced the sky, and various curses rose and fell in succession. These mobs were weak, but their numbers were overwhelming. Within the range of their rampage, many palaces were destroyed, and countless guards, escorts, nobles, and ministers fell in pools of blood. Wails filled the air, and casualties were heavy. Seeing this scene before his eyes, Lin Ming felt no ripples in his heart. Not a single one of this country's powerholders was a good person. Lin Ming ordered the monsters to kill everyone they saw, except for some servants. However, at this hour, most of the maids had gone to their dormitories to rest. Unless they were truly unlucky, Lin Ming could only say he was sorry. Seeing that the number of monsters below had reached a certain level, continuing to summon was pointless. So, Lin Ming activated space magic and returned to his room. Just as he returned, he saw Shino rushing through the door. Lord Lin Ming, this is bad. A large number of monsters have appeared outside. Please escape quickly, Shino shouted anxiously. Slightly surprised, Lin Ming couldn't help but ask back, aren't you going to escape? Shino gave a bitter smile. I am just a lowly slave with a slave's brand. Even if I leave this place, I won't meet a good end. What I mean is, why did you run here to notify me instead of hiding? Lin Ming's words made Shino freeze, and then her pretty face turned slightly red. Seeing her hesitating to speak, Lin Ming understood. Thud! With a hand chop, he directly knocked Shino unconscious and tossed her onto the bed. Sigh. This fool, irresistible charm of mine. After a flamboyant sigh, Lin Ming walked out of the room and locked the door. He didn't want to take a defenseless woman out to risk her life. To put it bluntly, she was a burden. If the current Lin Ming possessed the power to rule the world, he wouldn't mind giving Shino a hand. But now, he was still very weak, a noob, who hadn't even left the starting village. This kind of hero saving the beauty drama wasn't suitable for now. So it was better to let her sleep. It wouldn't be too late to help her if there was a chance later. Larson emerged from his room with a dark expression. He then sent guards to gather his subordinates from the other world. At that moment, Lord Larson, are you alright? The newcomer was none other than Lin Ming. At this moment, he definitely deserved an Oscar for Best Actor. Lin Ming arrived at Larson's side with a face full of anxiety. Lord Larson, a large number of monsters have appeared outside. At a time like this, only you can take action. Larson frowned and asked, how did these monsters get into our palace? I'm not entirely sure of the details. Could there be a spy inside the palace? Could this actually be a conspiracy by an enemy nation? Why do you say that? Think about it. To be able to bring monsters in so silently, there must be someone on the inside. It's not that simple for outsiders to enter this place. Lin Ming spoke with such conviction that Larson felt it made quite a lot of sense after hearing it. Then, who do you think is the most suspicious? You must be joking, my lord. How could I possibly know who it is? However, Lin Ming feigned hesitation for a moment, then whispered into Larson's ear. Today, I noticed that Inoue, Matsushita, and Tamura were acting very suspiciously. These three were the ones who had been mocking Lin Ming earlier that day. They were people who had been summoned 3 years ago. Lin Ming directly dragged these three in to take the blame. Do you think? Could it be that they are dissatisfied with the curse on them, so they secretly colluded with the Empire, wanting to kill the controller of the curse? Lin Ming only said half of it, then quietly observed Larson's facial expression. He saw that his face was dark, and his eyes seemed to contain jumping flames. They actually dared to. Against me. Halfway through his sentence, Larson hurriedly stopped himself. Ahem. Your guess is not without reason. Do you know where they are now? How about this, my lord? You go and kill the monsters first, and I will help you bring those three here for a face-to-face interrogation. Larson thought about it and felt that this plan was excellent. With the battle being urgent, Larson didn't think twice and prepared to deal with those ant-like monsters first. Watching the sound of him leaving, the corners of Lin Ming's mouth curled up slightly. It was just a guess before, but it seems Larson is indeed the controller of the curse. Things have become simple. Immediately after, Lin Ming walked in the direction of the three scapegoats. Just as Lin Ming was heading to the area where these people lived, he happened to run into the crowd who were all looking puzzled. Big brother Lin Ming, there's so much noise outside. Did something happen? Reina asked. It was like this, and then like that. Lin Ming informed everyone about the monster attack. Then he led the group towards the battlefield where Larson was. On the way, he silently cast illusion magic on the three scapegoats. The three felt their vision blur for a moment, but then it returned to normal, and they didn't care about such an abnormality at all. Instead, seeing Lin Ming's high-quality equipment, they felt a bit of jealousy in their hearts. Soon, everyone arrived at the square in front of the palace. A large number of monsters were swarming in from all directions. Little wild boars, poisonous scorpions, lizards, and other monsters appeared in endless succession. As well as a white sea formed by fragile skeleton soldiers. The soldiers were constantly swinging their long swords, killing the incoming enemies. Among them, Larson's magic was the most effective. He cast magic bullets one after another, and all the monsters that rushed forward were instantly killed. These monsters had no power to resist at all and were all blown to ashes. At this very moment, the illusion magic Lin Ming had quietly released took effect. In the eyes of Tamura, Inoue, and Matsushita, Larson looked like an ugly skeleton soldier. As Lin Ming shouted, "Charge!" the three of them charged towards Larson, who was closest to them, with their longswords in hand. Die! Trash! X3 seeing this scene. Lin Ming directly disappeared into the chaotic crowd and teleported to the roof to wait for the show to begin. Larson, who was originally fighting hard to kill monsters, was attracted by the commotion behind him. Turning his head, he found the three traitors charging at him with long swords. "You're looking for death," Larson roared angrily, but they were too close to release magic in time. So he directly triggered the curse inside the three of them. Instantly, the curse within their bodies erupted. "Ah!" The three screamed shrilly, in extreme agony. Soon they turned into three clouds of black smoke. HMPH. To dare to plot against me. You really don't know the height of the heavens. Larson snorted coldly and continued to clear the monster swarm. Lin Ming saw this scene, the corners of his mouth tilting up slightly. He had already calculated the time required for the curse to be released. He had gone through all that trouble just to identify the controller of the curse and the time it took for the curse to activate. It's never wrong to be cautious. Now that everything was ready, Lin Ming began to apply buffs to himself. Haste, casting bonus, attack speed bonus, projectile bonus. He added all the buffs that could increase speed. Then Lin Ming began to chant an incantation. This was his most powerful magic at the moment, Vast Sea Magic, Max. Above water magic is water flow magic, and above that is Vast Sea Magic. It is a forbidden spell-level existence within water-based magic. A huge amount of MP began to be consumed as Lin Ming compressed, and further compressed the ultra-wide range magic. What should have been a towering giant wave was now compressed by him into a water blade emitting a brilliant light. Thousand Blade/Azure Dragon's Roar, Lin Ming roared. The water blade shot out violently, slashing straight towards Larson. It carried a vast and terrifying power, but strangely, it was a move that made no sound. In just 0.02333 seconds, the water blade reached Larson's neck. The water blade passed through silently. Larson felt a slight stinging pain in his neck, and when he looked back, he found Lin Ming looking at him with a smile. What does he mean by smiling at me? Why is the scene in front of me moving? Only at this moment did Larson's head slowly fall to the ground. And without Lin Ming's control, the compressed water blade finally unleashed its original terrifying power. That night, the capital of the Kingdom of Falmouth was engulfed by a flood from the heavens. Fortunately, Lin Ming exerted effort at the end to ensure the flood was just a flood and not a giant wave. 3 days later, this strange flood gradually receded. No civilians were harmed, only their houses were soaked in water for 3 days. But that's a story for another time. By this time, Lin Ming had already left the capital with the little fire fox. He had conveniently looted the kingdom's library and treasure room. Without the restraint of the curse, few in this kingdom were a match for Lin Ming. He left the place just like that, openly and brazenly, while the king watched it all happen, powerless to do anything. Although the Western Holy Church had been notified to come for support, Lin Ming moved too fast, and they could only eat his dust. Without the restraint of the curse, most of these otherworld summoners left the royal capital, preparing to go on adventures all over the world. Only a few who wanted to continue living an aristocratic life stayed behind. And so, Lin Ming's adventure in another world entered a brand new chapter. Tra la 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 tilde, tra la. Pa, can't be too wild. Humming a tune, Lin Ming strode through the jungle. Clearly, he was in a very good mood. Master, there seems to be a village ahead, said a little girl with fox ears and 2 fox tails growing behind her back. Susu, can you get off my head before you speak? Lin Ming gave a wry smile. Susu chuckled upon hearing this. Wasn't I staying on Master's shoulder before? That was before. You are no longer a little fox now. Susu's cute little face wrinkled as she acted spoiled. I don't care. Lin Ming was helpless and had no choice but to carry her forward. It had been 2 days since the two of them left the capital. Yesterday, on a whim, he gave the little firefox a name. As a result, it directly caused her to evolve. It drained nearly 300,000 of Lin Ming's MP, and she directly advanced to a 9-tailed fox, a high-ranking demon. In short, her strength had already surpassed her master, Lin Ming, reaching a rank strength in this world, which was quite dramatic. It's just that this little girl always liked to stay on Lin Ming's shoulder or head. It seemed she hadn't gotten used to things after changing from her little firefox state. The two of them forged ahead toward the Jura Great Forest. This morning, Albedo had informed him via magical transmission that she had found a well-located site. It seemed very suitable as the base for the great tomb of Nazarick. Thus, the two of them hurried toward their destination today. However, they unexpectedly discovered a village within the Jura Great Forest. It was truly a rare sight. When Lin Ming entered the village, he found it inhabited by a group of goblins. The village was dilapidated, consisting entirely of thatched roofhouses and a crude shack built of logs. At this moment, these goblins were all hiding in the thatched huts, trembling with fear. Only one goblin wearing a red bandana stood guard, holding a long blade and staring at Lin Ming with a look of extreme caution. To be more precise, he was staring at Susu on Lin Ming's shoulder. As a high-ranking demon, Susu emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Who are you, and why are you approaching our village? The goblin spoke in an unfriendly tone. Haha, don't be nervous, little guy. I'm just passing through. Upon hearing Lin Ming's explanation, the goblin breathed a sigh of relief, though his gaze remained wary. Just then, a very elderly goblin emerged from the building behind the first one. He looked so frail that he might topple over in a gust of wind, and he leaned on a walking stick for support. Lin Ming was startled upon seeing him, thinking, this person looks a bit familiar. In an instant, many images flashed through his mind, and he finally remembered the other's identity. Before Lin Ming could speak, the old goblin simply tossed his cane aside and fell to his knees with a thud. My lord, our village truly has nothing of value. Please, show mercy and let us go. Didn't I say I'm just passing through? By the way, I'd like to ask you about a few things. My lord, please ask, the goblin replied respectfully. Half an hour later, Lin Ming had the answers he wanted. The goblin wearing the red bandana was named Rigor, a name bestowed upon him by the crow-masked demon Gelmid. It was clear that this village would be Rimuru's first stop upon arriving in this different world in the future. Furthermore, Lin Ming spotted the figure of little brother Gavda, confirming it beyond a doubt. At this time, the storm dragon was still sealed, and the Jura Great Forest remained peaceful. The goblins had never expected outsiders to enter the forest and were completely unprepared. However, Lin Ming had no intention of doing anything to them. After clarifying his current location, he left the goblin village. His destination was the eastern side of Lake Cocytus. At the center of the Jura Great Forest lay Lake Cocytus, which was the territory of the Lizardmen tribe. The western side of Lake Cocytus bordered the Dwarf Kingdom, Brumute Kingdom, and the Western nations. The cave sealing the Storm Dragon was also to the west. That would be the future base of the Jurid Tempest Federation. Lin Ming's goal was the eastern part of the forest, bordering the Eastern Empire, Clayman's territory, and Milam's territory. He knew very well that for a long time to come, this place would be quite peaceful. Conversely, on the western side of the forest, all sorts of incidents would occur one after another. It was always better to be cautious. Once his strength had developed sufficiently, he would turn back and launch a direct attack on Clayman's puppet kingdom. Lin Ming had already thought out his plan. Next, he just needed to level up slowly in the wild areas. Along the way, Lin Ming encountered quite a few magical beasts. C-ranked carapace lizards, B-ranked hellmoths, B+ rank unicorns, and so on. After killing these powerful magical beasts, Lin Ming's level soared, reaching LV49. To travel faster, he directly summoned a skeleton horse. The tireless skeleton horse was simply the best mount for traveling. Due to his increase in level, Lin Ming also underwent 2 class advancements. At LV10, he had directly chosen the Summoner class. The effect was that the levels of summoned creatures automatically increased by 5, and summoning required no chanting. Additionally, the MP consumption required was reduced by 50%. After reaching LV30 through the second advancement, the Summoner class was upgraded. He became a Summoning Envoy, which had only one effect. There was a 10% chance to obtain a random skill from a summoned creature. The emergence of this class skill gave Lin Ming's strength a massive boost. This was a truly terrifying ability. In just one short day, Lin Ming had already obtained over 20 skills. Although they were mostly low-effect skills, the sheer quantity was an advantage. Whenever he had free time, Lin Ming would summon some magical beasts and then summon demons, using the souls of those beasts as sacrifices. Then, the corpses could be turned into zombies or undead. It was just that summoning spirits was a bit troublesome, as it required a corresponding magical essence affinity. By the time Lin Ming reached Lake Cocytus, a large swarm of summoned creatures was following behind him. These were all free labor for the future, they couldn't be wasted. The area surrounding Lake Cocytus was a vast wetland, the territory of the Lizardmen tribe. Lin Ming did not stop and continued toward his destination. This, however, gave the Lizardman chief quite a scare. The sight of those thousands of troops was truly shocking. He thought Lin Ming intended to do something to the Lizardmen tribe. Continuing east, that was the territory of the Minotaur tribe and the Centaur tribe. These were the 2 major races that had been fighting for years in the Jura Great Forest. The powerhouses within them were even a high-ranking species. These were the 2 tribes second only to the Ogre tribe. Lin Ming had no intention of stopping for them either, continuing forward with his army. His actions were equivalent to traversing the entire Jura Great Forest. News about a mysterious force appearing in the forest began to spread. Lin Ming was unaware of this, nor did he need to care. After traveling for another day, Lin Ming finally arrived at Albedo's location. Thanks to the undead horse beneath him, his speed wouldn't have been this fast otherwise. His space magic could indeed achieve long-distance teleportation. But the prerequisite was that he must have seen the destination with his own eyes. So, he had no choice but to walk. Looking at the destination ahead, Lin Ming nodded inwardly. Before him was a wide open plain, where birds flew amidst lush grass and fertile soil, and large herds of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely. The plain was surrounded by small rivers with clear water and abundant aquatic life. And not far to the right was a massive mountain range. Within the mountains, the forest blotted out the sun with dense trees, some of which even towered into the clouds. The magical beasts within were clearly not few in number. A place of spiritual beauty and natural grace, it was indeed a fine location. Sensing Lin Ming's presence, Albedo spread her wings and immediately flew over from somewhere in the mountains. However, when she saw a member of the opposite romance on her master's shoulder, her expression instantly turned cold. As Albedo approached, she directly took out the world item, Hell's Abyss. The floating black short wand instantly transformed into a black battle axe. Master, this magical creature dares to be disrespectful to you. I shall eliminate it at once. The battle axe hovered above Susu's head. If Lin Ming so much as nodded, Albedo would absolutely strike with her axe to resolve this potential threat. The terrifying pressure forced Susu to tremble uncontrollably. Her two small hands tightly hugged Lin Ming's head. Master, Susu is scared. Ahem, Albedo, don't get so excited. Put your weapon away first. Lin Ming hurriedly stopped her. As you command, Albedo reluctantly withdrew her battle axe. However, her gaze remained somewhat malicious. Susu was badly frightened and avoided Albedo's eyes. Alright, don't scare her. Her name is Susu, and she's a new member of Nazarick. You two should get along. Understood, Master. Afterward, Lin Ming had the summoned beasts behind him stand by, and the three of them walked toward the depths of the mountains. According to Lin Ming's vision, establishing Nazarick within the hidden mountains was a good choice. With the mountains at their back, it would be easy to defend and hard to attack. The plains could be used for farming or grazing, making them a food production base. If a nation were to be built in the future, it could also be constructed on the plains. Simply perfect. Under Albedo's guidance, the three arrived at a valley within the mountain range. The valley was surrounded by towering rock walls on three sides, with only an opening to the north for entry. The space inside wasn't particularly large, roughly the size of 2 football fields. However, it was more than enough to build the Great Tomb of Nazarick. After all, only the entrance to the tomb needed to be on the surface. Nazarick consists of 10 floors, all of which are underground. That's just the nature of a tomb, after all. By this time, the valley had already been cleared out by Albedo. Lin Ming didn't waste any words and immediately began setting up the magic circle. One of the effects of his unique skill, Summoner, was territory summoning. Lin Ming prepared to summon Nazarick directly. However, this summoning circle required a large amount of precious materials. Fortunately, Lin Ming had ransacked the treasury of the Kingdom of Falmouth. As the wealthiest kingdom among the Western nations, the treasury contained quite a lot of good things. For instance, the red silk dress Susu was wearing, as well as the sapphire necklace, earrings, and bracelets around her neck and wrists. All of them were priceless treasures. Lin Ming kept himself busy within the valley. Albedo stared at Susu, who was standing beside her, with an unfriendly gaze. When she saw the gorgeous jewelry on her, especially the violet ring on her finger, an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Hey, you little shorty, where did you get those pieces of jewelry? As if she had become a different person, Albedo growled fiercely at Susu. They were given to me by Master, Susu replied weakly. Boom! As if struck by lightning, Albedo was instantly petrified. Master gave her a ring. In an instant, she became completely emo. Lin Ming, busy in the valley, had no time to pay attention to the two of them. All of his focus was currently concentrated on the summoning. A short while later, Lin Ming finished inscribing a massive 9-pointed star magic circle. Densely packed magic lines intertwined with each other, and a large number of magic crystals were placed at the nodes of the magic circle. A vast amount of materials, including magic steel blocks, ores, and magic cores, were piled up at designated spots. Dusting off his hands, Lin Ming had consumed almost all of his savings. Finally, it was done. Seeing the magic circle complete, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Alright, now I just need a massive amount of energy to activate it. As for massive energy, what should I use instead? Lin Ming pondered, stroking his chin. Although he had nearly 400,000 megapixels, increased after leveling up, it was a bit insufficient to summon an existence like Nazarick. He would need energy at the level of an awakened demon lord at the very least. Seeing Lin Ming frowning as if he had something on his mind, Albedo stepped forward and asked with concern. Master, what's wrong? If there are any difficulties, you must tell me. I will definitely do my best to help you. Even if it's something like having children, that's no problem at all, Tilda. Albedo said with a look of infatuation. We'll talk about that later. Speaking of which, Albedo, is your mount level LV100? Lin Ming suddenly thought of something very important. Yes, it is indeed LV100. If you need it, I will summon it right now. Saying that, Albedo immediately cast an incantation, and a gate of light appeared in front of her. A bicorn lord stepped out from within. After Lin Ming checked through the system, it was indeed a max-level existence. Albedo, since you can't ride this mount anyway, how about letting it make a contribution? Because Lin Ming had changed Albedo's settings, the bicorn lord could not be ridden by a pure person. This meant the mount was essentially useless. But as a LV-100 existence, the energy within its body was still quite massive, making it perfect to serve as the fuel for the summoning circle. Of course, no problem. As long as Master needs it, any request is fine. Her eyes were full of little stars, seemingly exceptionally excited because she could help her master. But it is your mount after all. As compensation, I can grant you one request. Really? Albedo's previously excited gaze turned directly into one of fanaticism. Yeah. Seeing Albedo's gaze, which looked as if she wanted to devour him, Lin Ming immediately regretted saying those words. Looking at her expectant eyes, Lin Ming really couldn't take his words back. Well, of course it's true. Then, Albedo blushed and shyly voiced her request. I want AR ring. Albedo's voice was as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. But it clearly reached Lin Ming's ears. Glancing at Susu, who was tilting her head and watching their conversation, Lin Ming understood. I see. Inside the valley. With the heroic sacrifice of the Bicorn Lord, the magic circle began to glow with a blood-red light. Base arrays unfolded layer by layer, and brilliant magical imprints were etched in the air, forming magnificent patterns. It's finally coming. Watching this scene, Shiraori clenched her fists in excitement. Susu stood by the side with her big, sparkling eyes wide, full of anticipation. Only Albedo was stroking the crystal ring on her ring finger with a look of pure bliss. She didn't care about the sacrifice of her mount at all. Rumble! With a loud bang, a powerful and terrifying aura erupted from the magic circle. The ground within the valley shook and rocks flew everywhere. The violent air currents made the trio's clothes flutter loudly. The massive commotion lasted for a full quarter of an hour. When the light faded, a massive tomb entrance appeared in the center of the valley. The entrance was surrounded by stone pillars in a circle, guarding it in the center. Intricate and complex patterns were carved onto the stone pillars, giving the whole structure an ancient and elegant look. Ding! Guild territory activated, guild module opened. Please name the guild. A virtual light screen automatically appeared before Lin Ming's eyes. Guild name? Lin Ming pondered slightly. As someone terrible at naming things, Lin Ming didn't hesitate and directly typed in Ains Ul Gaon. Ding! Guild. Ains Ul Gaon officially established. Guild base. Great Tomb of Nazarick. With things successfully concluded, Lin Ming woke Albedo from her daydream. Then the three of them walked toward the tomb entrance. It was much as Lin Ming had expected. The first 3 floors of Nazarick were just ordinary tomb environments. It was an incredibly vast tomb. At this moment, the first 3 floors were empty and very spacious. The death wax chamber where Shaltir should have lived, and the black capsule area overseen by the death, none of these were there. The 3 continued toward the 4th floor. The 4th floor was a massive underground lake, but otherwise, it was also empty. The 5th floor was a glacial world covered in ice that could deal continuous freezing damage to intruders. The Great Tomb's prison was located on this floor. The world of ice and snow froze Lin Ming quite a bit. The 6th floor was a vast forest with a realistic artificial sky, and outside the forest was a massive circular coliseum. This floor should have had a large number of monsters, but it was currently empty. The 7th floor was a lava world, covered in a vast amount of lava that could deal continuous fire damage to intruders. The 8th floor was a wasteland. The beautiful Sakura sanctuary did not exist. It seemed he would need to rebuild it himself. The 9th floor was the royal suite that Lin Ming looked forward to the most. It was a non-combat zone with facilities equivalent to a 5-star hotel, including various leisure and entertainment venues. This was where the supreme beings and their servants resided. However, when Lin Ming walked in, he found no such royal suite. It was practically bare walls. Aside from a few dim oil lamps, there was nothing. The final floor, the 10th floor, the throne room. This was the only place that could comfort Lin Ming's wounded heart. Inside a solemn hall, at the top, sat an exquisite throne. It was almost exactly as Lin Ming had imagined. So, aside from the throne room being fully summoned, not a single one of the other buildings had come along. Lin Ming dropped onto the throne and heaved a long sigh. Arg, we're broke. The guild was still in ruins, they lacked everything. Master, where are we? Susu had been staring at these strange pocket worlds the whole way, and her curiosity finally burst out. From now on, this is our home. Wow, our place is huge. Great, Susu had just handed Lin Ming another headache. Nazarick was simply too vast. It existed in an isolated dimension, apart from the guild-exclusive spatial rings. No one could teleport here with space magic. Lin Ming felt his brain throbbing. Master, why not summon Sebas and the Pleiades? With them around, most of your worries would disappear. As Nazarick's chief overseer, Albedo excelled at management. If she could call in every assistant she needed, it would save Lin Ming plenty of trouble. Especially the two administrative geniuses, Sebas and Eclair. But the designated summoning had a 1-month cooldown, which made Lin Ming anxious. No rushing this, I'll think of something. Albedo nodded, understood. I'll bring the summoned creatures inside, you two find somewhere to rest. After a few instructions, Lin Ming teleported out of Nazarick. When he successfully founded the guild moments ago, the system had gifted him a guild ring. It let him teleport anytime, anywhere. Unfortunately, only one existed, and it was soul-bound. Hence, some chores had to be done personally. Under Lin Ming's lead, a mighty horde of 70 to 80,000 summons marched into the first floor of the Great Tomb. They would serve as gate guards. Since ordinary monsters had turned into undead and zombies, Lin Ming didn't need to worry about feeding them. While he was busy settling the summons, somewhere else. The frozen continent, inside the White Ice Palace. A striking man with flaming red hair frowned at the report in his hand. The kingdom of Falmouth, an otherworlder slew the curse-bearer, caused a flood, robbed the royal treasury. The man was Primordial Red, one of the oldest demon lords, Crenel Zaller. As the world's mediator, he handled mountains of paperwork every day. Unlike the other two unreliable demon lords, one off playing, one a shut-in. Chi read the document carefully and muttered to himself. Cases of otherworlders turning the tables exist, but never this brazen. Behind him stood a blue-haired maid, Primordial Blue, Rain, who asked, "Shall we intervene?" Chi waved a hand lazily. "Barely any deaths, let them be." Still, 20-some unbound otherworlders have appeared. Keep an eye on their movements. If things spiral out of control, we'll step in then. As you command. Inside the throne room, Lin Ming sat upon the throne. Before him hovered a 3D virtual image of Nazarick, the newly unlocked guild module. After fiddling with it for a while, he discovered fantastic news. Icons of decorations, furniture, and building blocks lined the edge of the projection. It was just like building a home in a game. Every lavish piece of furniture came with a clear price tag. Exquisite comfortable golden non-mu bed, 10 gold. Magnificent dining table, 5 gold, elegant mural, 2 gold. Didn't expect this to be a pay-to-win game. Lin Ming's eyes lit up as he sighed in amazement. Yet the system offered no top-up channel. The currency of this world was the system's gold. Exchange rate. 100 copper equals 1 silver, 100 silver equals 1 gold. And 100 gold equaled 1 star crystal coin. Star crystal coins, the rarest currency, were minted by the Dwarf Kingdom. Only 1 coin could be produced per month. Fewer than 10,000 existed across the entire world. Lin Ming, however, possessed 1,000 of them. Gotta hand it to the Kingdom of Falmouth, they're loaded. With tears of joy, he dumped the 1,000 star crystal coins into the system backpack, converting them into 100,000 gold. What followed was simple. Shop till you drop. After 2 lifetimes of poverty, Lin Ming finally tasted the life of a whale. Buying was easy, placing everything was another matter. Each item had to be positioned manually. Thousands of pieces gave him a splitting headache. Even restricting himself to the 9th floor's royal suite, a single floor was still a massive project. It took a full 3 days before he finished the layout. And the overwork granted him the skill, thought acceleration. The results, though, were splendid. The already luxurious 9th floor now looked brand new and incomparably opulent. Every stick of furniture was top tier, even the servants' chairs were extravagant. Any single piece auctioned out there would fetch sky-high prices. It wasn't his money anyway. Lin Ming didn't feel a twinge of guilt. Inside a 100-square-meter bath of pristine white mist, Lin Ming soaked in the water, eyes closed in blissful slumber. He had no idea how much time passed before a cool touch on his neck jolted him awake. A snow-white arm reached toward him. He turned and saw an exquisitely beautiful face. "Albedo, what are you doing here? As the supreme ruler, how could you bathe without someone to attend you?" Wrapped in a white towel, Albedo smiled as she kneaded his shoulders. Her soft hands worked gently, leaving Lin Ming utterly relaxed. "Ah, heaven!" Albedo licked her lips seductively, about to take things further. When the bathroom door was pushed open again, "Master, Susu's here." Susu's bright, melodious voice rang out. She leapt straight into the pool. Splash! Water drenched Albedo from head to toe. Little fox. Albedo erupted, looking ready to cook the fox for supper. Ahem. She's still a child. Don't mind her, Lin Ming quickly soothed. Albedo shot Susu a fierce glare, then resumed her bewitching smile. Aha, so comfy, Susu, oblivious that she'd just danced past death, frolicked happily. After the bath, Lin Ming washed away the fatigue of the past days. He returned to his lavish bedroom and collapsed onto the soft bed. Phew, finally some rest. He drew a deep breath and soon sank into dreamland. Late at night, the door creaked open ever so quietly. Outside stood Albedo, cheeks flushed. Morning. Sunlight, right, no sun in a tomb. In any case, Lin Ming slowly opened drowsy eyes. He dreamed of being smothered between two giant buns and nearly suffocated. Thankfully, he'd scrambled out in time. As he wondered why he'd had such a dream, he realized he was clutching something soft and warm. He looked down to find a gorgeous face. Because he was gripping a certain spot, her eyes were glazed and cheeks crimson, utterly alluring. Albedo! Lin Ming cried out in surprise and quickly let go. Then, he saw Albedo covering the area he had grabbed, looking at him with a shy smile. Good morning, Master Tilda. When did you come in? Last night, I quietly asked Master if I could come in, and Master didn't say anything, so, I took that as a default agreement. Lin Ming's face was covered in black lines, and he was momentarily unable to refute her. Albedo wore an innocent expression, then took a magnificent outfit from the hanger and helped Lin Ming put it on. She looked exactly like a virtuous wife. Rubbing his temples, Lin Ming decided to just let her be. Fully dressed, the two of them went to the dining room. Expensive-looking cutlery was laid out on the pristine white dining table, but the food on the plates was jarringly out of place. This was the result of Susu's efforts all morning. Green pepper stewed apple. Oh, Master, quickly come and taste the new delicacy I researched. Susu presented the dish as if it were a treasure. This. Lin Ming looked at the apples in the bowl, unable to compliment the dish. Seeing the sparkling anticipation in Susu's eyes, Lin Ming used a fork to pick up a piece of apple and began chewing it. Skill, pain nullification, successfully triggered. How is it, Master? Is it delicious? Seeing Lin Ming chewing the apple, Susu asked full of hope. It's well made, but don't make it next time. For the sake of his future happy life. Lin Ming gave a very honest reply. If pain nullification hadn't triggered, he felt like he would have been spiced to death. Oh tilde alright. Although Lin Ming had solved the housing problem, the food situation was indeed a major issue. It wasn't a problem with ingredients. There were cattle and sheep all over the plains outside, and plenty of wild vegetables inside the great forest of the 6th floor. The main issue was that none of the three of them knew how to cook. Where can I find a chef? Pondering this question, Lin Ming fell into deep thought. Lin Ming didn't know who the original head chef of Nazarick was. He did know the deputy head chef, Pitchy, who was a mushroom head wearing a suit. Yuri Alpha, the eldest sister of the Pleiades, also seemed to have the subclass chef. But no matter who it was, their cooking skills were definitely not high. When creating the guild, the supreme beings had not considered the issue of food. Because there was no sense of taste in Yggdrasil, nobody cared whether the food was delicious or not. Therefore, the setting for the head chef was very ordinary. Lin Ming looked down on this somewhat. In this world, Lin Ming could only think of two people with culinary talent. Shuna and Xian. Shuna's culinary talent was undeniable, and as for Xian's talent, those who know, it was definitely the best in the world. Thinking of this, Lin Ming made a decision. Albedo, I'm entrusting Nazarick to you for protection. I'm going out to find a chef and bring them back. Without waiting for Albedo to say anything, Lin Ming instantly teleported to the tomb entrance. He knew without guessing that she would definitely cling to him and want to go out together. But someone needed to guard Nazarick, and Albedo had to stay. Arriving at the entrance, Lin Ming immediately used spatial transfer to reach the west side of the Jura Great Forest. He was going to look for the location of the ogre tribe's village. Using summon all things, he summoned a giant eagle, and was lucky enough to acquire the skill, Farsight, from this B-rank monster. Lin Ming mounted the giant eagle and began soaring through the sky. Searching for the ogre tribe's village. Level explanation. LV1 LV15 equals F rank, 16 to 29 equals E rank, LV30 equals D rank, LV45 equals C rank, LV60 equals B rank, LV70 equals A rank. LV80 equals A plus rank. LV90 equals S rank. Demon Lord species. LV100 equals S rank. Awakened Demon Lord. Lin Ming's current level had reached LV56. Including the class skill bonus, his summons could call forth beings up to LV15 higher than himself. Which meant A-rank monsters. As the level of the summoned creature increased, the summoning process would no longer be so simple. It required not only setting up complicated magic circles but also sacrificing large amounts of offerings. For example, summoning the Black Goat required sacrificing tens of thousands of humans. Therefore, successful summoning was only possible under specific circumstances. Lin Ming didn't care much about this, as A-rank beings were referred to by humans as disaster grade. They had a high probability of causing massive damage to towns. And A-plus rank beings could already cause a kingdom to face the crisis of collapse. Even among the ogre tribe, who possessed top strength in the Jura Great Forest, most had B-rank strength, with only a few individuals reaching A-rank. Before the Demon Lord appeared, Lin Ming's summoned creatures were already considered the ceiling of strength in the forest. The Jura Great Forest was vast. Lin Ming circled in the sky for half a day before finally spotting a decent-looking village. It definitely wasn't the kind of thatched huts goblins lived in, but simple wooden houses. Those capable of this were likely the ogre tribe Lin Ming was looking for. Screech! A hawk's scream startled the ogre tribe members below. The ogre tribe members all looked up at the giant bird in the sky. Because they only sensed the B-rank demonic aura of the giant eagle and hadn't noticed Lin Ming's presence. Thus, they were not overly cautious. At this moment, Lin Ming had the giant eagle descend above everyone's heads. I am the sole supreme being of Nazarick. I have come today to borrow your princess. Hearing this, the crowd below immediately became furious. Who are you? How dare you covet our princess? You seek death. Kill him. Kill this arrogant fool. The ogre tribe chief, an uncle with a head full of red hair. He raised the long spear in his hand, ready to throw it at the giant eagle in the sky. At this moment, Benimaru and the others shielded the adorable Shuna, who was wearing Miko attire. Spacelock, however, following Lin Ming's loud shout, everyone felt a powerful force pinning them to the spot. They were completely unable to move. Lin Ming descended from the sky, slowly landing beside Shuna. Under her helpless and terrified gaze, Lin Ming scooped her up. Then, in front of everyone, he jumped back onto the giant eagle's back. At the same time, the effect of Spacelock ended. Father! Elder brother! Shuna cried out, tears welling up in her eyes. But the people below were powerless as they watched the giant eagle fly further and further away. If you have the guts, come down and let's fight to the death. I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces. A group of ogre tribe members roared in fury, but it was useless. Lin Ming's voice sounded again. I will give you all a chance. If you can find me and come before me within 3 months, I will release her. Having said that, the giant eagle flapped its wings and flew away. The ogre tribe members on the ground watched Lin Ming's retreating figure, their faces twisted in rage. They had already lost track of Lin Ming. Old man, what do we do now? Benimaru asked anxiously. Everyone, immediately go and inquire about this person's origins. We must find the princess in the shortest time possible. Yes. The ogre tribe members immediately scattered, heading to other tribes to gather information. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, after flying a distance on the giant eagle, used spatial transfer directly back to the tomb entrance. Shuna, in his arms, covered her mouth and dared not move, appearing extremely afraid of Lin Ming. Lin Ming set her down from his arms and gently wiped away her tears. Don't be scared, I'm not going to eat you. Then what do you want to do? Shuna said timidly, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. Come with me. Lin Ming took her small hand and walked toward the tomb entrance. This time, they wouldn't have to walk down floor by floor. Lin Ming had set up teleportation arrays on every floor, which he had purchased from the system at a high price. Although he wasn't sure why such things were classified as guild furniture, as long as they worked, it was fine. After meandering through the first floor for a while, the two arrived in front of a large door. Pushing the door open, inside was an altar-like structure. It looked a bit like a circular elevator. Standing in the middle of the altar with Shuna, after selecting the transfer floor. A pillar of magical light descended from the sky, enveloping the two. Moments later, the two appeared on the 9th floor. We've arrived. Looking at the dazzling array of luxurious decorations and ornaments before her, Shuna was somewhat stunned. It's so beautiful, she couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, Albedo suddenly appeared. Master, who is this? Facing Albedo's question, Lin Ming explained, this is the chef I found. As he spoke, Albedo looked at Shuna, and the jealousy in her eyes largely dissipated. I see. At this moment, Shuna also reacted, chef. Although she heard that this man seemed to have no ill intentions, only wanting her to be a chef. But the honest little Shuna still spoke the truth, I can't cook. Upon hearing this, a benevolent smile appeared on Albedo's face. Master, she's clearly not a chef, why not just kill her? Albedo, looking eager to get rid of her quickly, immediately took out her black poleaxe and was about to chop down. Shuna was so frightened that her face turned pale. Stop, Albedo! Lin Ming let out a cold shout, stopping her. Do you want to eat bell peppers stewed with apples every day? Bell peppers stewed with apples. Albedo immediately reverted to her gentle and elegant demeanor. I understand, Lin Ming nodded, then turned to look at Shuna. Don't be afraid, I mainly brought you here to be a chef. Oh, right, I forgot to name you, Lin Ming added. Naming, is that really possible? Shuna was incredulous, she knew very well what naming meant. Since you know what naming means, you should also know that after being named, you will become my subordinate. Are you willing to do so? Shuna's expression became hesitant, for a moment, she was plunged into deep conflict. If you just want me to be a chef, then that's fine. It's just my father and elder brother. Lin Ming knew what Shuna was worried about, so he said, don't worry, if your tribesmen can't find you after 3 months, I will let you go back to explain. With Lin Ming's assurance, Shuna breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded in agreement. Then from now on, you shall be called Shuna. As he spoke, Lin Ming's MP instantly plummeted by half. As the soul corridor between the two was completed, the vanished MP transformed into magical essence, flowing into Shuna's body through the corridor. Shuna's body immediately glowed with golden light. A moment later, Shuna's metamorphosis was complete, successfully advancing to a high-ranking demon of the ogre race. Her strength also reached A rank. And she inherited Lin Ming's illusion magic, space magic, thought acceleration, and the weakened skill, healer, from Savior. The skill effect of healer also includes a large number of support abilities, but they are all for healing health and mana. It lacks the effects that boost attack and attack speed. Shuna's appearance also changed. The red markings on the ogre tribe's face disappeared, and her skin became fairer. The 2 white ogre horns on either side of her forehead became exquisitely delicate, and a long, cherry blossom pink hair cascaded down. Overall, Shuna looked even more adorable and charming. Very good, very good. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction, then continued. My name is Lin Ming, and this is Albedo, the great overseer here. Please take care of me from now on. Shuna greeted Albedo very politely. No need to be polite, we all serve the Supreme Master. From now on, just be loyal and dedicated. Albedo's face still wore a gentle and elegant smile. But to Shuna, it carried an indescribable deterrent. Despite this, Shuna showed no timidity. Her gaze remained calm and steady, not backing down. As the former princess of the ogre tribe, Shuna's intelligence was beyond doubt. After understanding the whole situation, she had grasped the current state of affairs. Her life was protected by the master here, so there was no need to concede to this hostile woman. On the other side, Albedo, seeing Shuna's evolution, realized that her beauty was not much inferior to her own. This reminded her of someone. Shaltir. A sense of threat arose spontaneously. The position of main wife must be hers. Lin Ming was very satisfied watching the harmonious scene between the two. Alright, Albedo, go pick a room for Shuna. I'll take her to the kitchen first. As you command, master. Albedo bowed respectfully. After Albedo left, Shuna looked at Lin Ming. Lord Lin Ming, I really haven't been a chef before. No matter. Lin Ming waved his hand to interrupt, then, through the skill, thought web, he transmitted all the knowledge about food and dishes he could think of from his mind to Shuna. Thought web was a skill Lin Ming acquired when he summoned a certain Fang Wolf before. It allows for the mental transmission of images, knowledge, and similar content from one's mind. After receiving the instructional video titled, A Bite of China, transmitted by Lin Ming, Shuna seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Now, I believe the food you make will definitely be easier to swallow than what Susu makes. Who is Susu? Follow me, I'll introduce you. In the kitchen, Susu was diligently simmering a pot of green, viscous liquid. It was impossible to tell what the original ingredients were. She was still muttering, "This time, I'll definitely make a green, healthy delicacy that master has never eaten before." Lin Ming had also tried to share the culinary knowledge from his mind with Susu. But for some reason, when this information reached her little head, some of it was automatically blocked by her. She ultimately came up with 3 words: innovation, green, healthy. Anyway, she had never made a normal dish. When Lin Ming and Shuna arrived in the kitchen, they saw Susu holding a spoon, continuously stirring the green liquid in the pot. Due to her height, she had to stand on a stool to barely reach the spoon. So diligent, yet in the wrong place. Cough cough. Lin Ming cleared his throat a few times. Susu. Master. Let me introduce you. This is Shuna. From now on, she will be our cook. Why, boohoo tilde. Susu looked unwilling, her eyes filled with wrong tears. In short, she looked as pitiful as could be. But for the sake of future happy living, Lin Ming steeled his heart and still deprived her of the right to enter the kitchen. Susu, who was initially prepared to throw a big tantrum, was immediately conquered after tasting a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes that Shuna casually stir-fried. And Shuna and Susu quickly became familiar with each other. Within 3 days of Shuna's abduction, the Jura Great Forest became agitated. To be precise, the entire world began to stir, due to the presence of storm dragon Veldora. Although there were small-scale conflicts among the races in the forest, they had always coexisted peacefully. But the true nature of monsters would not change. Hatred had been accumulating and building up for 300 years. They only needed an opportunity, a fuse, to completely erupt. At that time, the peace of the entire Jura Great Forest would be shattered. Because Lin Ming's butterfly wings had flapped ever so lightly, a chain reaction followed. War was about to erupt. The ogre tribe's large-scale intelligence gathering was misunderstood by clans unaware of the truth as the prelude to war. 100 years ago, the major tribes had fought tooth and nail for dominion over the Jura forest. They were certain the ogre's movements were anything but simple. Rumors stop at the wise, yet in the forest, aside from the sanctuary's treants, there were precious few sages. Through the snowball effect, the gossip grew ever wilder, yet sounded increasingly plausible. Weak clans began to ally, powerful ones stockpiled food and weapons. The forest grew so tense a gust of wind could sound like a crane's cry. To avoid becoming meals, many monsters bolted toward the forest's periphery. The borderlands of the kingdoms of Brumute and Falmouth were the ones to suffer. Brumute Kingdom, Freedom Association Branch Office. Fizz, head of the branch, rubbed his temples as the documents on his desk gave him a headache. The Jura forest had been peaceful for 3 centuries, why was it suddenly in turmoil? He couldn't fathom it. "Someone, come here," Fizz called to the guard at the door. The guard hurried in. "What are your orders, Sir Fizz?" "Release this commission." Fizz picked up the request form he had penned himself and handed it to the guard. "Yes, sir, Freedom Association, a guild of adventurers." Just then, 2 men and a woman walked down the street outside the guild hall. "Young lady, is it really all right for us to sneak out like this?" The speaker was a middle-aged looking man with a red bandana tied across his forehead. "Kid, we're already out. Why worry now?" replied Kabaru, his long hair parted in the middle. "Exactly. You two keep bragging how tough you are. What do I have to fear with you around?" Oren chimed in. The trio were adventurers from the magic dynasty of Sarian, every member B rank in strength. The lively blonde girl in the center was Oren, royal princess of Sarian. She had slipped away this time purely to taste the adventurer's life. The 2 beside her were bodyguards dispatched secretly by her father, the Duke of Sarian, to protect his daughter, both true A ranks, sealed to B rank for discretion. Chatting and laughing, the 3 arrived at the Freedom Association's gate. Yesterday they had registered as E-rank adventurers, today they came to pick up a quest. The moment they stepped into the adventurers' hall they spotted Fizz's freshly posted mission. Investigate the cause of the monster rampage in the Jura Great Forest, B rank, reward 10 gold coins. 1 copper equals 10 yuan, 10 gold equals a million. Whoa, big bro, that's a fat payout. Kabaru, shall we take it? Kid and Oren looked to their captain, Kabaru. But it's a B-rank quest, dangerous stuff. Kabaru hesitated. Yet the gold could kit us out with new gear. Exactly, we're almost broke. Urged on by the pair, Kabaru finally agreed. Shortly after the trio accepted the quest and left, a masked girl entered. She headed straight upstairs. The staff clearly knew her and raised no objection. Knock, 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 come in. The girl stepped inside, removed her mask. Mr. Fizz, long time no see. Hearing that, Fizz glanced up from his papers. Huh? Miss Shizu, haven't seen you in ages, how have you been? The girl was none other than Izawa Shizu. Have a seat. It's been 10 years since we last met? Fizz pointed to the sofa and sat. Yes, the day I officially retired. How have these years treated you? Quite well, I'm a teacher now. Soon the office rang with their cheerful conversation. Fizz learned Miss Shizu was currently instructing 5 children from another world. The kids had only 2 or 3 years left to live. She had set out to find a way to save them. Shizu, in turn, heard of Fizz's present troubles. As old friends, she decided to lend a hand. After all, she too was grasping at straws for a cure. Whether one existed, she couldn't say. Yet when Fizz discovered 3 E-rank adventurers had taken this B-rank quest, he nearly flipped the desk. A B-rank mission? What were a bunch of E-rankers doing there? Weren't they just offering their heads? I understand, they can't have gone far. I'll catch up. Shizu said understandingly, bade Fizz farewell, and headed for the Jura Great Forest. At the Freedom Association branch in the Kingdom of Falmouth, the same commission was posted. Several B-rank adventurers spotted it and accepted. The once peaceful Jura Great Forest had been thrown into chaos by Lin Ming's innocent act. Meanwhile, the diligent demon lord Qi, striving so humanity could survive, nearly burst a blood vessel reading the report. The demon lords had a pact. None were to set foot in the Jura Great Forest. The reason? Storm Dragon Veldora was sealed there, and no one wished to see him free again. That foolish dragon was simply too troublesome. All demon lords had agreed. The seal must remain untouched lest it weaken. 300 peaceful years, nothing must go wrong now. Masari, notify the demon lords. Summon the demon lords' banquet. Behind him, the maid dressed primordial green Masari frowned slightly. Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? HMPH. If Veldora breaks free, guess who'll be worked to the bone in the end? Masari understood. She had no wish to work overtime every day. So she immediately contacted the other 9 demon lords. While the outside world roiled with unrest, the true culprit remained blissfully unaware. Nazarick, an elegant and stately study. 4 people sat around a table. Lin Ming. Red Dragon. Susu. Red Dragon. Albedo, Red Dragon. Shuna. Who? 13 orphans. Albedo. They discard Red Dragon and you don't win. Yet the moment I do you call mahjong? Are you deliberately provoking me? Albedo slammed the table, glaring in fury. Oh dear, I'm still new. I didn't notice the first 2 red dragons tilde. Shuna spread her hands, smiling smugly. You? Albedo trembled with rage, but with Lin Ming present she dared not flip the table. Ahem. Harmony breeds wealth. Let's keep going. Lin Ming hastily smoothed things over. Once more the clatter of shuffling tiles filled the study. These past idle days, Lin Ming had taught them the quintessence of his homeland. Of course, he hadn't spent the whole time playing mahjong. The mountain of magic tomes borrowed from the Kingdom of Falmouth had all been devoured. Besides raising his MP to 670,000, Lin Ming had also mastered alchemical magic. For some reason, however, the system filed it under material summon. As a result, his summon all things gained a new effect. He could now summon magical items. Ordinary gear, healing potions, mana restoratives, teleport scrolls, could all be conjured. Occasionally something rare appeared. The Goblin General's horn, a one-use forbidden scroll, a spatial ring, and so on. Decent magical weapons popped up from time to time as well. By Lin Ming's reckoning, the skill might even summon world-class items one day. But this magic consumes a lot of MP, so Lin Ming can only draw 60 times a day. Since waiting for his MP to recover takes several hours, he can only kill time by playing mahjong. By the way, Lin Ming also looked through the books on forbidden magic in the Falmouth Kingdom's magic library. Most of these books were useless, containing mostly theories. However, after the system's evaluation, Lin Ming actually learned 2 super-tier magic spells. Sky and Earth Change, changes the weather and terrain, generally useless, can be used to show off. Advent of the Heavenly Host, can summon 6 Gatekeeper Cherubim, of level 80 or higher, which have excellent performance as tanks and also possess superb detection abilities. The effects of the 2 skills were average, but they definitely had a high cool factor. Since he got them for free anyway, Lin Ming was more than happy to accept them. As for the large number of magic books, they were temporarily handed over to Shuna to handle. She has a high talent for learning, so giving them to her was a way to make the best use of everything. For this purpose, Lin Ming specifically renovated the ancient library on the 10th floor. Shuna took on the part-time role of librarian for the time being. For the next 2 weeks, Nazarick was peaceful. Except for the fact that every time Lin Ming woke up, there would always be an extra person by his side, everything else was normal. Moreover, the number of personnel on the 9th floor also began to increase. They were all high-ranking demons with decent looks. As for how these people appeared, that would have to start from a week ago. That day, Lin Ming was wandering around Nazarick, and when he reached the 6th floor, he suddenly felt that not utilizing such a vast forest would be a complete waste of resources. Thus, Lin Ming began to summon monsters frantically. Some uncivilized or useless monsters were directly thrown into the great forest to fend for themselves, as well as some monsters with different living environments, such as elemental dragons, mermen, and black snakes. Lin Ming arranged for them to be in the floors that suited them. For instance, the elemental dragons were A-rank existences and were quite large in size. Based on the 4 attributes of Gale, Ice, Fire, and Earth Shatter, they went to the Magma World, the Frozen World, and the Wasteland respectively. Some aquatic monsters were placed in the underground lake on the 4th floor. And some cave creatures were placed in the graveyards of the 2nd and 3rd floors to guard them. Occasionally, there were some LV-70 monsters, or rather, demons with A-rank strength, such as the Werewolf Tribe, Minotaur Tribe, Rabbitman Tribe, Cat Ear Tribe, and so on. The males were tasked with reclaiming wasteland and growing food on the 6th floor. Furthermore, Lin Ming captured a large number of cattle and sheep from the plains outside and put these people in charge of raising them. He let them build their own houses from the timber they cut down, and Lin Ming would help them with some simple renovations. We're not some black-hearted company, after all. Although there's no salary, at least room and board are included, right? Some female demons were handed over to Albedo for management. Their main duties were cleaning the 9th floor and assisting Shuna. There were also many vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs with high edible value in the forest. Lin Ming also arranged for them to search for and transplant these. Additionally, for some floors without food, these maids were required to deliver food every day. As a result of his arrangements, Nazarick suddenly became quite lively. As for the matter of naming, Lin Ming was also proceeding steadily. But he could only name 1 or 2 people per day. After all, he didn't have a power bank like Storm Dragon to provide him with endurance. During these days, although Lin Ming's level hadn't increased, his strength was steadily rising. Due to summoning a large number of creatures, he acquired a vast amount of passive and active skills. There were so many skills that he had already lost count. Because of the passive bonuses, Lin Ming's character panel showed significant changes at this time. Character: Lin Ming class. Summoning mentor level, LV56. Status values HPMPSP, plus 6433, Strength, 680. Agility, 570 Constitution, 780 Intelligence, Unique Skill, Summoner. Inherent Skills: Savior, Advent of the Heavenly Host, Sky and Earth Change. Skills: Vast Sea Magic, Space Magic, Earth Magic. Thought Acceleration, Hellfire Magic. Passives: Martial Arts Mastery, Pain Nullification, Status Ailment Resistance, Body and Life. Endurance, Strength Boost, Rapid HP Recovery, MP Limit Increase. Looking at such a panel, Lin Ming was quite satisfied. Time passed quietly in peace and harmony. Until 1 month after Lin Ming arrived in the other world. The cooldown for his designated summoning skill refreshed. Lin Ming brought the 3 girls to the giant arena on the 6th floor, preparing to welcome the soon-to-arrive companion. As the magic circle expanded, a dazzling red light shot straight into the sky. Because it was random, Lin Ming didn't know who the summoned target would be. As the light gradually dissipated, a beautiful figure came into everyone's sight. She wore a black evening gown that looked soft to the touch. Her upper body was draped in a short cardigan adorned with lace and ribbons, and she wore long lace gloves, so almost no skin was exposed. Her exquisite features, which could only be described as those of a peerless beauty, were revealed. Her skin was like white wax. Because her long silver hair was tied to one side and hung down, it didn't cover her face at all, and her deep crimson eyes emitted an enchanting look of pleasure. Overall, she was a gothic Lolita. This person was none other than the guardian of the first to third floors of the Great Tomb. Shaltir Bloodfallen. Shaltir was an NPC created with a rigorous professional structure. Specialized in combat, she ranked first in comprehensive combat power among the floor guardians of the Great Tomb. This was also why she guarded 3 floors alone. Lin Ming was quite satisfied looking at the beauty before him. Nazarick's defensive power would receive a leap-forward improvement. At this moment, Shaltir's eyes were vacant, and a contract floated in front of her. Lin Ming hurried forward to sign the contract. Shuna and Susu behind him watched this scene curiously, but it was just curiosity. But Albedo's feelings were a mix of emotions. Her old rival had actually arrived so early, things were not looking good. For this past month, Albedo had her master all to herself, and the happiness had made her a bit carried away. Her position as the primary wife was not yet secure, and she absolutely couldn't let Shaltir's appearance mess things up. She secretly made up her mind. Just like before, after Lin Ming dropped his blood on the contract, it turned into a stream of light and entered the space between his eyebrows. Subsequently, Shaltir's character settings appeared before his eyes. After leafing through them briefly, biromantical. Necrophilia. Lin Ming's eye twitched. He felt like almost none of the NPCs in Nazarick were normal. Moreover, Shaltir's creator, Pararanchino, had given her some quite peculiar fetishes. Lin Ming made some simple modifications and then directly selected, confirm. In the next instant, Shaltir's blood-colored eyes immediately regained their spirit. Immediately after, Atilda my lord, my sole ruler, my beloved master. Saying that, Shaltir threw herself into Lin Ming's arms, constantly rubbing her little face against his chest. Shaltir, that's enough from you, fury burned in Albedo's eyes. Hearing the familiar voice, Shaltir let go and looked back. Oh my, if it isn't Albedo. So you're here too, Shaltir said dismissively. Albedo sneered. HMPH. I arrived a whole month before you. You're far too late. A month? So what? You don't seem to have changed much at all, Tilda? The pressure between the two continued to rise, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The atmosphere was incredibly eerie. Enough, Lin Ming growled. Now is not the time for bickering. Immediately, the two suppressed their auras, glanced at each other, and turned away with a cold snort. Shaltir, present. Shaltir immediately dropped to one knee, ready to receive orders. From now on, you will continue to guard the first through third floors of Nazarick. Also, dispatch your kin to gather intelligence outside. Here are 100 sentry wards. Place them in appropriate locations. By your command, my lord, as for your current residence, I will construct the death wax chamber on the 2nd floor for you as soon as possible. For now, stay on the 9th floor. Yes, Albedo, you handle the arrangements. Under Lin Ming's series of orders, everyone became busy once again. Returning to his room, Lin Ming calmed his mind and checked Shaltir's character panel. Name: Shaltir Bloodfallen. Title: Bloody Valkyrie. Alignment: Racial level: Vampire LV10, True Vampire LV10. Job level: Valkyrie, Lance LV5, Cursed Knight LV5, Cleric LV10, Others. Total level: LV100, Racial level 20 plus Job level 80. Equipment: Full Legendary Set, Divine Class Weapon, Spruit Lance. Skills: Mana Essence, Life Force Continuous Recovery, Greater Teleportation, Force Sanctuary, Maximize Magic, Vermilion Nova, Maximize Magic, Brilliant Radiance, Summon Kin, Magic Destruction, Blood Armed. Special Skills: Einherjar, Negative Impact Shield, Purifying Javelin, Time Reverse, Blood Pool, Blood Frenzy. After carefully reading through the character panel, Lin Ming clicked his tongue in amazement. Either way, he couldn't defeat her. Albedo was absolute defense, while Shaltir was absolute power. With the two of them here, the territory was now somewhat secure. Setting aside long-term goals, they were more than enough to deal with Clayman next door. Speaking of Clayman, he was currently worried about the upcoming Demon Lord's banquet. Inside a room that looked as if the electricity bill hadn't been paid, Clayman was staring out the window, muttering to himself. Why did this happen? Could my plan have been exposed? It makes no sense. Gelmit had only just begun his move. At that moment, a black portal appeared behind Clayman. Masari stepped out from it. Lord Clayman, the Demon Lord's banquet is beginning. Clayman snapped out of it, nodded, and followed Masari into the portal. On the other side of the portal was a circular meeting room. 10 chairs were placed around a massive round table. Sitting at the head was the Dark Emperor, Crenel Zalar. There was also the Destroyer, Milam Nava, the Labyrinth Fairy, Ramirez, the Wrath of the Earth, de Gruyuru, Roy Valentine, who was posing as a demon lord, the Sleeping Ruler, Dino, the Platinum Saber, Leon Cromwell, the Sky Queen, Frey, and the Lion King, Carrion. Plus the last to arrive, the Marionette Master, Clayman. At this moment, all 10 demon lords were present. Oh my, it seems I've arrived late. Clayman leisurely walked to his seat. No matter, the timing is perfect. Now then, since everyone is here, let us begin this meeting. With Chi's words, the demon lord's banquet officially commenced. Hey, Chi, is there something fun about this meeting too? Milam was very enthusiastic about such things. After all, she was quite bored. The others seemed somewhat uninterested. Ramirez was happily eating snacks. Dino was slumped over the table, half asleep, and the others were silent, resting with their eyes closed. The Jura Great Forest has begun to fall into chaos. I am concerned that something has gone wrong with Veldora's seal. As Chi spoke, everyone present frowned. Clearly, no one present wanted Veldora's seal to break. At this point, Frey spoke up. Has the cause of the riot been found? Chi gave Masari a look, and subsequently, a report was delivered to each person. According to my investigation, this matter is related to an otherworlder. A month ago, this person killed a curse holder in a counterattack, and the battle triggered a flood. Furthermore, upon leaving, this person plundered all the savings and books of the Kingdom of Falmouth. Afterward, he left the kingdom and entered the Jura Great Forest. As Chi reached this point, Clayman felt greatly relieved. It seems it has nothing to do with me. He then chimed in, asking, so, is this person the source of the chaos? Chi shook his head. One could say yes, and one could say no. Read the documents yourselves. It's explained very clearly inside. Everyone opened the report and read it carefully. To put it simply, it was a bloody incident triggered by the disappearance of a monster princess. At the end of the report was a portrait, and the person depicted was indeed Lin Main. After reading it, Frey asked, so, where is this person now? I don't know. He vanished along with his summons. Vanished? Correct. All leads have gone cold, and tracking magic can't find him. There must be a barrier shielding him. What a troublesome fellow. Then, Ramirez asked a key question. So is our meeting today about how to find this person? Chi shook his head again. While this person was the fuse, the key to the problem now is not him. Today's proposal is whether to abolish the non-aggression treaty of the Jura Great Forest, so that we may intervene directly and set things right. For a moment, silence fell over the meeting room once more. It wasn't that they disagreed, they simply didn't want to deal with this mess. The Lion King, Carrion, broke the silence. I agree with the proposal to abolish it, but my nation is too busy. I have no time to handle this. With Carrion leading the way, the others followed suit. +1, +1, +1, Chi's head throbbed, and several veins popped on his forehead. This generation of demon lords is truly worse than the last. Just then, Clayman broke the pattern. In that case, I have an idea. Chi's eyes lit up. Oh, let's hear it. We could find a suitable person to unify the Jura Great Forest. That way, they could keep the races within it in check. This way, we won't need to intervene too much, and the original agreement can be maintained. Clayman's proposal immediately garnered widespread approval. That's a good idea. I agree, Clayman, you really are a talent. Hearing the praise, Clayman smiled smugly. Well then, since my territory is on the edge of the forest, you can leave it to me to handle. Chi thought about it and felt it was indeed a good plan, so he nodded and agreed. My nation is also on the edge. I want to participate too, it sounds like fun. As if she had found a new game, Milam also looked eager to try. But as soon as she spoke, she was met with Chi's opposition. You stay out of it. Just leave it to Clayman. Huh? Why? Milam puffed out her cheeks in anger. You'll only get in his way if you go. Chi's words hit the nail on the head, and everyone nodded in agreement. This sudden demon lord's banquet ended very quickly. Clayman was unusually excited after returning to his territory. Ha 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 ha, it's as if the heavens themselves are helping me. Now I can openly implement the plan for the artificial demon lord. While some were happy, others were angry. Milam returned to her territory, cursing under her breath. Midrid and Hermes were both a bit confused when they saw her. What's wrong with her ladyship? I don't know, she's been like this since returning from the demon lord's banquet. Milam locked herself in her room, getting angrier the more she thought about it. Fool that she, He's making me so mad. Suddenly, she seemed to remember someone. The three demon lords, Milam, Clayman, and Carrion, had a grand plan. That was to strengthen their faction's influence by creating an artificial demon lord. The plan had already begun, and the implementer was the high-ranking demon, Gelmid. A mysterious person wearing a crow mask had approached Milam on his own initiative, wanting to serve her. This person had been active in the forest for a while now. Thinking of this person, Milam quickly used long-range magical transmission to call him. Hey, Gelmid, are you there? Gelmid, who was searching for a suitable target in the forest, was startled by Milam's sudden call. Yes, your humble servant is here. You know everything that's been happening in the forest lately, right? I do. You didn't tell me about something so fun, Milam said huffily. Well, in truth, Gelmid had already been bribed by Clayman, so he quickly explained. Your servant also just found out and was just about to inform you. HMPH, at least you're sensible. Hearing his words, Milam gave a satisfied huff. Remember, if anything fun happens next time, notify me immediately. Yes, your servant will definitely do his UTM. That's all then, hanging up. Without waiting for Gelmid to finish, Milam unilaterally cut the communication. In her room, Milam smiled triumphantly. HMPH, if you won't let me participate, I'll just go secretly. We'll see who dares to do anything to me then. Ooh-ha-ha-ha. On the other side, Gelmid continued toward his next target. His direction was precisely the Ogre tribe's village. Clan leader, there's news of the princess. Within the Ogre tribe's village, Suate quickly approached the red-haired uncle. The red-haired uncle stood up hurriedly. Really? I heard it from the traveling merchants of the Kobold tribe. Suate then recounted the whole story. Over these past few days, the Ogre tribe had been making inquiries everywhere based on Lin Ming's appearance, and they finally found a clue. Lin Ming had made quite a commotion when he entered the forest, but he just hadn't passed through the Ogre tribe's territory. However, the Kobold tribe, known as the most well-informed in the forest, knew about it. Furthermore, some tribesmen had witnessed the appearance of the leader. It happened to match the description provided by the Ogre tribe exactly. So, where is the specific location? The red-haired uncle asked urgently. The person's trail was lost at the plains on the eastern side of the forest. The plains? The red-haired uncle's brow furrowed. That distance is a bit far, and we'll have to pass through the territories of the Minotaur tribe and the Centaur tribe. Father, let's set out immediately, we can't hesitate anymore. Benimaru had been incredibly anxious these past few days. Now that they finally had a clue, how could they delay? Yes, no matter what, we must bring the princess back. The red-haired uncle nodded, and then led a group of ogres dashing toward the plains. The ogre tribe had 300 members in total. This time, they directly mobilized the village's 100 strongest to search for the princess's whereabouts. But just as the group reached the village entrance, their path was blocked by a mysterious demon. The red-haired uncle's brow was tightly knit. Who are you? Hee, my name is Gelmid. I've come to help you. A demon wearing a crow mask didn't look like a good person no matter how you sliced it. However, this person was indeed a named demon. He was definitely not simple. The red-haired uncle weighed his options and then asked, what do you mean by helping us? Ha, I can help you find people, and I can also help you become stronger. I can bestow names upon you. Gelmid looked at the group of ogres before him, his face full of smiles. A named person must obey the namer's orders. Gelmud's purpose in coming here was to subjugate the ogre tribe. But he was thinking too simply. The ogre tribe was one of the strongest races in the forest. They looked down on him entirely. We appreciate the sentiment, but we don't need it. As the red-haired uncle spoke, he ignored the man and led the warriors behind him toward the eastern side of the forest. Huh? Hey, don't leave. Hey. The ogres, anxious to save their princess, were in no mood to listen to his nonsense. No one paid him any mind. Seeing this, Gelmud's face darkened, as if he had been insulted. Refusing to give up, Gelmud gave a cold snort and quietly followed. By evening, the sun was setting in the west. The sunset glow in the sky was as brilliant as fire. But these sights were lost on Lin Ming. He couldn't see them from underground. At this moment, he was in an office, checking several virtual light screens. Those were the effects brought by the true sight wards that Lin Ming had given to Shaltir during the day. Shaltir's efficiency was very high. By summoning a large number of vampire kin, hundreds of true eyes were quickly placed throughout the forest. Although her kin were only level 70, they were smart enough to make up for it. Every one of them was an expert at getting things done. The kin had two forms. One was a white-clad humanoid form, and the other was the legendary, lamprey, form. I won't describe the details, if you know, you know. The kin had gone out today and gathered intelligence from various parts of the forest according to their orders. Finally, they reported back to Shaltir via sound transmission. In the office, everyone heard Shaltir's narration. They learned about the chain reaction that occurred after Shuna's disappearance. Susu was a bit confused. Master, why are these people still preparing for war even after learning the truth? Lin Ming shook his head slightly. It's the chain of suspicion. Chain of suspicion? Lin Ming explained. No one can guarantee the truth or falsehood of this news. They only see that other tribes are preparing for war. In this situation, all they can do is increase their own tribe's combat power to ensure nothing goes wrong. So that's how it is. Tilda as expected of Master, to be able to analyze it so thoroughly. Albedo looked at Lin Ming from the side with admiration. Susu also nodded in agreement. On the contrary, Lin Ming's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected his small action to cause such a massive uproar. Lord Lin Ming, is my father and the others okay? Shuna asked with some concern from the side. Don't worry, the ogre tribe's strength is such that they won't suffer in the forest. Lin Ming comforted her, but seeing her still worried expression, he added. Shaltir, send someone to find the ogre tribe and take a true sight ward with them. Keep a constant eye on their every move. As you command, Master. Lin Ming then handed a projection crystal that could show the ogre tribe to Shuna. With this, you can monitor your clansmen's movements at all times. Shuna took the crystal, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, my lord. It's nothing. Shaltir, is there any other intelligence? Master, my subordinates also discovered the traces of many insects, humans, who seem to be adventurers of this world. Don't worry about them. Understood. As if suddenly remembering something, Shaltir continued. There's one more thing. Many people are trying to find our location. Furthermore, their targets seem to be focused near the plains. That's normal. After all, the commotion I caused back then was huge. That was my oversight, but it's not a big problem. As long as the storm dragon is here, no one who poses a threat to us will appear. The storm dragon? Except for Shuna, the other three exchanged glances. Didn't I tell you guys? Everyone shook their heads. Lin Ming slapped his head. I forgot. Afterward, he informed everyone about the situation of this world. So that powerful aura was emanating from the storm dragon. Albedo looked enlightened. When she entered the forest, she sensed a powerful aura, but she didn't pay it any mind. This was the confidence derived from having absolute defense. Speaking of which, who do you think is stronger, the storm dragon or yourselves? Of course I am stronger. My lord worries too much. Shaltir answered without hesitation. I want to hear the truth. Shaltir awkwardly rubbed the tip of her nose. Alright, if judged purely by aura, I might not be his match. But in actual combat, I believe he wouldn't be able to defeat me. Shaltir's confidence stemmed from the top-tier equipment she wore and her all-rounder combat characteristics. But Lin Ming knew that Shaltir was definitely no match for the storm dragon Veldora. Furthermore, the storm dragon, sealed for 300 years, had limited magical essence remaining within its body. The aura currently emitted was not that of his peak condition. This was similar to what Lin Ming had previously guessed. Level 100 coupled with top-tier equipment meant her strength was roughly equivalent to an S-rank awakened demon lord. There was still a considerable gap until reaching the level of an S+ rank calamity. What about you, Albedo? With me here, I absolutely won't let him harm my master in the slightest. Albedo puffed out her chest and lifted her head, full of pride. I understand. At night, Lin Ming, who had been busy all day, was attended to by a group of rabbit-eared girls and cat-eared girls. He comfortably took a bath. After returning to his room, he lay down on the bed. In the middle of the night, as usual, Albedo quietly opened the door and walked into Lin Ming's room. She softly climbed onto the bed. Even though the sound was very faint, Lin Ming still sensed something unusual. But he didn't pay it any mind. He knew it must be Albedo sneaking in again. He had gotten used to this over the past month, treating her like an extra body pillow. After a rustling sound, sure enough, a body carrying a faint fragrance pressed tightly against his own. He paused slightly. This feeling wasn't right. Albedo wasn't wearing pajamas. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. What met his eyes were Albedo's hazy, intoxicating pupils. Albedo looked bashful and lightly licked her lips. Her sweet voice seemed capable of bewitching people. Shaltier's appearance forced her to speed up the process. Al. MMPH. Before Lin Ming could finish his sentence, he was blocked by soft lips. Albedo's eyes were filled with intense affection. This passionate action caught Lin Ming off guard. But since they had reached this point, there was no need for him to be reserved. After all, this was the girl he liked. Lin Ming could no longer contain the excitement in his heart, and he wrapped his arms around her slender, long, willow-like waist. The night was hazy, the stars were brilliant, and inside the room, spring scenery unfolded. The next morning, Albedo emerged from Lin Ming's room looking refreshed. A smile she couldn't hide was plastered across her face. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by Shuna, who was rubbing her eyes while leaving her room. Little Shuna's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't say anything. After all, this wasn't the first time she had seen this. It was just that today's Albedo seemed subtly different. But she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. "Good morning," Shuna greeted politely. "Morning, Shuna." Albedo replied with a smile. Shuna was instantly stunned. Unbelievable. This woman actually smiled at me. What is going on? The two of them usually bickered often. Today the sun must have risen in the west. Her attitude had completely changed. "What's wrong?" Seeing her spacing out, Albedo asked curiously. And nothing." Although Shuna felt a bit awkward, she quickly recovered. "I'm going to make breakfast for Master." Shuna, who was about to turn and leave, was stopped by Albedo. "No need. Just prepare lunch directly." "Huh?" Ignoring Shuna's astonished expression, Albedo's smile remained unchanged as she slowly walked away. Shuna looked at her retreating figure, her heart filled with confusion. "What does she mean?" Shuna murmured. Unable to figure it out, she quickly dismissed the matter. Inside the dining hall, with several maids standing ready to serve, Albedo was elegantly eating breakfast. Before long, Shaltier walked in. Her purpose for coming to the dining hall wasn't to eat, but because she knew her master would have breakfast here, so she came to wait. However, to Shaltier's disappointment, she didn't see any sign of Lin Ming. "Albedo, where is master?" "HMPH, he's resting in the room." Albedo drank her coffee with a calm expression, still wearing a faint smile. "Resting?" Shaltier frowned slightly, then suddenly sniffed the air. As a vampire true ancestor, how could she not detect the change in Albedo? You, how could you?" Shaltier stared at Albedo, utterly astonished, her face filled with disbelief. "Oh my, you found out." Albedo smiled faintly and put down her coffee cup. "Last night, you." Shaltier suddenly realized something, and her pupils contracted instantly. "You guessed correctly." Boom. Shaltier seemed to have suffered a tremendous shock. Her entire body swayed twice, and she nearly fell over. "Shaltier, you lost. The position of main wife is mine." The smile on Albedo's face gradually became exaggerated. The joy in her heart could no longer be concealed. "No, it's too early for that. As long as you two aren't married, it doesn't count." That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Taking Nazarick to the world of Rimuru Part 2. Shaltier took a deep breath, calmed down, and stared coldly at Albedo, speaking in a low voice. "Huh? Are you still trying to struggle? HMPH, did Lord ever say that the position of the main wife belongs to you?" The smile on Albedo's face froze. Shaltier's words were indeed correct. "Oh tilde ho ho ho, it seems I've hit the mark." As if victorious, Shaltier smiled triumphantly. "HMPH, don't get ahead of yourself. These things are only a matter of time." "Hey, we'll just wait and see." The two women's gazes collided in the air. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Then both turned their heads away and parted on bad terms, somewhere in the Jura Great Forest. Kabaru, Aren, and Guido had triggered something unknown. A massive black bear was following behind them. Roar. The three were running for their lives. "It's all Big Brother's fault. Why did you have to steal honey for no reason? Now we're in trouble. If we get caught, it's game over for us. Who knew your invisibility magic would fail? You two stop arguing and think of something. How about we try playing dead?" The three of them went back and forth with their suggestions. Just as the giant black bear was about to catch up to them, 3 fireballs suddenly appeared. Boom! The giant black bear was sent flying. The group could no longer run at this point. "That scared the life out of me." Kabaru plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Phew, are we saved? Oren also breathed a sigh of relief. A young girl wearing a mask appeared behind the three. The newcomer was none other than Izawa Shizu. I finally found you. Shizu drew her longsword, and flames immediately covered it. She swung the longsword, sending several fire blades toward the dazed giant black bear. In an instant, the black bear turned to ash and vanished from the land. Oren and the others were stunned, only coming to their senses after a long while. This person is so powerful, Oren said, swallowing hard. At least a rank strength. Kabaru nodded in agreement. Shizu sheathed her sword and came before the three. Are you all right? We're fine. Thank you for saving us. Oren hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Shizu looked at the three and gave a brief explanation of the situation. After hearing Shizu's account, Oren and the others finally understood that Shizu was sent by Fizz to bring them back. A B-rank mission was not something E-rank adventurers could handle. However, once Shizu discovered that the three possessed B-rank strength, she understood why they dared to take on this mission. For the sake of their safety, Shizu ended up joining this unreliable team in a daze. The three were quite skilled at gathering information and had already learned the sequence of events. They were now preparing to head to the plains to investigate the true identity of the culprit. Noon. Lin Ming slowly climbed out of bed. As expected of a succubus, she's too much to handle. After resting for half a day, his stamina had finally recovered to its maximum. Looking at the bloodstains on the sheets, Lin Ming shook his head. After getting dressed and pushing open the door, he had the maids change the sheets. After eating the lunch Shuna personally made, Lin Ming went to his usual office. Now that the number of people in Nazarick had increased, the matters needing attention also began to multiply. He was currently very short on talent capable of taking on major responsibilities. Albedo walked in carrying a cup of tea. Master, what is troubling you? Please do tell us, so that we may share your burdens. Lin Ming looked up at Albedo and took the teacup from her hand. After taking a small sip, I'm short-handed. If only Demiurge or Sebas were here, or even that penguin Eclair. Sigh. Lin Ming let out a helpless sigh. At this moment, everything in Nazarick seemed to be going well, but Lin Ming knew there were still too many things that hadn't been perfected. The guild's source of wealth, the defensive measures for floors 1 through 8, and the current food supply which was falling short of demand. Furthermore, the guild's current combat power was too low. Dealing with ordinary demon lords was fine, but it was somewhat insufficient against those who were slightly more powerful. Albedo walked behind Lin Ming and gently massaged his shoulders. Master, you could try a magic cooldown scroll. Lin Ming was taken aback. What is that? It is a type of magic scroll developed by Titus Aeneas Secundus, the chief librarian of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, who manages the ancient library on the 10th floor. What a long name. It can reduce the cooldown time of magic, and it's said to be quite rare. Lin Ming was somewhat excited upon hearing this. Do you have this scroll? I don't, but Shaltir might. After all, it's a magic item for enhancing combat power. She should have some on her at all times. Without hesitation, Lin Ming immediately used magic transmission. Shaltir, do you have any magic cooldown scrolls on you? I do, my lord, come see me immediately, by your command. While Lin Ming waited anxiously, Shaltir quickly arrived at the office. Looking at the 10 magic scrolls placed on the table, Lin Ming's heart couldn't help but throb violently. Shaltir, I need these scrolls of yours now, is that all right? Of course, it is my honor, then let's go. It seems quite a few companions will be coming today. As he spoke, he led the two of them toward the arena on the 6th floor. Lin Ming had only glanced at these scrolls earlier, and the system's appraisal function had provided a description. Magic cooldown scroll. Can clear the cooldown time of ordinary and special skills. Ineffective against forbidden curses and super-tier magic. Seeing this description, Lin Ming knew that this scroll would work. Although his designated summoning was very special, it definitely did not belong to forbidden curses or super-tier magic. Inside the arena, Lin Ming began to chant the incantation. The scroll in his hand turned into a white light and entered Lin Ming's body. The dimmed skills in the skill bar returned to normal. The magic circle slowly expanded again, flashing with a brilliant red light. A burly figure slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Cocytus. X3 from its appearance, it was a 2.5-meter long, light blue, giant upright insect that looked like a fusion of a mantis and an ant. Numerous sharp, icicle-like spikes grew on its back. The part corresponding to the mouth had the massive mandibles characteristic of insects. It had 4 arms. 2 arms held silver halberds, while the remaining 2 arms held a mace and a greatsword. Its entire exoskeleton was as solid as diamond. The personality it was endowed with was that of a warrior, and its attack power was the strongest among all the floor guardians. Lin Ming quickly stepped forward and completed the contract signing. The settings were not modified. The next moment, Cocytus's 4 eyes regained their luster, flickering with a faint blue light. 5th floor guardian of the great tomb of Nazarick, Cocytus, greets the supreme being. Looking at this fellow with a powerful aura, Lin Ming smiled and nodded. Welcome, Cocytus. At your summons, I shall arrive swiftly. Lin Ming opened Cocytus's character panel. Name, Cocytus. Title: Ruler of the Glaciers. Attributes: Racial level: Insect Fighter LV10, Vermin Lord LV10, Others. Job level: Swordmaster LV10, Asura LV5, Knight of Niflheim LV5, Others. Total level: LV100, Racial level 30 plus Job level 70. Special attributes: Toxic Saliva, Frost Breath, Total resistance to cold, Exoskeleton Fire resistance, Magic nullification, Physical nullification. Skills: Frost Aura, Wind Slash, Rakshasa, Kulikara Sword, Akala Strike, Razor Edge, Akala Heart Mantra, Frostfire Strike. Weapons: God Slaying Blade, Decapitating Fang, and 19 other weapons. Cocytus's attributes are insane. He is a literal weapon master. Furthermore, he has a hidden skill. He knows the effects of all weapons and items within Nazarick. Rise, Cocytus. Step aside for now, I need to continue the summoning. As you command. Lin Ming's eyes were full of fanaticism as he crushed another scroll. The light of the magic circle lit up once more. The progress is a bit slow, I'll speed it up a little. The light of the magic circle faded. A lowly wearing a white suit jacket, a white pleated skirt, and white stockings appeared in everyone's sight. Wait, mistaken, it was a young boy. Mare Bello Fiori, one of the guardians of the 6th floor. Setting: cross-dresser. He had golden hair with straight bangs, heterochromatic eyes, green on the left and blue on the right, and the long ears characteristic of elves. Mare spoke timidly, giving off a very cowardly impression. But in reality, this was just the setting created by Bukabukachagama. Mare was pitch black on the inside, the type who would apologize while unhesitatingly bashing your head in with a staff. Places that most other female NPCs detested, such as the Death's Room or the nest of the Kyohuko, didn't make Mare feel uncomfortable at all. Lin Ming did not change his settings and directly signed the summoning contract. A glint flashed in Mare's green and blue eyes, and he immediately knelt on one knee. GR greetings, the sole supreme one of Nazarick, Mare Bello Fiori reporting for duty. The boy still maintained his timid appearance. Rise. You also step aside for now. Yes. Mare's attributes were equally exaggerated. Despite his appearance, his strength was second only to Shaltir. Crucially, he possessed a world-class item, greed and desirelessness. A black demon gauntlet and a white angel gauntlet. One for storing experience, one for consuming experience. When a character dies nearby, wearing avarice and chanting an incantation, the experience points would appear as blue blocks of light from the deceased. The avarice gauntlet would then absorb and store these blue light blocks. And when using skills or items that require experience to activate, generosity can be used to trigger the effect. By consuming the experience stored in avarice instead of the player's own experience, skills or items could be activated. This was the key item for Lin Ming to break through LV100. In addition, Mare's staff, Shadow of Yggdrasil, was also a divine tier magic item, supposedly crafted from a branch of the world tree. Combined with his specialty in large-scale nature-type magic, he was undoubtedly the #1 mage among the guardians of Nazarick. Next, Lin Ming prepared to continue summoning. Ding, insufficient MP, please try again later. Lin Ming slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about the MP issue. He felt a bit depressed. The feeling of sitting on a mountain of treasure but being unable to use it was truly unbearable. But there was no good way around it for now. He could only wait until tomorrow for his MP to recover before continuing the summons. Lin Ming led everyone to the throne room. Sitting upon the majestic throne, combined with Lin Ming's cold and handsome face, he truly possessed the aura of a king. Cocytus, Mare, first of all, welcome. I originally intended to hold a welcome banquet today, but it seems we'll have to wait until the others arrive. Cocytus, kneeling on one knee, had eyes full of reverence. You're too kind. To have you consider us so much is truly our greatest honor. Yes, my lord, it's quite all right, Mare echoed. Lin Ming smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Cocytus, Mare, your residences will need to be reconstructed. If you need anything, you can tell me. Yes, Cocytus was the guardian of the fifth floor's glacial world. His original house was a large white sphere built of snow and ice. Whereas Mare's original residence was a giant tree. Being proficient in nature magic, it was very convenient for him to build a new one. Next, Lin Ming began assigning their tasks. Cocytus, in a while, I will summon some subordinates and hand them over to you for training. There will be many wars to fight in the future. I need you to train a large number of qualified warriors while guarding the fifth floor. Hearing this, Cocytus immediately bowed. I will do my utmost, my lord. Good, Mare, there are already many monsters and demi-humans in the forest. We'll leave them under your command for now. In short, I leave the fifth and sixth floors to you. As you command, my lord, Albedo, we'll leave the rest to you. Exchange information about this world with them. Understood. After making the arrangements, Lin Ming returned to his study to rest. As soon as he sat down, Susu rushed in. Master, quick, try this. It's a new delicacy I've researched. Susu walked in carrying a plate of green things that looked like caterpillars. This, Susu, didn't I tell you not to go into the kitchen? Lin Ming was somewhat helpless. I didn't go into the kitchen. I just went to Sister Shuna to get a pot. I caught all the ingredients in the forest myself. Susu's reasoned explanation actually left Lin Ming speechless. Looking at the caterpillars in front of him, he really couldn't bring himself to eat them. He could only call for backup. Shuna, come here quickly. What's wrong, Lord Lin Ming? Susu is making a scene again. Also, why did you give her a pot? Wasn't it you, my lord, who told her to come and get it? I see, ending the communication. Lin Ming looked with an unfriendly gaze at this seemingly innocent and cute little loli. Susu, are you sure Shuna gave you the pot? You didn't trick her out of it? Oh, of course Sister Shuna gave it to me, are you sure? In response, Lin Ming grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. This little girl has even learned how to lie. Ouch, master, be gentle, it hurts. Smack, smack, smack. In the end, Susu clutched her little bottom and left the room. When the maids outside saw this, they couldn't help but giggle. What are you laughing at? I just tripped, that's all, humph. Susu left in a huff, but clearly her heart was still set on her goal. Her great career as a god of cooking had only just begun. Inside the room, after disciplining the little girl Susu, Lin Ming put away the plate of caterpillars. Then he began to check the situation in various parts of the forest. Through over 100 true sight wards, a large number of images were displayed on a scrying mirror, and Lin Ming looked through them one by one. He soon discovered that many people were heading toward the plains. And they weren't far away now. Among them were some familiar faces. Isn't that Shizu? Why would she come here at this time, and those three are with her too? Could it be that some change has occurred in the human world that I'm unaware of? With such doubts in mind, Lin Ming began to ponder his future strategy. According to the screen, these people were still some distance away from the plains. Lin Ming did not want to expose the existence of Nazarick. At least not yet. He planned to set up a fake stronghold to confuse the public. The location would be placed right on the plains. This plain was a mandatory route for merchant caravans entering and leaving the Eastern Empire. Lin Ming still had quite a lot of equipment and items on hand. They would be perfect for trading. Mainly, the materials used for decorating the 9th floor previously were top tier, and the expenses were a bit high. The gold coins in his system were already running low. Furthermore, he needed materials to summon certain buildings, making trade with other nations inevitable. Lin Ming held a pen and paper, continuing to map out his future plans. Unknowingly, night fell. After a day of hard work, taking a bath was indeed the most comfortable thing. Inside the luxurious bathroom, Lin Ming let out a refreshed sigh. In the bath, besides Lin Ming, Albedo and Susu were also present. Susu seemed to have completely forgotten the lesson from earlier today, happily playing in the water and letting out bursts of silvery laughter. Albedo, on the other hand, seemed like a different person now, quietly soaking in the water with a slightly flushed face. After bathing and returning to the room, Albedo walked in quite openly. This scene happened to be witnessed by Shuna and Shaltir. As she closed the door, Albedo even winked at Shaltir outside. "Ah, I'm so furious." Shaltir gnashed her teeth and stamped her feet. "Shaltir, are you alright?" Shuna asked with concern. Having calmed down, Shaltir looked at the calm Shuna and asked with a hint of confusion, "Aren't you angry?" Shaltir didn't harbor any hostility toward this new member. On the contrary, she quite liked her. Though they had only spent a day or two together, Shaltir could see that Shuna and Albedo didn't get along very well. Since that was the case, they were allies. Facing Shaltir's counter-question, Shuna was even more bewildered. "Why should I be angry?" Looking at Shuna's innocent gaze, Shaltir seemed to understand a little. This is a battle over who exactly belongs in the position of Nazarick's primary consort. As the master's future concubine, the position of primary consort must never be yielded to Albedo. Shaltir spoke with righteous indignation. Concubine. Shuna's small face instantly turned beet red. While the two were talking, they both seemed to hear indescribable sounds coming from inside the room. Shaltir stamped her feet viciously again. Shuna's head was spinning now. Pure as a blank sheet of paper, she didn't know the meaning behind the sounds in the room. However, Shuna felt her ears getting a bit hot. Seeing Shuna like this, Shaltir said with some shock. "You couldn't possibly. What?" A hint of mischief flashed in Shaltir's eyes. Although she had never had a relationship with the opposite romance, she was already very experienced with the same romance. "Little Shuna, how about Big Sister teaches you some things you don't usually know today?" Saying this, Shaltir pulled the dazed Shuna into her own room. The moonlight tonight is exceptionally beautiful. The next morning, when Lin Ming opened the door with Albedo, they happened to run into the scene of Shuna and Shaltir leaving their room at the same time. Lin Ming and Shuna both blushed instantly. The former blushed out of embarrassment, while the latter was due to having learned many incredible things last night. Only Albedo and Shaltir remained calm and composed. "Ahem. Shuna, why are you coming out of Shaltir's room?" Well, I'm going to prepare breakfast." With that, Shuna hurriedly fled the scene. Looking at Shaltir, Lin Ming asked, "What's wrong with her?" "That's not important, master. I wonder if you are free to come to my room tonight." Before she could finish, Albedo interrupted her directly. Ho, Shaltir, whatever it is can be said during the day. Master is very busy at night and has no time to deal with you." Albedo ruthlessly shot Shaltir down. "HMPH, if that's the case, then forget it." After saying that, Shaltir gave Lin Ming a bow and then turned to leave. She actually didn't bicker back, which left Albedo momentarily unresponsive. Could she have taken the wrong medicine today? "Let us go as well." "Oh, okay." The atmosphere in the dining room was a bit subtle. But Lin Ming didn't pay it much mind. There were important things to do today. The group arrived at the 6th floor's arena. Everyone was there except for Cocytus. Even Susu followed along to join the fun. As Lin Ming crushed the scroll, the light of the summoning magic circle lit up once more. A young boy dressed in a white suit, a girl dressed like a boy, appeared before everyone's eyes. "Sister!" Mare cried out in surprise. Ora Bellafiora, Mare's twin sister. Also of the dark elf race, she had short golden hair and long ears. She had heterochromia opposite to Mare's, with her left eye blue and her right eye green. Her settings described her as a girl with a boyish, lively, and extroverted personality, who also dressed like a boy. Lin Ming was delighted to see that he had randomly summoned Aura. He needed to establish a stronghold next, and having Aura around would save a lot of effort. Immediately after, Lin Ming signed the summoning contract. Consciousness instantly returned to Aura's eyes, and she knelt on one knee. Guardian of the 6th floor of Nazarick, Ora Bellafiora, greets the Supreme Being. "Rise, Aura." "Yes." Aura gave a bright smile and greeted the other guardians nearby. "Hey, you're all here." Everyone nodded to her in greeting. Except for Shaltir. "Oh my, I thought the one coming would be Demiurge. I didn't expect it to be you, Shorty." Aura immediately bristled. "HMPH, so it's you, fake chest woman." Shaltir's pretty face instinctively turned red, and she covered her seemingly impressive chest. After all, that was an effect created by using countless breast pads. Shut up. That's still better than having nothing at all like you. Hee, I'm only 76 years old, while you're undead and will never grow. How pitiful, Tilda. You should just be satisfied with the little you have now. Chikuso. You're asking for it. Afterward, the two lawless ran off to the side to argue. Pararanchino, who created Shaltir, and Bukabukachagama, who created Aura, were siblings who also argued like this frequently. Therefore, the characters they designed were also given settings where they couldn't stand the sight of each other. Since Lin Ming had not changed their settings, the two still enjoyed bickering upon meeting. He just let them be and began checking Aura's attributes. Aura's ability positioning among the Guardians was bottom tier in solo combat, top tier in group combat. She was ranked first in agility among the Guardians and was known as the King of the Jungle. As a beast tamer, Aura liked to collect all sorts of magical beasts. She had about 10 to 20 beasts under her command that were level 80 or 90. Other magical beasts were too numerous to count. Furthermore, she herself possessed the picture of mountains and rivers, a world-class item. It can seal enemies within a scroll. If the enemy escapes from the scroll, ownership of the item will transfer to them. Currently, a large number of monsters are sealed within this item. She had brought them all along with her. Her commonly used weapon is a beast-taming whip. She also possesses a passive skill that allows her to exhale breaths that can simultaneously exert strengthening and weakening effects. After using this skill, the effects can be extended to an incredible distance. Once these buffs are applied to the monsters in her hand, their overall team combat capability will reach an extremely terrifying level. After understanding Aura's abilities, Lin Ming crushed another magic scroll. The two who were still arguing fell silent when they saw the magic circle light up. Soon, a tall, thin man dressed in a suit appeared within the magic circle. He was about 180 centimeters tall, with skin that was dark as if frequently tanned by the sun. His features leaned toward an oriental look, and his slicked back hair was quite black. His eyes were obscured by round framed glasses, but Lin Ming knew that beneath the glasses were two colorless gemstones. True diamond eyes. Dressed in a British-style suit, he gave off the impression of a very capable businessman or a professional like a lawyer. However, even dressed as a gentleman, it was difficult to hide his evil aura. Behind him was a tail covered in silver metal plates, with 6 spikes at the tip and flickering pale black flames surrounding it. The newcomer was none other than Demiurge, the king of over-interpretation himself. The moment the contract was completed, Demi knelt elegantly on one knee. Demiurge, guardian of the 7th floor of Nazarick, offers absolute loyalty to the Supreme Being. Very good, Demiurge, Albedo, notify Cocytus to come to the throne room for a meeting. As you command. The throne room. Lin Ming sat upon the throne, looking at the group kneeling on one knee below. He felt somewhat excited. These are 6 awakened demon lords. Possessing such terrifying subordinates, one would be practically invincible in this world. But that's not actually the case. If he were to fight Milam, Lin Ming estimated it would be a 50-50 split at best. Therefore, he still needed to keep a low profile, develop silently, and make his fortune quietly. Rise. At this moment, Lin Ming set aside his usually gentle personality. After all, as the sole supreme being, he had to maintain his dignity before his subordinates. Now, several of Nazarick's top powerhouses on the surface had gathered. With sufficient manpower, he could begin to take action. Everyone, this world is different from our original world. There are existences here that we currently cannot defeat, we must prepare accordingly. First, the greatest threat is the demon lords. As Lin Ming spoke, everyone understood the severity of the situation. Demiurge, present. Behind the mountain range where we are currently located is the territory of Clayman, one of the 10 great demon lords. Familiarize yourself with this world first, and in 3 days, you will go to gather intelligence. You are the most suitable person for this matter. Demiurge seemed to think of something, and his heart jolted. I see, as expected of the ruler's deep foresight. I understand, good, as long as you understand. Lin Ming somewhat understood Ain's Ooal Gown's bewilderment whenever he encountered Demi. He simply felt that Demiurge had the highest IQ and was the most reliable, so sending him to investigate would surely not lead to exposure. However, it seemed Demiurge had thought of something else entirely. But whatever, it was just Clayman anyway. Mare, Nazarick is located in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, but I feel it is still not hidden enough. Next, use nature magic to conceal the entrance. Yes, Lord Lin Ming, Aura, I need a town of appropriate size to be built on the plains outside. I'll leave this matter to you. No problem, Shuna, you will take over the logistics. Me? She had just come along today to see the excitement. She thought cooking and reading books was fine, but now her good days were over. That's right, you can do it. I understand. Shuna noticed that the looks the people around her were giving her were a bit scary, so it was better to reluctantly agree. The work for everyone else remains unchanged. Yes, X3. Then, that's all for today. Lin Ming wanted to say the meeting was adjourned. As it turned out, someone seemed dissatisfied. Master, what about Susu? You haven't assigned a task to me yet. Lin Ming scratched his head. It seemed there wasn't much she could do. We are currently a bit short on food. You should be able to recognize plants like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Go look for them in the mountains. If you find any, bring them back to plant. I get to go out. Yay, Lin Ming always felt this girl was unreliable. Shaltier, send someone to follow her. Yes. Well then, that's all for today. You probably haven't seen each other in a long time, so go ahead and catch up. After saying that, Lin Ming left the area. With Lin Ming's departure, the guardians began to chat amongst themselves. Speaking of which, do any of you have magic cooldown scrolls on you? Shaltier interrupted the group's catching up to ask the question she cared about most. Do you need them? I happen to have 2 left on me. Demiurge took out 2 scrolls engraved with profound patterns. Shaltier was quick and snatched them away. Demiurge, consider this a favor I owe you. I'm taking the scrolls. They're just 2 scrolls, not particularly precious items. If you want them, take them. Demiurge didn't think much of it. Albedo, on the other hand, frowned, realizing things were not that simple. Shaltier, are the scrolls intended for the master? Naturally. I happen to be going to the master's place now, let me take them over. HMPH, I will deliver them personally, no need for you to worry. Immediately, Shaltier put the scrolls away, looking as if she would absolutely not hand them over. The others didn't quite understand why Shaltier was so insistent, but since it wasn't a big deal, they didn't say anything. Alright everyone, catching up ends here, I need to set out. Saying that, Demiurge prepared to get up and leave. Elder Cocytus was somewhat puzzled. Did the master not say to familiarize yourself for 3 days first? Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Demiurge paused his steps and gently pushed up his round-framed glasses. Do you really think Lord Lin Ming's plan is only this much? Having said that, Demiurge walked out of Nazarick with elegant steps. Everyone was stunned by his words and began to ponder the meaning behind them. Aura tugged at her hair. Arg! What exactly is this guy trying to say? Can't he finish talking before leaving? Only Albedo's expression remained unchanged among those present. She could read Demiurge's thoughts. These 2 were the wise ones of Nazarick. Only they could understand Lin Ming's plan. Alright, since Demiurge didn't say, he naturally has his reasons. We just need to obey the master's orders. Albedo interrupted the group's speculation. Everyone nodded and did not continue to ask. Afterward, the group dispersed, as they still had many things to handle. Back in his office, Lin Ming was flipping through Demiurge's character information, which he had forgotten to check earlier. Name: Demiurge. Title: Creator of the Blazing Hell. Attribute: Racial level: Imp LV10, Archdevil LV5, Others. Job level: Chaos LV10, Prince of Darkness LV10, Shapeshifter LV10, Others. Total level: LV100, Racial level 35 plus Job level 65. Racial skills: Command word: Dimensional Lock, Wall of Hellfire. Aspect of the Devil: Giant Demon's Arm. Aspect of the Devil: Razor Sharp Claw. Aspect of the Devil: Tentacle Wings. Aspect of the Devil: Robes of Purgatory. Aspect of the Devil: Eight-limbed Godspeed. Skills: Frost of Judecca, Flames of Gehenna, Hellfire, Intestines into the Incense Burner, Fire and Brimstone of Sodom, Morning Star of the Dawn, Complete Fire Resistance, High Temperature Blood, 3-stage Transformation, Magic Nullification. After reading Demiurge's information, Lin Ming suddenly remembered something. Demiurge is an archdevil, so who holds a higher rank between him and a primordial demon? Lin Ming was looking forward to what interesting things would happen when Demiurge and Diablo met. Half an hour later, Lin Ming finished processing the documents that needed to be handled today. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have nothing left to do. Bored, he prepared to go out for a walk. With a thought, Lin Ming teleported to the entrance of the burial grounds. At this moment, Mare was using nature magic, and large patches of towering trees rose from the ground. The land also began to transform, completely enveloping the valley. The sky was also obscured by illusion magic. The path leading to the outside world turned into a massive cave. An illusionary barrier was also applied to the cave entrance. From the outside, it looked like a rock wall. Lin Ming did not disturb Mare's work and quietly left the area. Walking down the mountain path, he soon saw the plains. The plains were extraordinarily bustling at this moment. Aura, holding a whip, was commanding thousands of large beasts. The world item in her hand, the picture of mountains and rivers, contained 100 special spaces. Aura was a magical beast collection freak, and the number of beasts locked inside the picture was countless. At this time, she summoned all those suitable for work. Some were logging, while others were digging foundations. Because the magical beasts were massive, the project progressed very rapidly. However, Lin Ming was slightly dissatisfied, because there were no materials like cement. The houses built, while delicate, were all made of wood. They had the flavor of a primitive tribe. Although it was meant to be a town to deceive others, Lin Ming also hoped the buildings would look more aesthetic. So, he immediately called Aura over. "Why have you come, Lord Lin Ming?" Aura appeared quite surprised to see Lin Ming before her. "It's nothing, I just came to take a look. By the way, Lord Lin Ming, I've encountered some problems on my end." "Materials?" Aura nodded, her expression somewhat worried. "I've already sent people into the mountains to search for ore veins. We're currently short on large amounts of iron and lime." Lin Ming rubbed his chin. "As for iron, I have some here, but lime won't be as easy." Saying this, he took out a large pile of copper and iron he had summoned using summon all things when his level was still low. "Most of these are scrap materials and will need to be smelted again." "It's all right, Lord. I have a gold-eating beast under my command. As long as I let it eat them and spit them back out, they can be used." "All right, then I'll leave them to you. As for the lime, I'll find a way." Lin Ming instructed with a smile. "Rest assured, Lord Lin Ming, leave it to me." "Good, continue with your work." Lin Ming returned to his study and began to think about the material issue. He knew there were 2 mines near the sealed cave to the west. One was limestone, and the other was iron ore. Those were important resources for the Demon Lord to build the Jurid Tempest Federation in the future. Lin Ming began to think, should I go borrow some? After thinking about it, he decided against it. The distance was too far, and transportation would be too troublesome. Besides, the scale of the mountains they were in wasn't small. They would eventually find ore veins. Or, should I go buy some first for the emergency? After considering it, Lin Ming decided to make a trip to the Eastern Empire. As the oldest country in the other world, the Eastern Empire's national strength ranks first in the world. The country's belief is, strength is everything. The full name of the empire is, Nazca Namrium Ulmeria United Eastern Empire. Established by the Emperor, Rudra Nam ul Nazca. The nation's power is so immense that almost all demon lords dare not contend with it. Some have even been defeated or dominated. The Curse Lord Kazarium and the Combat Power Measurement Unit Clayman. Besides the 3 major battle groups under Rudra, who have tanks, there is also a secret unit. The Imperial Emperor's Royal Guard Knights. Although there are only 100 or so, every person in the top 10 sequence is a saint, possessing the strength of an awakened demon lord. Coupled with the 4 Imperial Knights who transcend awakened demon lords. At this moment, Nazarick is simply not enough in the eyes of the Eastern Empire. It's hard to say what will happen later. This time, Lin Ming is only going to the border to trade some supplies and will not provoke any disputes. Thinking of this, Lin Ming prepared to set off. Coincidentally, Albedo walked over at this time carrying a cup of coffee. "Albedo, you've come at the right time. I'm going out for a couple of days. Nazarick will be left in your care for the time being." "By yourself?" Albedo said hurriedly. "Yes, this operation needs to be secretive. Having too many people is inconvenient." "How can that be? It's too dangerous for you to be alone." Lin Ming waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm not going there to fight, it'll be fine." "But," Albedo hesitated, her words trailing off. "Be obedient," Lin Ming said sternly. "All right." Albedo nodded. She knew she couldn't stop Lin Ming. In that case, she could only follow the arrangements. "Without further ado, I'm setting off now." After Lin Ming finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Still in a white magic robe, holding a wand in his hand, and a long sword tucked into his waist. Beneath Lin Ming was an ordinary black grassland horse, and man and horse walked low profile across the plains. For this trade in the Eastern Empire, he had quite a few good things on him. The most valuable item was a legendary grade staff he had snatched from Larson after killing him. This old man possessed strength even greater than the pig-headed emperor. His teacher was also the chief archmage of the Eastern Empire, though he is currently missing. This was also the reason why Lin Ming had been so cautious back then. And as one of the top experts in the human world, the equipment and items on him were all good stuff. Anyway, when Lin Ming left, Larson was stripped bare. Everything except his underwear had been taken. There were quite a few pieces of equipment, potions, and items in his backpack. An ordinary chamber of commerce wouldn't be able to accept these things. Lin Ming thought about the issue of how to trade as he traveled. The black horse beneath him was very fast. Lin Ming applied haste magic, fleetfoot, agility boost, rapid march, endurance. With the stacking of numerous buffs, the black horse reached the peak of its life. It took only half a day for Lin Ming to cross the plains. A simple village appeared before his eyes. The village wasn't large, but the buildings were very tidy. A fence surrounded the village, and farmers were busy plowing the fields. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. There's actually wheat here. In a nearby field, a large number of wheat seedlings were growing, appearing as if they had just been sown recently. If he could bring back the seedlings, Nazarick's food problem could be completely solved. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Just as Lin Ming walked into the village leading his horse, he was stopped by a burly man. Uncle, I'm just passing through, but I saw that you grow wheat, so I came over to take a look. Hey, what's there to see about wheat? It's not like it's some rare thing. The man waved his hand and turned back to continue his work. Then can I buy some seeds from you? Not selling, the man replied bluntly. Why, didn't you say it's a common thing? Lin Ming was stunned. Don't misunderstand, young brother, it's not that we won't sell, but that we don't have any. Only the Lord has these seeds. Every household has a quota. The village chief called it some kind of Farmers' Cultivation Act or something. It's to prevent big landlords from appearing, or so they say. We don't really understand it, we just plant whatever amount we're given. If you want to buy some, young brother, you can go to the city and ask around. Alright, thank you then, uncle. Lin Ming cupped his hands in a salute and turned to leave. To be honest, Lin Ming was somewhat shocked. This management style was exactly the same as the one from the real world. The Eastern Empire had over 1,000 otherworlder summoners. It was perfectly normal for one or two of them to have studied modern management. However, Rudra had actually implemented it. Lin Ming continued toward the city. He encountered several other villages along the way, and the situation was the same in all of them. No wonder the Eastern Empire was growing stronger and stronger, unlike the Western nations, which still used obsolete management methods. By evening, Lin Ming arrived at the city gates. He had wasted some time visiting a few villages along the way, but he had also gathered a lot of information. This was the territory of a count named Jess Andrew. This city was the first hub for trade between the Eastern Empire and the West. The city was named Andrew. Due to its excellent geographical location, there were numerous chambers of commerce within the city. At this time, there were many merchants queuing at the city gates, looking travel-worn as if they had come from very far away. Lin Ming also joined the queue to enter the city. He looked at a vendor ahead of him, though she looked more like a fallen noble lady than a merchant. She had delicate features and a curvaceous figure, with wheat-colored skin likely from years of traveling. A typical merchant's fake smile played on her face, and she wore a light blue dress. At the moment, the young woman was arguing with the guards at the city gate. Are you kidding me? The entry fee for other caravans is only 10 silver coins. Why'd I have to pay 1 gold coin? Hey, a mere merchant dares to haggle with the city defense force. The guard gave a disdainful sneer. Then, looking at the girl's enchanting figure, he couldn't help but gulp. If you don't want to pay, that's fine too, but you'll have to join us for a few drinks tonight. How about it? The guard chuckled, his eyes gleaming. The men beside him also began to smirk wickedly. Seeing the wretched expressions of these thugs, the girl trembled with rage. You fools, the girl hissed through gritted teeth. Observing all this, Lin Ming shook his head silently. He had just finished praising the Empire's system, and not even half a day later, he was being proven wrong so blatantly. It was getting late, and Lin Ming didn't want to be delayed here. Miss, if you want to enter the city, I have a way. Lin Ming suddenly interjected. The girl's eyes lit up. What way? How much is the cargo in your carriage worth? The girl's eyes darted around as she immediately understood. She replied, 10 gold coins. Seeing Lin Ming frown slightly, the girl thought she had quoted too high a price. If you want it, I can make it cheaper. To her surprise, Lin Ming simply took out 10 gold coins and tossed them to her. The reason Lin Ming had frowned was that he hadn't expected 2 carriages worth of goods to cost only 10 gold coins. It was too cheap. These belong to me now. You can enter the city. Holding the heavy gold coins in her hand, the girl was dazed. All these things together were worth no more than 3 gold coins, yet this person bought them without even blinking. Could he be the foolish son of some landlord? Are you sure? Stop talking. I'm in a hurry. Lin Ming didn't bother with her anymore. He walked up to the guard and said, I want to enter the city. Where did this brat come from, ruining my fun? You want to enter the city? Humph, the entry fee is 10 gold coins. The guard spoke arrogantly, acting as if Lin Ming was nothing. Lin Ming's expression remained calm. I'm just one person. The entry fee is 10 gold coins? Hee, for just yourself, it's only 10 copper, but with these 2 carriages, it's 10 gold. The guard sneered. Aren't you rich? 10 gold should be very cheap for you. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Then he realized a serious problem. He didn't have any copper coins on him. He only had 1 or 2,000 gold coins left in his bag. So, Lin Ming returned to the girl. Do you have 10 copper coins? The girl was stunned, unsure of what he was trying to do. But she still took out 10 copper coins from her bosom and handed them over. What are you doing? Lin Ming didn't say much. He took the 10 copper coins and tossed them to the guard. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the 2 carriages vanished into thin air. He then swaggered toward the city interior. Seeing Lin Ming's actions, the girl was dazed for a moment before she reacted. Holy crap, you can do that? The guard was stunned. Only a mage could do something like that. He had actually offended a mage just now. The thought filled him with lingering fear. If this were anywhere else, that man would definitely not have lived to see tonight's moon. But in the Eastern Empire, Lin Ming decided to keep a low profile, so naturally, he wouldn't lower himself to deal with such a petty person. The girl suddenly realized that this man seemed to owe her 10 copper coins. In the eyes of a profiteer, it wasn't just about 10 copper coins. As a qualified profiteer, how could she let herself suffer a loss? So, she caught up with him, followed by her attendants. Hey, wait for me. Looking at the girl who had caught up, Lin Ming frowned slightly. Is there anything else? Pay me back? The girl held out her hand, looking completely justified. It's only 10 copper coins, is this really necessary? It's not about whether it's 10 copper coins or not. Anyway, I don't care, pay me back. I don't have any. Lin Ming rubbed the bridge of his nose. He didn't have the spare time to play games with her. Besides, he really didn't have any copper coins to pay her back. If you don't pay me back, I'll just keep pestering you like this. The girl acted completely unreasonable. Suit yourself. Lin Ming shrugged his shoulders and turned to walk away. To his surprise, the girl paid her hired hands and dismissed them on the spot. Then, she really did stick to Lin Ming's heels like a shadow. Actually, the girl was mainly curious about what this landlord's foolish son was up to. Since her goods were sold anyway, she had nothing better to do. Hey, what's your name? The girl asked, her voice full of interest. It was better not to reveal his real name while traveling, so Lin Ming gave a random name. Li Feiyu. What a strange name. My name is Asia, thanks for earlier. But business is business. You still have to pay back those 10 copper coins. Lin Ming shook his head. This Asia really was relentless. Ignoring her, Lin Ming observed the city's surroundings. The architectural style of this city was very unique, with a strong flavor of Eastern elements. Furthermore, the Eastern Empire was a nation where technology and magic coexisted. As a result, there were many unexpected things in the city, such as automatic doors, elevators, and display screens. These were all products of the combination of magic and technology. At this moment, the girl also noticed Lin Ming's actions. Have you never seen these things before? Lin Ming nodded slightly. I've seen them, just not in this world. Asia was stunned. Are you an otherworlder summoner? Something like that. Then tell me quickly, what is your world like? I've never met an otherworlder before. Asia was clearly very interested in this, chirping away with non-stop questions. Lin Ming was annoyed to death by her, so he said, in our world, there are 7 righteous sects and 6 demonic cults. Everyone has the ability to fly through the sky and burrow through the earth, but the righteous and demonic factions have been at war for years. An epic legendary world was eloquently narrated by Lin Ming. Asia listened with great interest, her blood boiling with excitement. Lin Ming's description made her feel as if she were right there, experiencing it firsthand. Before they knew it, the two arrived in front of a tavern. Alright, if you want to know what happens next, I'll tell you if fate allows. Leaving those words behind, Lin Ming walked into the tavern. The tavern's decor was exquisite, with various artworks hanging on the walls, and the staff wore romantic clothing. It was clearly a very legitimate tavern. Asia looked at the tavern sign, Peach Blossom Tavern. Her small face turned slightly red, but deeply attracted by Lin Ming's story, she only hesitated for a moment before following him inside. Welcome. The hostesses in uniforms greeted them politely. But seeing that the newcomer was a woman, they were all stunned. Could she be here for a job interview? Asia ignored them and walked straight toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't expect this woman to still be following him. He turned back to look at Asia. Big sis, it's just 10 copper coins. Is it worth being this persistent? What, big sis? Asia rolled her eyes. Is big sis a term used for a young and beautiful girl like me? Lin Ming curled his lip and ignored her again. Arriving at the bar, give me a glass of your most expensive wine. Please wait a moment. The waitress at the bar smiled and handed Lin Ming a glass of wine. Lin Ming took the glass and sniffed it. There was actually whiskey. The Eastern Empire truly was developed. Holding the glass, he found an empty spot and sat down. At this time, Asia also followed and sat next to Lin Ming. Hurry up and tell me the rest of the story, Asia asked, staring at Lin Ming's profile. Another day. Lin Ming took a sip of wine and said calmly. Just then, 3 or 4 romantic and enchanting waitresses surrounded Lin Ming, their voices soft and flirtatious like chirping birds. Master, do you need someone to drink with you? Hey handsome, want to have a drink together? We're much more interesting than this little girl beside you. Asia was pushed aside by these women. She glared at Lin Ming and said, you pervert. But even so, Asia didn't leave. Lin Ming sighed and casually tossed them 3 gold coins, sending the women away. It's not easy making a living out here. You really are a landlord's foolish son. That was 3 gold coins. How about I drink with you? I'm cheap, only 50 silver coins. Asia leaned in, blinking her eyes at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was suddenly between laughter and tears. No money. Asia huffed, TCH. I don't believe you. What do you need so much money for? My ancestors were all farmers for generations. I'm scared of being poor. Why does that sound a bit familiar? By the way, are you a local? Lin Ming suddenly changed the subject. Not really, I'm just a traveling merchant around here. Then do you know which chamber of commerce in the city is the wealthiest? Chamber of Commerce? Asia was stunned. You want to go to a chamber of commerce? Yeah, to trade some things. Lin Ming nodded and continued, it would be best if you know someone there. Asia pondered for a moment and then said, I advise you to forget it. Chambers of commerce are quite unscrupulous. Lin Ming looked at Asia in confusion. How so? If your stuff isn't valuable, it's fine. That's just a normal transaction. But if it's too valuable, HMPH, then it's hard to say. Hearing Asia's words, Lin Ming's eyebrows twitched. The most important thing for a chamber of commerce is its reputation. If they do that, wouldn't no one trade with them? Only if someone is able to get the word out. The power behind a chamber of commerce isn't small. Silencing witnesses is easy for them. Don't you know about it? And you're still alive and well. Asia gave a mysterious smile. That's why this is a secret. 1 piece of information for 10 gold coins. Pay up. Lin Ming. I think you're even more unscrupulous than those chambers of commerce. Who told you to ask me? This kind of intelligence is worth this price, Asia muttered. Clink clank. Looking at the 10 glittering gold coins on the table, Asia's eyes sparkled. I was joking, but you actually gave it, then I won't be polite. Lin Ming didn't care about these mere 10 gold coins. He had to think big, and this information was indeed worth the price as it would save him a lot of time. Didn't you say you had no money? As expected, a man's words can't be trusted. Lin Ming shrugged, I wasn't lying. When you asked for copper and silver coins, I really didn't have any. I'm so poor that all I have left is gold coins. Big brother, does your family need someone to clean the toilets? I'm very hardworking, and I only need 1 gold coin a day. Boss, please take me with you. Asia grabbed Lin Ming's leg, pleading bitterly. Get lost. Lin Ming really didn't know what to do with this thick-skinned woman. Be normal for once, yes, master. Asia immediately sat up straight obediently, even changing the way she addressed him. Rubbing his temples, Lin Ming got straight to the point. I'm asking you, besides a chamber of commerce, where else can I quickly sell the items I have? Master, you really do have some treasures. Stop talking nonsense. You can go check out the black market. Lin Ming frowned. Black market? The kind where everyone is masked and no one knows who anyone is. And then trade on the spot, leaving immediately once the deal is done, without any lingering? Asia nodded. Master, you know so much. As if stepping into a role, Asia seemed like a different person and started blowing smoke. Furthermore, the black market also has a coliseum, a slave market, auctions, information trading, and the like. To be honest, the black market is much more reputable than a chamber of commerce. Who founded such an organization? That's not clear. Do you know where the black market is? Hehe. Asia didn't speak, but her eyes had already turned into the shape of money signs. Lin Ming generously tossed her 10 gold coins. Thank you, master. Asia happily accepted the gold coins and then gave Lin Ming a wink. The location? It's in the slums in the south of the city. I'll take master there. Alright. Afterward, the two left the tavern and disguised themselves. Wearing masks, black cloaks, and black hoods, the two appeared in the southern slums. This was the lowliest gathering place in Andrew City, where countless filthy, foul, and rotten smells filled the air, even making one feel nauseous. Asia nervously grabbed the corner of Lin Ming's clothes, as if afraid someone would discover her. Lin Ming glanced at her. Aren't you quite familiar with this place? Why are you so nervous? Aren't you nervous with so much money in your pocket? What if we get robbed? Asia spoke with sound reasoning, and Lin Ming was momentarily unable to refute her. The two of them walked deep into the slums along the dilapidated streets. Suddenly, a thin boy darted out from the side of the street and stumbled toward Lin Ming. Save me! Before Lin Ming could act, Asia stepped forward and kicked the boy away. The boy struggled to get up from the ground, and a dagger fell out from his clothes. Clearly, the scene just now was a facade. Scram! Asia barked angrily, and the boy immediately fled in a panic, leaving the scene without even picking up his weapon. You could even detect that Asia was just an ordinary person and shouldn't have known any magic perception skills. In response, she simply said one thing: practice makes perfect. You haven't done that before too, have you? Every kid who has stayed in the slums has done it. It's better than starving to death. Lin Ming looked at her in surprise. Are you an orphan? You're the orphan, your whole family are orphans. Asia seemed to bristle, shouting and yelling at Lin Ming. If you're not, then you're not. Lin Ming shrugged and stopped asking. Soon, the two of them arrived inside an alley. A dim light glowed from a house at the end, and several fierce-looking guards stood at the door. The two were stopped. What are you here for? One guard pointed a blade at them and asked in a cold tone. Asia answered with practiced ease, doing business. A cloud in the profound northern sky. A crow falls into a flock of phoenixes. Go on in. Lin Ming's lips twitched when he heard their code. What a familiar-sounding code. After entering, they wound through several more alleys before the space suddenly opened up. It was a street no different from an ordinary market, surrounded by pedestrians in various disguises. Various stalls were set up along the street, selling all sorts of things. Materials from magical beasts, blood-stained weapons, and glass bottles containing unrecognizable potions. Asia led Lin Ming toward an inconspicuous shop. Inside, a rather elderly man sat behind the counter dozing off. Beside him sat a girl who looked to be 15 or 16 years old. She wore a clean long dress, which seemed completely out of place with her surroundings. Seeing customers arrive, the girl opened her eyes and stepped forward with a smile. Would you two like to buy something? Caroline, it's me. Asia took off her face mask. She clearly trusted the person before her, exposing her face to the girl. Oh, it's Sister Asia. You haven't come to see me in so long. Caroline lunged forward happily but quickly realized something. She looked at Lin Ming. My friend, Li Feiyu. Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Caroline. Hello. Lin Ming gave her a polite nod as a greeting. The shop's interior was somewhat dilapidated. The magic weapons, mana gems, and potions on display didn't look like much. However, through the system's appraisal, Lin Ming discovered that the effects of these items were much better than those at the stalls outside. Do you buy equipment here? Lin Ming got straight to the point. Of course. Caroline walked over to the dozing old man and shook him vigorously. Old man, we've got work. The old man woke up groggily. Boss, stop shaking. My old bones aren't as sturdy as when I was young. You're shaking me apart. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. He had thought the old man was the owner. He hadn't expected such a young girl to be running a shop alone in such a chaotic place. Out of curiosity, Lin Ming asked Asia beside him, what's your friend's background? She's quite something. HMPH, of course she is. Asia raised her head proudly. Caroline is a genius. She became an sorcerer at 16. Impressive, right? Lin Ming rolled his eyes. She's the impressive one, what are you so proud for? None of your business. Lin Ming curled his lip, not bothering to argue with her. Instead, he looked at this genius girl with interest. In this world, someone who can use one system of magic is called a mage. The most common are fire mages. If they can use 2 systems of magic, they are called sorcerers. 3 systems make a magister, like the deceased Larson, who was a powerful magister. Anything above that is as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. By now, the old man had come to the counter under Caroline's urging. What do you want to sell? Take it out and let this old man have a look. Lin Ming casually took out a rare-grade longsword and handed it over. The old man held his hand over the weapon, and a faint magical glow emerged from his wrinkled hand, enveloping the surface of the longsword. Mages with high talent wouldn't waste time learning this kind of non-lethal appraisal magic. But since this magic was indispensable, some people saw a business opportunity. Some mages with poor talent would specifically study appraisal magic to make a living. After only 5 seconds, the glow faded. A rare magic longsword, enchanted with the sharpness's effect. Good quality. Boss, you give the estimate. Caroline nodded. Since you're Asia's friend, I'll give you 30 silver coins. This price was close to what Lin Ming had estimated. No problem, it's just, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Thinking Lin Ming was dissatisfied with the price, Caroline frowned slightly. Just what? I have over 1,000 pieces of equipment like this, can you take them all? As soon as Lin Ming spoke, the 2 girls burst out laughing. Asia clutched her stomach, unable to even stand up straight. My lord, I know you're rich, but over 1,000 weapons? You think this is a wholesale market? Lin Ming shook his head helplessly. Without wasting words, he made a loud thud. Piles of magic weapons crashed onto the floor, instantly filling the small shop to the brim. Asia's smile froze on her face. Caroline's eyes widened, and she stared at the magic weapons in a daze. This, how many gold coins do you think these weapons are worth? Caroline swallowed hard. On the street, the doors of an inconspicuous shop were tightly closed. Inside the shop, Lin Ming lay comfortably on a rocking chair. Beside him, the 2 girls were diligently massaging his shoulders and legs. My lord, is this pressure all right? Lin Ming took a leisurely sip of juice. It's fine. My lord, you see, it's not easy for me to run a shop. Could the price be 30 silver coins per piece, wholesale price? Lin Ming raised his hand to stop Asia from continuing. The main thing is I don't have that many gold coins. Can I write an IOU? No wonder these 2 women were friends. They were both thick-skinned. No deal. How about? While Caroline was constantly haggling, the old man was busy beyond belief. The light of appraisal from his hands never stopped. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the old man said breathlessly. Boss, it's done. A total of 1087 rare magic weapons. This old man is exhausted. Subsequently, under Caroline's persistent wheedling, the price was lowered to 29 silver coins and 90 copper each. When Caroline produced 315 gold coins, Asia beside her was dumbstruck. Wow, who knew you were a little rich girl, Caroline? Cut the jokes, that's several years of my savings. Come help move these goodies to the storeroom. It took Caroline and the others more than half an hour to tidy the shelves. Seeing they were done, Lin Ming continued. Do you buy magic potions here? Having been burned once, Caroline grew wary. Heh, sir, why don't you tell me how many you've got for sale? Lin Ming took 3 vials from his storage ring and set them on the table. Red, healing elixir. As long as you're still breathing you'll be back to full health. It can even regrow severed limbs. Blue, mana potion. Instantly restores all magical essence in the body. Yellow, berserk brew. Warriors only, triple strength briefly, no side effects. What? Caroline's pupils shrank and her breath caught when she heard the descriptions. Magic potions were already precious enough. These 3 on the table were the most potent she'd ever seen, rarities among rarities. The old man nearby looked at Lin Ming as though staring at a monster. Old timer, can you appraise them? The old man smiled confidently. HMPH, boss, don't underestimate me. He stepped forward, picked up the healing elixir, examined it, and finally nodded. The color's unusual, but it's definitely a restorative potion, and judging by the energy inside, this gentleman's telling the truth. Boss, the price won't be low. What about the other two? The mana potion checks out, but I've never seen this berserk brew before. Sir, may I taste a drop? Lin Ming nodded. The old man lifted the berserk brew and took a tiny sip. He squinted as if savoring something. Moments later he opened his eyes, expression unreadable. Well? Caroline asked. Tastes good. No, I mean the effect's good. At that, dollar signs flashed in Caroline's eyes. I'm going to be rich, she secretly cheered. She spun toward Lin Ming. Sir, I've got a bold idea. Don't tell me you want to write an IOU. Sir, you're sharp. Hey. Caroline was out of cash. Even if she had any, she couldn't afford the potions. By her reckoning, 10 gold a bottle would still have buyers fighting for it. These were lifesavers at crunch time, but no amount of wheedling worked this round. Lin Ming wasn't a sucker who handed out money for fun. So Caroline played her last card. Sir, I'll pledge my most precious possession. When I've earned enough I'll redeem it. Lin Ming looked her over carefully. She was indeed starting to fill out nicely. Seeing his gaze, Caroline blushed. What are you looking at? That's not what I meant. What's that? You, pervert. Amused by her shyness, Lin Ming stopped teasing. So what is it? Let me see. Caroline hesitated, then pulled a bead from her bosom. I found this by chance. It's how I learned dual element magic. But I have no idea what it's called. Lin Ming took the bead and studied it, sensing nothing unusual. System, appraise. Item. Source of magic power info. Seals a soul fragment of? Effects. Raises magical essence affinity, plus 20% magic attack, plus 30% final MP. MP region becomes 1% every 3 minutes. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, insane stat boosts. Even crazier, the region was percentage-based. So even if his MP later hit the hundreds of millions, it would refill in just 5 hours. An absolute god item for drawn-out fights and big ultimates. With it, his summoner skills would never run dry. He could churn out gear and items at will. Caroline, how about this? Give me the trinket and I'll make you, our guild's agent, deal? Guild? Agent? Caroline and Asia clearly didn't grasp the business opportunity hidden in those words. What does an agent do? Simple. I'll hand goods to you for disposal. I set a fixed price. How much profit you squeeze out is up to you. You shoulder no financial risk, sell however many, remit the base cost for those sold. I'll even arrange transport and personal protection. The two women were stunned by his pitch. There's really such a good deal in this world? Asia could hardly believe it. There is, you just never ran into it. Look how lucky Caroline is. Asia couldn't argue. Caroline did seem favored by fortune. Finding money on the street happened to her all the time. Asia had seen it herself. Under Lin Ming's explanation Caroline wavered. But I still wanted to rely on it to break through to Magister. Kid, leaning on outside help for everything won't take you far, trust yourself. Persuaded, Caroline agreed to the deal. And when Lin Ming produced over 300 magic potions, the bargain felt brilliant. That wasn't the end. Next, the freshly tidied counter sprouted all kinds of magic scrolls. There were single-use teleport scrolls, one-off storage scrolls, plus defense, attack, support, everything. These were unique to Nazarick. No one in this world possessed the technique. After Lin Ming explained their functions, everyone was shocked anew. The old man exclaimed repeatedly, cross-century paraphernalia, unbelievable. Even the Empire's R&D department couldn't craft scrolls like these. Kid, who exactly are you? Hey, I won't ask you, so don't ask me. Lin Ming smiled without answering. The old man started, pondered a moment, then said, understood. Asia found their riddle-like exchange odd. What are you two talking about? The old man merely smiled, neither denying nor confirming. Lin Ming simply replied, your IQ wouldn't get it. HMPH, I don't even care to know. Ignoring her, Lin Ming told Caroline. That's all for now, I'll send more later, you got more? Just another 100 million drops. Oh, and take this. Lin Ming pulled an exquisite scroll from his robe. This is a sealing scroll, capable of sealing any magic within it. It can save the chanting time for magic. It can even instantly cast super-tier magic. Currently, this scroll contains Lin Ming's super-tier magic, Summon Celestial Army. This item is very rare. It's the only one. It has a spell sealed inside. If you encounter danger, crush it. Lin Ming had no one to spare to protect her right now, so this scroll was enough. Besides, there was a mysterious old man here, so it wasn't a big problem. Thank you, Master. Caroline took the scroll and carefully put it away. I still have some special grade equipment, do you need any? Lin Ming mentioned it casually, but it made Caroline's eyes light up. Yes. Another series of this time the quantity wasn't as exaggerated, only about 20 or 30 pieces. But each one was a masterpiece. The equipment Lin Ming wore was of this caliber. He naturally had better, but that would be too ostentatious. Wow, what a beautiful magic cloak. I really want this ice crystal staff. There's even the rarest magic jewelry. This necklace is so beautiful. Caroline excitedly rummaged through the pile of equipment, getting more and more thrilled as she picked. As if all these things belonged to her. Lin Ming saw through her thoughts and warned, don't think about pocketing them. Don't worry, I have a good reputation. Caroline patted her chest and promised. However, her expression looked a bit off no matter how you looked at it. Finally, another hour was spent organizing these miscellaneous items. And after setting the price for each item, everyone realized. The items Lin Ming brought were actually worth as much as 5,000 gold coins. That was equivalent to the entire assets of a small country. This made Caroline uneasy for several days afterward. After handling these matters, Asia led Lin Ming towards the black market auction house. Lin Ming still had the two most valuable legendary grade items to sell. At the end of the street was a huge circular building. The first floor was the Colosseum, the second floor was the auction house, and the basement was the slave market. No one knew who built this building, but it was just like a shopping mall in the real world. Master, we're about to go in. Asia pulled Lin Ming. What's wrong? The entry fee here alone is as high as 1 gold coin. I've never been in, so I'm not familiar with it, hee. Lin Ming's mouth twitched. I'll pay the entry fee, is that okay? Haha, Master is so generous. Let's go, I'll also go in and see the world today. After paying 2 gold coins, the two directly entered the Colosseum on the first floor. Many people had already gathered here. It was completely different from the smoky, noisy, and chaotic scene Lin Ming had imagined. The Colosseum was very quiet. All the guests sat in the audience seats, staring intently at the arena. Lin Ming looked up. In the arena, a bare-chested big man stood. His body was covered in scars, and he looked like he had suffered a lot of torture. The big man's opponent was a blind giant tiger. Every time the big man narrowly dodged the giant tiger's attack, the audience would exclaim repeatedly. Lin Ming speculated that most of those who came here were mentally twisted nobles. Those noble women, noble young ladies, and the like seemed to particularly enjoy this kind of thing. Lin Ming didn't pay much attention and walked straight to the second floor. The second floor was also quite spacious, and a waiter greeted them as they entered. Welcome, what service do you require? The waiter asked respectfully. She was actually wearing a split cheongsam with an oriental charm. Her thighs were quite fair. I have 2 pieces of equipment I'd like to auction. Please follow me. Lin Ming and Asia followed the waiter to the reception room on the second floor. Soon, an energetic appraiser in a suit walked in. He first politely greeted Lin Ming and Asia, then sat down. Which 2 items are you planning to put up for auction? Lin Ming took out Larson's magic robe and staff. There was even a little bloodstain on the clothes. This is. The appraiser seemed a little surprised. Could this be legendary grade equipment? That's right. The appraiser rubbed his hands excitedly. As a treasure appraiser, he knew full well what legendary grade equipment represented. They were treasures that could become national-level artifacts. Of course, national here refers to small countries. For the Eastern Empire, they wouldn't be much to look at. Sir, the equipment is fine, but what about this bloodstain? We're already doing business in the black market, what do you think? Understood. Then, as the auction house's appraiser, can I set the reserve price at 1,500 gold coins per item? Yes, just set it as you see fit. This is our auction house's SVIP VIP card, please keep it safe. There's an auction today, so the 2 of you can wait in the VIP room for a moment. Led by a waiter, the 2 were taken to a beautifully decorated private room. In front of the private room was a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, allowing them to clearly see the outside situation from their seats. Lin Ming waved away the cheongsam-clad lady who was winking at him. Only he and Asia remained in the private room. Master, what is your background? You're selling legendary grade equipment just like that. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Asia pouted, fine, don't tell me. Actually, Lin Ming got 4 items from Larson. He kept a ring and a necklace for himself. He couldn't help but sigh again. The Farumis kingdom was truly rich. Meanwhile, in a certain room on the 3rd floor. Knock knock knock. A melodious and pleasant sound rang out. Come in. The door was pushed open, and the appraiser from before walked in. Boss, someone is auctioning legendary grade equipment. Legendary grade. The woman, who had been lazily lying on the sofa, immediately sat upright. Can you discern his background? The appraiser pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. I have a guess, but it might not be accurate. The woman picked up a slender pipe from the table and took a light puff. Called Tilda. Tell me. Then the appraiser began to analyze systematically. The legendary grade magic robe this person brought has a trace of blood, clearly from murder and robbery. And the one killed was a powerful magister. Otherwise, an ordinary mage wouldn't be able to wear such equipment. It was rumored a few days ago that Larson, the chief mage of the Faruma's kingdom, was killed by an otherworlder. It's highly likely that this guest is that person. The woman pondered for a few seconds. So, it's Larson's equipment being auctioned? Almost certainly. Do you think we should? Hee hee. The woman suddenly laughed, playing with the pipe in her hand, an enigmatic expression appearing on her face. She stood up and stretched lazily. Interesting, take me to see. In the private room, Lin Ming waited for a moment, and soon the auction began. Under the illumination of the lights, a beautiful woman with a romantic figure, wearing a black cheongsam, slowly ascended the stage. The woman's black hair was coiled at the back of her head, with a few strands of bangs left on her forehead, making her appear particularly gentle. A melodious and pleasant sound rang out. Especially those eyes, clear as autumn water, capable of snatching the very soul from anyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm tonight's auctioneer, Natasha Lauren. I declare the monthly auction officially open. Before the echo of her words faded, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Didn't expect Lauren to host today. Glad I came. Tell me about it. Haven't seen Lauren in 3 months. Lauren, when will you put yourself on the block? I'd bankrupt myself to buy you. Unfazed by the teasing, Lauren smiled and replied. My lord should visit often, perhaps I'll be part of the next lot. With that, she tossed the crowd a bewitching wink. Instant wolf whistles answered her. A seasoned veteran, Lauren took it in stride and continued unruffled. Enough chatter. Let the auction begin. First item, armored lizard scale mail. Opening bid. 20 gold. The instant Lauren finished, a portly middle-aged man raised his paddle. 30 gold, Lauren. I love you. Fat rolls piled atop fat rolls, the man bellowed without the faintest self-awareness. Neighbors shook their heads in disdain and jumped into the bidding war. 50 gold. From the likes of you? The rabble haggled non-stop while the price skyrocketed. Eventually a balding man clinched it for 200 gold. A set worth 40 at best. Under Lauren's fluttered lashes, prices routinely doubled or tripled. This woman's no simple beauty. Lin Ming rubbed his chin, thoughtful. He knew the pitch, had seen plenty in his past life. Don't tell me this joint's run by fellow transmigrants? Here he kept spotting things from his previous world. Code phrases, architectural styles, business models, and yes, keepows. What are you muttering, my lord? Asia's voice at his ear snapped Lin Ming out of it. Nothing. Let's keep watching. So cryptic, the auction rolled on, soon showcasing all manner of goods. Lin Ming found them lackluster, far too weak. He casually picked a few pretty trinkets as gifts for the girls back home. Before long the sale neared its end. Next, the penultimate item of the night. A legendary staff, rare beyond measure. Opening bid, 1,500 gold. The hall exploded the instant the words left her lips. A legendary tier item, didn't see that coming, last one I recall was 2 years ago. Still, that price scares most folks off. The crowd buzzed, mostly elite adventurers. Heads of factions wanting to groom their protégés. Or merchants seeking foot traffic centerpieces for their shops. But 1,500 gold wasn't pocket change, 1,550. A cloaked, diminutive man opened the bidding, 1,600. 1,680. Bids soon pushed past 2,000 gold. Lin Ming watched quietly from his seat, unmoved. Pocket money, nothing more. When the figure hit 5,000, voices thinned. 5,500. A low, steady voice rang from the left of the dais. Competitors froze, turning right to identify the speaker. There sat a burly man in black, skin-tight garb. A silver mask veiled half his face, leaving only his eyes visible. Most present didn't recognize him, but a few pupils shrank in clear shock. On stage, Lauren knew exactly who he was. What's he doing here? She murmured, brows knit. The auction had to continue. Lauren feigned ignorance. 5,500 from this gentleman, any higher? 5,700. 6,000. Time wore on until 10,000 gold was on the table. Only the masked man and a spherical fellow remained. Asia whispered. The orb was Andrew City's top trade guild magnate. No wonder he could stay in the fight. Yet sweat beaded on the fat man's forehead, he was flagging. When the stranger called gold, the orb collapsed in his seat and yielded. Then congratulations to this sir for winning the legendary staff. Lauren herself delivered the staff into the masked man's hands. What brings your lordship to my humble venue? Nothing, just passing through. Understood. They conversed in silence via spell-transmitted speech. Back on the rostrum, Lauren presented the final lot. Now for tonight's grand finale, a legendary mage robe. At her cue, an attendant carried up a tray. As we all know, legendary gear is scarce, legendary armor even more so. I'll spare you the sales pitch, you're all connoisseurs. Opening bid 1,500. Let the contest begin. Paddles lifted around the hall the moment she finished. Lin Ming rose. No point watching further. But that's your own gear, don't you want to see the result? No need. These folks will top out at gold, nothing to see. With that, he left his seat. In the reception lounge he waited for the auction to close. Soon an attendant entered with 3 heavy chests. He flipped the lids. Inside lay glittering piles of gold. Sir, your 2 items fetched gold. After the 10% commission, here's gold. Please verify. Lin Ming nodded and swept the chests into his sleeve with a flick. Stop gawking. Let's move. He strode outside. Asia hurried after. Have a pleasant day, sir, and please come again. Outside, Lin Ming didn't rush off. Come. Let's browse the slave market. M'lord, you don't have that kind of hobby, do you? He shot her a glare. That's where your mind goes. She giggled. Then why visit such a place? To buy slaves? Well, obviously, ignoring her, Lin Ming headed straight for the underground level. Dim lights greeted them. The space resembled a vast multi-zone parking lot. Each section held iron cages draped in black cloth. The moment Lin Ming stepped down, a short, rat-faced dwarf scurried up to him. Honored guest, what kind of slave would you like to purchase? Show me your most expensive slave. Hearing this, the dwarf grew excited. The priciest? Haha, right this way. The dwarf led Lin Ming to a cage. He lifted the cloth, revealing a pitch-black panther cat inside. The creature was sleek, radiating ferocity, its gaze sharp as a hawk's and its claws razor-edged. The tail fur bristled like steel needles, clearly a deadly beast. Lin Ming raised a brow. This is our premium specimen. Cost us a fortune to acquire? The dwarf fawned. Sir, she's a beastfolk. He produced a ring. A curse bound the panther cat, with a flourish of the ring. Red light flared over the creature and it shrieked in agony. When it lay near death, it shifted into human form. A healthy-skinned girl with short black hair framing delicate features. 2 cute black panther ears topped her head. A fluffy black tail hid her modesty. She stared at Lin Ming, cold and wary. Naked, she couldn't hide the faint ridges of abs across her stomach. Sir, what do you think? Lin Ming nodded approvingly. Fine, I'll take her. Thank you immensely, sir. The dwarf unlocked the cage and removed her shackles. 100 gold coins, sir. Lin Ming tossed him a heavy pouch. The dwarf wisely handed over the control ring. Lin Ming flicked a black cloak into the cage. Put it on and follow me. Silent, she donned the cloak. Cursed, she knew escape was impossible. She stood behind him, eyes still icy. Lin Ming liked her reaction. He appreciated clever people. Any more beastfolk like her? Some, though lower quality. Show me. The dwarf obliged, leading him to another cage. Larger than the first, it held 3 petite leopard girls. The older girl's pupils shrank at the sight, pain flashing across her face. These leopards are about 10, pretty, supple, and docile, the dwarf rattled on. Triplets, sir, rare. What do you say? Lin Ming glanced back. You know them. She stayed silent. Better they remained caged than be sold off one by one. Once she escaped, she'd return for her sisters, but the dwarf was happy to talk. They were caught together, sir, of course they know each other. How many were taken? Just these 4. Fine, I'll take them. Lin Ming paid another 200 gold. The cage opened, the 3 little ones huddled in fright. Since you know them, look after them. The girl rushed forward and hugged them. Are you hurt? They shook their heads. we didn't cry, sis. She stroked their hair. Good girls, stay quiet and follow me. Okay. X3 Lin Ming was impressed, such proud little cubs. With training they'd make fine warriors. Any other beast folk? Non-humans will do. The dwarf grinned lewdly, rubbing his palms. We do, sir, long-eared race slaves. That's basically trafficking elves, the dwarf chuckled. Sir, this is the black market, money buys anything. Lead on. They stopped at another cage. Behold, sir. The dwarf pointed inside. A girl of 16 or 17, snow-skinned and golden-haired, with clear bright eyes, classic beauty. Her long ears marked her as long-eared. How did you catch her? Trade secret, sir, fine. I'll take her. After more browsing, Lin Ming's entourage kept growing. The dwarf's grin stretched ear to ear. Never had he met such a free-spending client. Yet Lin Ming frowned. Only women, no men? Men? So sir prefers the sturdy type, easy. The dwarf's gaze turned suggestive. Asia nearby couldn't stifle a laugh. What's funny? Nothing, she waved. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered to explain. The dwarf led him into a room. Male slaves were packed in, over a dozen to a cell. All beast folk, sir, strong and ready. He thumped his chest in assurance. Lin Ming swept his gaze. Brawny men in hide shorts, horned, dog-eared, tiger-eared, many scarred. Some bore fresh wounds, others ugly blade tracks. I'll take every last one, however many you got. Eh? The dwarf gawked, then beamed. You're sure? Forget picking. I'll clear you out, except humans. The dwarf stared, certain he'd misheard. Sir. Spare me. Take the money and move. Gulping, the dwarf squeaked. Why yes, sir. Deliver them outside the city by dawn, half now, half on completion. No problem, none at all. Good. I'll take this lot with me. As you wish, sir, safe travels. Lin Ming waved and left the market with 7 girls in tow. The dwarf wiped sweat and scrambled to obey. Today's haul, thousands of gold, would keep him rich for life. Outside, Lin Ming led the group from the black market. Master, where to now? Somewhere to sleep. Ooh, we understand. The girls behind him turned pale at the implication. As expected, is there still no escaping his clutches? The group walked toward the most luxurious hotel in the city. When a group of people dressed in black robes entered the hotel lobby, the staff was immediately startled. They thought they were there to cause trouble. Since their status as slaves could not be exposed, Lin Ming had them temporarily cover their faces with hoods. A lobby manager walked over somewhat fearfully and said tremulously, May I ask what you all are here for? What else would one do at a hotel besides stay the night? Lin Ming shot him an annoyed look. Hurry up and arrange rooms for me, then go get some food and hot water. Under the pressure of gold coins, the man immediately called the staff to serve the group. Lin Ming booked the largest presidential suite. It had multiple rooms, which was more than enough to accommodate them. Led by the manager, everyone arrived at the room. My lord, is there anything else you require? Prepare some food and bring it over. Certainly, please wait a moment. Lin Ming waved his hand, signaling the manager to leave. Asia, go buy some suitable clothes for them. After that, you all can do as you please. I'm going out for a while. Huh? Why me? After tossing Asia 100 gold coins, she scurried off happily. Lin Ming also left the room and headed toward the outskirts of the city. Having equipped the source of magic power he obtained from Caroline, Lin Ming's MP had recovered to its maximum value. Time waited for no one. He prepared to leave the city to perform a summoning. The young girls in the hotel room looked at each other in bewilderment. He just left like that. What does this mean? They couldn't quite understand. At that moment, one of the little leopard girls spoke up. Sister, let's take this chance to escape. The other girls of the long-eared race were also tempted. No, this is likely a test. That man might be nearby, watching our every move. Besides, as long as the curse remains on us, he can track our movements using the rain. Running away is useless. The atmosphere in the room dropped to the freezing point. It was already 11 p.m., and the city gates had long since closed. Naturally, this was no obstacle for Lin Ming. If it weren't for the city's barrier, he could have left directly using space magic. After leaving the town, Lin Ming arrived at a spot in the countryside. To avoid making too much noise, he set up a barrier in advance. Lin Ming crushed a magic cool-down scroll with practiced ease. The light of the summoning circle flared up, and a powerful surge instantly rippled through the surroundings. Fortunately, with the barrier blocking it, the disturbance wasn't too large. Soon, an elderly gentleman dressed in a black tailcoat appeared before Lin Ming. Sebastien, the butler of Nazarick, responsible for managing the daily affairs of the 9th floor and the 10th floor. He is the direct superior and captain of the battle-maid squad, the Pleiades. His race is Dragonoid and his class is Monk, also possessing a level of LV 100. Sebas's combat power is in the 3rd tier among the Guardians, alongside Cocytus and Albedo. The three of them have a rock-paper-scissors relationship. Sebas, who excels in close combat, counters Cocytus. Cocytus, with his high burst damage, counters Albedo. And Albedo, the strongest shield, counters Sebas. However, as a Dragonoid, Sebas has a transformation ability, and his combat power increases after transforming. In his Dragonoid form, Sebas's combat power reigns supreme over all the Guardians. At the same time, in Nazarick, where humans are generally despised, he is one of the few who is relatively friendly toward them. After the contract was signed, Sebas immediately knelt on one knee and bowed. Sebastien greets the only supreme being, Lord Lin Ming. Rise, Sebas. I have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. My apologies, this subordinate has arrived late. No matter, it was not your fault. Step aside for now, I must continue the summoning. By your command, Lord Lin Ming. Lin Ming took out another magic scroll and crushed it. The character that appeared this time was someone Lin Ming hadn't expected. A giant kidney. Victim, whose appearance resembles a pink kidney, has 2 wings like withered branches on his back, a small tail, and an angel's halo above his head. As a part of Nazarick's ultimate line of defense, which is the most mysterious 8th floor. As its guardian, Victim possesses extremely specialized abilities. Furthermore, these abilities can only be activated after death, so his level is very low. He is only LV 35. During the game era, the Ains Ul Gaon Guild once faced a large-scale invasion of 1,500 players. Ultimately, around 1,200 people reached the 8th floor of the Great Tomb. All guild members engaged in a final decisive battle against the invading players here, completely wiping them out. And Victim played a crucial role in this battle. Upon death, Victim releases a wide-range crowd control skill, Absolute Imprisonment. It was precisely because of this effect, along with the traps of the 8th floor, that they were able to defeat 1,200 players. The original work didn't specify the exact skill, only mentioning movement restriction, so it's speculated to be a wide-area absolute imprisonment method. After Lin Ming signed the contract, Victim, floating in the air, bowed slightly. Guardian of the 8th floor of Nazarick, Victim greets the Supreme Being. You also step aside for now. I will explain things to you in detail later. By your command. The skill, designated Summoning, would consume about 300,000 of Lin Ming's MP. Having equipped the source of magic power, Lin Ming's total MP had exceeded 900,000. So now, he could summon once more. After the light flashed this time, a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared before the three of them. The young woman wore a romantic maid outfit, her hair in golden waves, her figure slender, and she wore black stockings. However, it was all an illusion. Solution Epsilon, a member of the Pleiades, a man-eater among the maids. Her body is composed entirely of slime and tentacles. Her interior is actually hollow and can store items. As a slime, she possesses the ability to selectively dissolve prey, allowing her to bury the prey, humans, entirely within her liquid body to slowly digest them. The reason Solution eats people isn't due to hunger, but because she enjoys hearing the screams emitted by humans as they are dissolved. According to Narbarol, Solution belongs to the Shaltir faction within the Pleiades. This is because the two of them share a strong resonance when it comes to torturing prey. Shaltir once praised Solution's attitude toward her playthings. And they agreed to enjoy the next intruders together. Ah, what a wonderful design. Her class classification is Assassin. With a racial level of LV 45 and a class level of LV 12, Solution is only LV 57. But she is still one level higher than Lin Ming. Since the original design intent for the Pleiades wasn't combat, but rather, if you know, you know. Thus, their levels aren't that high, but they can be leveled up slowly in the future. I wonder if the Demon Lord will have any thoughts when he sees such a beautiful member of his own kind in the future. As the contract was signed, the light returned to Solution's eyes. Greetings, Supreme Being, Lord Lin Ming, rise, Solution. With a faint smile on her face, Solution bowed to her superior, Sebas, who was standing nearby. Lord Sebas. Sebas nodded to her in acknowledgement. Then, Lin Ming spoke, Sebas, victim, you two head back to Nazarick for now. Go find Albedo, she will explain the situation to you. I will be back in 2 days. Understood. X2, Solution, go into the city and investigate. I need a large amount of lime, rice seeds, and… By your command. Under Lin Ming's arrangements, the three of them immediately sprang into action. Although Solution is only LV57 at the moment, her racial trait as a slime grants her the passive, physical attack nullification. Combined with her various assassin skills, Solution is more than capable of handling A-rank adventurers in the human world. After entering the city, Solution transformed into another appearance. Gathering intelligence and such was far too easy for her. After making these arrangements, Lin Ming returned to the hotel once more. The moment he opened the door, a group of romantic young girls dressed in lingerie were standing at the door, shouting with blushing faces, "Welcome back, master." Walking into the room, Lin Ming looked at the 4 girls dressed provocatively. Even the 3 little lawless were wearing short skirts. What's going on with you all? Lin Ming asked with a frown. The leopard-eared girl lowered her head and said, It was Lady Asia who made us wear them. Lin Ming's eye twitched. She taught you all this? The leopard-eared girl nodded gently. What on earth is that stupid woman thinking all day long? Lin Ming was somewhat speechless. Where is she? She should be in the bathroom taking a shower right now. Just as the leopard-eared girl finished speaking, the bathroom door opened, and a soaking wet woman stepped out. Water droplets were still dripping from her hair, and her proud peaks were wrapped in a white bath towel. Master, you're back. How is it? The clothes I picked aren't bad, right? Asia said with a smile. You only bought this kind of clothing? Of course not, there are even more explosive ones. Stop, are there any normal clothes? Yes, of course. Put them on. Eh? Master doesn't like them? Lin Ming glared at her fiercely. Cut the nonsense. Asia immediately shrank her neck. All right then. The leopard-eared girl and the others were stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then their cheeks turned red, clearly having misunderstood Lin Ming's meaning. The man in front of them didn't seem like a bad person. After a while, the group was fully dressed and stood before Lin Ming once more. I don't care about your past experiences, I only know that I bought you. From now on, your lives belong to me. Lin Ming's calm voice echoed through the room, and the girls nervously bit their lips without saying a word. The fact that you didn't run away just now shows you aren't stupid. These are cursed rings that restrict you, containing your slave contracts. I'm giving you a chance now. Clatter tilde 7 rings were tossed onto the table by Lin Ming. The girls looked at each other, and eventually, all their gazes gathered on Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued, become my subordinates, and I can make you stronger, allowing you to take control of your own destinies. Of course, you can also choose to give up. Take the ring and leave. As long as you can leave this city alive, you will gain true freedom. After speaking, Lin Ming waited for them to make a decision. I need great strength to go back for revenge. I am willing to follow Master, the leopard-eared girl said without hesitation. We will follow Big Sister. I want to become strong, I want to avenge my father. The leopard-eared girls had already stated their positions, and Lin Ming looked at the other 3 long-eared race girls. And you? They seemed a bit hesitant, but seeing Shiro's determined gaze, they all nodded in agreement. We are willing to follow Master. X3 Lin Ming nodded and threw the rings to them. From this moment on, you are my people. Since you are my subordinates, you shouldn't have the status of slaves. Take them. The girls accepted the rings with some excitement in their hearts. They hadn't expected the curse binding them to vanish just like that. At this moment, they felt even more respect for the man before them. Strictly speaking, this was already a life-saving favor. Do you have names? Karenina, Sasa, Elisa? The 3 long-eared girls reported their names. The leopard-eared girl also said her name. I am called Shiro. They are my sisters, Shia, Shire, and Shima. I understand. You can go rest now and enjoy these 2 days. My training is at a hellish level. Yes, Master. X7 demi-humans and the long-eared race are both branches of humanity. Unlike magical beasts, they have their own names. Although Shiro's appearance was very similar to Susu's, both having animal ears and tails, there was a fundamental difference. Susu, at her core, was still a monster that had simply evolved in appearance. Therefore, increasing strength through naming wouldn't work for them. But demi-humans are natural-born warriors. With a little training, their strength can steadily improve. After handling these trivial matters, Lin Ming prepared to go back to his room to sleep. But he found one person still left in the room. Asia, why are you still staying here? Hee, master, are you still short of subordinates? What do you think of me? Asia blinked her beautiful blue eyes and licked her lips provocatively. Lin Ming was silent for a while. Humans are too weak, I don't take in humans. Huh? Then do you see if you're still missing someone to clean the toilets? Bang! Lin Ming ignored her and directly closed his bedroom door. He had no time to deal with this silly woman. After a busy day, he was indeed tired and fell into a deep sleep as soon as he lay on the bed. Outside the door, Asia curled her lip and could only turn to leave. The next morning, sunlight spilled over Lin Ming through the window. He stretched and sat up. At this time, Lin Ming received a magical message from Solution. Lord Lin Ming, the investigation is complete. What are the specifics? Lime and steel are both monopolized by something called the Dia Merchant Guild. As for the other materials you wanted, they can be purchased from various major chambers of commerce. Wheat can also be purchased directly from the city lord's mansion. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all, it is my honor. There is a group of slaves outside the city. Take the gold coins I gave you last night to trade for them. Then bring these people directly back to Nazarick and hand them over to Cocytus for training. As you command. Lin Ming opened his door, and several girls had already been waiting outside for a long time. They bowed their heads respectfully upon seeing Lin Ming come out. Master. X7 The three little lollas looked very sleepy, but they still stood obediently before Lin Ming. Lin Ming liked children like this, unlike the one at home who caused worry all day long. Do you know how to use weapons? Shiro spoke up. Master, my sharp claws are my weapons. Karenina said, I know a little bit of water magic. Elisa said, I can use a bow and arrow. Sasa said, I can use short blades. Lin Ming nodded, then tossed them the weapons they needed for self-defense. Then I will give you a task today. These are spatial reins. Go to the city lord's mansion to buy wheat seeds. Buy as many as there are. Remember to hide your identities well, Lin Ming instructed. As you command. X7, by the way, where is Asia? She probably hasn't woken up yet. Call her and then set out. Subsequently, Asia, who was still immersed in her dreams, was woken up by the others and continued her job as a guide. Lin Ming walked alone on the road toward the Chamber of Commerce. He wore a white mask on his face and black clothing. His entire presence seemed mysterious and unpredictable. Arriving before a magnificent building, Lin Ming came to a halt. Welcome to the Dia Merchant Guild, honored guest. A waiter greeted Lin Ming politely. Lin Ming pulled a gold coin from his pocket and handed it over. Find me a person in charge who has some authority. I have a big deal here. Yes, honored guest, please follow me. The waiter led Lin Ming to a lounge area in the main hall. Please wait for a moment while I go and inform them. The waiter left and returned shortly after. Following behind him was a middle-aged man who was as round as a ball. Lin Ming recognized him as the fat man who had bid against the mysterious man for the legendary staff at the auction house last night. No wonder he's so rich, it turns out he has a monopoly on lime and steel. Lin Ming muttered to himself. Honored guest, I am the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, Musid Kochi. I heard you have a big deal? After Musid finished speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ming. Last night, he had spent a high price to win the legendary magic robe that was the finale item. At this moment, it was displayed in the Chamber of Commerce Hall to serve as a storefront attraction. However, the consumption of a large amount of liquid capital made Musid desperately need a big deal to recover his funds. So, as soon as he heard a big business opportunity had arrived today, he rushed over personally. Correct. I need a large amount of lime and steel. Do you have it here? Musid was stunned for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. It truly was a big deal. He hurriedly said, we have it. In this entire city, only I have it. How much do you need, guest? I'll have someone prepare it right away. Lin Ming spoke with great magnanimity. I'll take as much as you have. Money is no object. No problem, I'll go prepare it immediately. Musid nodded excitedly and immediately ordered his subordinates to go to the warehouse to tally the amounts of lime and steel. Half an hour later, wiping the sweat from his forehead, Musid walked up to Lin Ming with a face full of smiles. Guest, the tally is complete. It's a total of 2,000 tons of lime at 1 gold coin per ton, and 500 tons of steel at 5 gold coins per ton. The total value is 4,500 gold coins. Lin Ming nodded upon hearing this. The price was reasonable enough. Obtaining lime was relatively simple, the key was the steel. It required smelting in a furnace and was troublesome to produce, so 5 gold coins per ton was about right. The price is fine, but this quantity is a bit low, Lin Ming said with a frown. These materials wouldn't be enough to construct many buildings. Musid gave a bitter smile. Guest, this steel was transported all the way from the imperial capital. The quantity is naturally scarce. This is several years' worth of inventory for our Chamber of Commerce, it's quite a lot. Fine then. Lin Ming tossed him a large chest filled with gold coins. Take me to collect the goods. No problem, guest, please follow me. Musid quickly stashed the chest away, a smile he couldn't hide plastered on his face. He opened the room door and led Lin Ming toward the warehouse. After Lin Ming confirmed there were no issues with the goods, he subsequently moved the entire warehouse's worth of lime and steel into his spatial backpack. A spatial ring wouldn't be able to hold it all, but fortunately, the system's spatial backpack allowed for stacking. It only took up 2 slots. Musid had originally planned to earn a transportation fee, but he was shocked by the scene before him. What kind of space can hold so many goods? Musid's heart throbbed incessantly. If he could obtain such an item, he would definitely make a massive fortune. Alright, this transaction is considered complete. I still need some other materials. Musid hurriedly bowed and scraped. Please speak, guest. While I can't speak for other things, our Chamber of Commerce's goods are definitely the most complete. Lin Ming handed over a piece of paper with the names of many types of materials written on it. These were all materials needed to set up summoning building formations. There were still many buildings in Nazarick that needed to be summoned. The more of these materials, the better. As much as you have of these things, I want them all. Musid took the paper and read it carefully, becoming more alarmed the more he looked. Guest, this is no small sum. Don't worry, I'm not short on money. Looking at the calm and indifferent mysterious man, Musid muttered inwardly. Where did this tycoon pop up from, to think he's so wealthy? Among the materials Lin Ming listed, even the cheapest cost 30 gold coins, and many even cost over 100. Items like horns from rank monsters, special crystals, magic gems, and the like. Many were rare materials. Musid had his subordinates lead Lin Ming back to the lounge to wait while he began to get busy again. At the same time, he was also sending people to investigate Lin Ming's true identity. It would be a pity not to slaughter such a fat sheep. Lin Ming sat on the sofa waiting quietly. On the other side, Asia led the disguised Shiro and the others to the entrance of the city lord's mansion. What are you doing? The guards stopped them. Sirs, we are here to purchase wheat. Asia very reluctantly handed over 10 silver coins before they were allowed inside. The city lord's mansion was the usual workplace of the territory's master, Count Jess Andrew. His own residence was a luxurious castle, he wouldn't live in a place like this. Around the main hall of the mansion stood several guards. Asia led the group before an old butler and subsequently explained their purpose. The old butler looked at the group in front of him and asked suspiciously, "What do you want so many seeds for?" "Don't ask about that. We are just handling business for our master. Just say whether you can sell them or not." These were all seeds that had undergone special cultivation. Ordinary farmers could only grow wheat, but they couldn't produce seeds from it. Food was the economic lifeblood, and the Eastern Empire's control over it was extremely strict. The city lord's mansion received wheat seeds issued by the imperial capital every year. Every household had a certain amount of quota each year. The clever Count Jess had discovered a profit to be made from this. As long as he skimmed a bit from every household, the final total quantity was quite substantial. Then he would quietly sell them to smuggling merchants. It was essentially free money. Merchants would smuggle them to the nearby puppet kingdom, which was Clayman's territory. The people there were living in dire straits, and food was also quite scarce. Once there, the price of seeds was as expensive as the price of mature wheat. It was simply a windfall profit. After receiving the deposit, the old butler didn't say anything more and led everyone straight to the granary. "You're in luck. The seeds for the first half of this year have just been issued. All the seeds are here, over 1,000 caddies in total. The total value is 1,000 gold coins. Handle the transportation issues yourselves. Once these things leave the city lord's mansion, they have nothing to do with us. If problems arise, bear them yourselves." The old butler spoke very bluntly. 1,000 gold coins, that's so expensive. Asia said, feeling the sting in her heart. Expensive? Once you grow the wheat, there will be at least 100 tons of food. The price will have increased tenfold by then. The old butler looked at her with disdain. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. No, no, we definitely want it, Asia quickly said with a smile. In any case, it wasn't her money being spent. Shiro handed the gold coins Lin Ming had given her to the old butler, and after confirming there were no issues. Whoosh, several carts of seeds in the warehouse were all taken into the spatial ring. With the mission complete, the group left the city lord's mansion. Watching their departing figures, the old butler ordered his subordinates to keep a close eye on these people while he went to an office in the city lord's mansion. Master, just now. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with an aquiline nose listened quietly to the old butler's report. It seems like a big fish. Have people watch them, once they leave the city. An excited light flashed on Count Jess's face, inside the Dia Merchant Guild. Mustard moved very quickly. He had already compiled all the materials Lin Ming required. 7 or 8 boxes were currently arranged in the lounge. Inside were categorized precious materials. Mustard rubbed his hands together and said flatteringly, "Guest, all the materials you requested are here. There are 7 or 8 portions of each material, totaling 8,000 gold coins." Lin Ming nodded, and then the exchange of money for goods was completed. Having finished this, Lin Ming's purpose for coming to the Eastern Empire was basically fulfilled, and it was time to return. Without staying any longer, he stood up and left the guild. Mustard respectfully escorted him to the door. "Honored guest, we welcome your next visit." Lin Ming responded and then turned to leave. The moment he left, Mustard's eyes turned somewhat greedy. What a huge sum of money. Buying legendary equipment cost. Gold coins, and as it turns out, I earned it all back today. Mustard licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. An attendant behind him whispered in his ear at this moment. "Master, should we send people to keep an eye on this person?" "No need." Mustard shook his head. "This is not someone we can afford to offend." Although the Dia Merchant Guild often used improper means to make a profit, it had remained standing for many years. This was due to Mustard's cautious and prudent nature. He had just spent a large sum of money to buy information on Lin Ming from the black market. An otherworlder suspected of killing the Magister Larson. Mustard could not afford to provoke such a figure. Clearly, he had chosen the right path. After leaving the guild, Lin Ming did not return to the hotel but instead went outside the city. He planned to use the last 3 magic scrolls he had on hand first. A true expert's MP should be maintained in an empty state from beginning to end. This was a demonstration of perfectly utilizing every bit of one's mana. Lin Ming methodically activated the summoning array. However, the commotion this time was somewhat unusual. A powerful gale swept in all directions, and the barrier Lin Ming had set up shattered instantly. The clouds in the sky scattered into the distance, and even the sunlight seemed to dim significantly at this moment. What on earth? Lin Ming looked at the sudden phenomenon in surprise. This is. When the great commotion ended, a young girl wearing a white and red shrine maiden outfit appeared within the magic circle. She had cherry blossom-colored long hair very similar to Shuna's, snow-white skin covered in a light pink mist, and her pink eyes flickered with a confused luster. She looked up, sizing up Lin Ming, and then slowly walked toward him. What the hell is this? To be able to regain her sentience even before signing a summoning contract. Just who was this girl? Lin Ming was a bit confused by the situation. The girl in the shrine maiden outfit walked elegantly to the front of Lin Ming. Nazarick Underground 8th floor, Sakura Sanctuary Area Guardian, Oriole Omega, summoned to assist in battle. Oriole bowed slightly in greeting. Oriole? In a daze, Lin Ming came to a realization. Oriole Omega, a level 100 NPC optimized for the commander class, whose race is an immortal human. Since she has no racial levels and enjoys 100 levels of job class space, she can build the commander class optimally. She usually works at the Sakura Sanctuary on the 8th floor, responsible for guarding the guild weapon and monitoring the portals within Nazarick. Oriole keeps the guild weapon, the Staff of Ain's Ulgaun. The one Ain's Ulgaun holds in his hand is a prototype made by his former comrades. If the guild weapon is destroyed, the guild will immediately disband. Given that such an important guild weapon was entrusted to Oriole, one can imagine how terrifying her strength is. At this moment, Lin Ming deeply felt the sense of pressure coming from Oriole. The system character panel was filled with. Aside from her name, Lin Ming knew absolutely nothing about Oriol's information. The only skill he knew was one Lin Ming had inferred from watching anime in his previous life. The ability to forcibly upgrade low-level skills to high-level skills. Making skills that were originally ineffective against a target become effective. And it was a group buff. After clearing his thoughts, Lin Ming asked, Oriol, is the staff of Ain's Ulgaon with you? It is. Oriol extended her right hand. A golden, twisted scepter emerged. The tip of the scepter was in the shape of a trophy. Inside the trophy, 7 golden snakes were coiled clockwise, their heads extending out of the cup, each holding a gemstone in its mouth. The 7 differently colored gems flickered with a mysterious light. This was a divine artifact capable of standing alongside the 20 world items divider. It's been a while since the science classroom opened. Today let's talk about weapon classification. The weapon levels in the world of Ain's Ulgaon are lower class, middle class, high class, top class, legacy class, relic class, legendary class, divine class. Divine class is generally the peak, but in Yggdrasil, there are world-class items. The so-called world-class items are 200 specific top-tier items in Yggdrasil. The power of these top-tier items can only be rivaled by other world-class items. Among the 200 top-tier items, the strongest 20 world-class items are specifically called the 20. These 20 possess abilities that seriously break the game's balance. Because of this, these 20 world-class items are said to be usable only once, disappearing after use. In the game, after these 20 world-class items are used and disappear, they will reappear somewhere in Yggdrasil, the world tree. In other words, these 20 items are like Dragon Balls, they fly away after use. And the most insane thing about the staff of Ain's Ulgaon is that it is a divine artifact and will not fly away. Lin Ming took the staff of Ain's Ulgaon and toyed with it for a moment. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Obtained guild authority. Guild system functions are now fully open. Please check for yourself, player. Lin Ming frowned. What does that mean? The system had granted an inexplicable authority that seemed quite impressive. He planned to study it slowly after returning. He returned the staff of Ain's Ulgaon to Oriol for safekeeping. Lin Ming would not easily use this item unless absolutely necessary. If it broke, he'd have nowhere to cry. Afterward, Lin Ming walked up to the summoning contract. Although he wasn't sure why Oriol was able to regain her sentience, he signed the contract just to be safe. Lin Ming had Oriol step aside. He prepared to continue summoning. Immediately following, another unexpected figure appeared within the magic circle. An Emperor Penguin. Eclair Eichler, the butler assistant responsible for assisting Sebas. Of the Birdman race, his appearance is that of a penguin, and he usually needs to be carried under a manservant's arm to move around. In his settings, he has ambitions for the rule of Nazarick and talks about it all day long, which is why the general maids dislike him. But the guardians do not dislike him. After all, this is a penguin who works hard at cleaning just to rule over Nazarick. He once said confidently, if I clean the toilet, I can make the bowl so clean that someone could lick it without issue. Although Eclair is only LV1, he is indeed a management-type talent. With Eclair and Sebas, Lin Ming could basically leave Nazarick on autopilot. After signing the contract, Eclair immediately knelt clumsily on one knee. Butler assistant Eclair Eichler reporting for duty, greetings to the Supreme Being. Rise. Yes. Lin Ming said nothing more and directly crushed the last magic cooldown scroll. Amidst the flickering light, a sweet-looking girl with an eye patch over her left eye and long tawny hair slowly emerged. Cease Delta, a member of the Pleiades. Her formal name is CZ 21282 Delta, abbreviated as Cease Delta, CZ Delta. Dressed in a maid outfit full of mechanical style, her characteristics are camouflage gear and armor. She likes fluffy things, besides sometimes carrying away Eclair, who closely resembles a penguin plushie. She also frequently visits the 6th floor to look for fluffy things. Her race is automaton, and her level is only LV46. By design, to prevent anything from being forgotten, Cease Delta was programmed to know the passwords and unlocking methods for all mechanisms, traps, and passages within the Great Tomb. She is the master key of the Great Tomb. At the same time, as a safety measure, Cease Delta is equipped with means to prevent enemy control. Specifically, she will self-destruct if under mind control, though our side can resurrect her afterward. Her class is Gunner, and a white rifle capable of firing magic bullets is tucked into her waist. Since no seniority was established between Sis and Edema, Bug's sister. And since neither of them wants to be the younger sister, they often argue over who is the elder sister whenever they meet. After Lin Ming finished signing the summoning contract, clarity returned to Sis's single eye. Battle Maid Squad, cease Delta, salutations to the Supreme Being. Sis knelt on one knee, expressing her respect to Lin Ming. Rise, Lin Ming nodded. Then, in the next moment, Sis suddenly scooped up Eclair, who was standing nearby. Hee hee, Fluffy. Eclair looked completely bewildered. Hey, Sis, what are you doing? Let go, hee hee. Sis held Eclair with a beaming smile, unwilling to let go. Well, it works out. Eclair has difficulty walking anyway. Sis, I'll leave Eclair to you. Understood? Sis agreed with a grin. Oral, protect them here. We'll set off for Nazarick once I return. Yes. Meanwhile, inside the city. Inside an office in the Black Market Mall, Caroline was originally discussing something with a burly man in front of her. The disturbance caused when Oral was summoned seemed to have been noticed by the man. What is it, my lord? It's nothing. I have some business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Don't tell the higher-ups I was here. Understood. The man's name was Gradim, the commander of the Magic Beast Legion, one of the 3 great legions of the Eastern Empire, and was known as the White Tiger. He was the half-brother of Demon King Carrion. He happened to be passing through these past 2 days and had even picked up a legendary staff at an auction to give to someone as a gift. The disturbance from earlier had made Gradim's heart race slightly, but he still wanted to go see exactly who it was. Soon, Gradim jumped out the window and dashed toward the source of the disturbance. Lin Ming re-entered the city and met up with the girls after arriving at the hotel. Upon returning to the room, Asia, Shiro, and the others had already come back. How is the mission progressing? Before Shiro could speak, Asia chimed in first. With me on the job, there's no way it wouldn't be finished. She looked very proud, as if practically begging for praise. Ignoring her antics, Lin Ming turned his gaze to Shiro. Master, here are all 1,000 caddies of seeds. Lin Ming took the spatial ring, checked it, and tucked it away after confirming there were no issues. Well done. Then, Lin Ming continued, everything I came here to do is finished. Pack up, we're preparing to leave. Asia became agitated the moment she heard Lin Ming's words. What about me? You? Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, go find Caroline and give her this long-distance communication crystal. I'll have someone contact her when the next batch of goods is ready. No, Master, what about after that? After that, your mission will be complete. You can do whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, Asia grabbed Lin Ming's leg. No, Master, don't abandon me. Asia pleaded piteously with Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt a bit of a headache. Haven't you already earned so many gold coins? Lin Ming had previously given Asia 100 gold coins to help buy clothes for Shiro and the others. It was obvious that Asia had pocketed a significant portion of it. After all, clothes wouldn't cost that many gold coins. No, I just simply want to follow you, Master. Hey. Master, please. Wah? Lin Ming was helpless. Sigh. Go wait for orders at Caroline's shop. There might actually be a place where I'll need you. Asia was delighted and said excitedly, really? Really? Now let go of my leg. Okay. Lin Ming was thinking that he would still need a large number of slaves in the future, and having Asia as a guide would make things more convenient. Do you know where in the Empire has the most slaves? Oh, so Master wants slaves. I know a place. 4 or 5 days' journey to the north, there's a small town where a large number of slave traders gather. But it's full of many vicious and evil people, so I usually don't go there. Alright, I understand. Afterward, the group left the hotel. After saying goodbye to Asia, Lin Ming led the girls toward Oral's location. But once they were outside the city, Lin Ming heard several loud, boom, 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 sounds. Oh no, something happened. When Lin Ming arrived at the scene, he found a burly man fighting Oral. The man's hair stood on end, and every punch he threw carried a terrifying gale, packed with immense power. However, Oral was merely releasing magic barriers with nonchalance, easily blocking all the attacks. Sis stood quietly to the side holding Eclair, clearly knowing that Oral's strength was so great that she didn't need their help at all. Who is this person? A beast man? White hair? Could it be the White Tiger? What is he doing here at the Empire's border? Lin Ming rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Stay back a bit so you don't get caught in the crossfire. After giving instructions to Shiro and the others behind him, Lin Ming prepared to act. Spatial imprisonment. With a wave of the staff in his hand, 6 spatial barriers instantly boxed in the white tiger. He has backup. The white tiger knew very well that the woman across from him had terrifying strength. He had no confidence at all in taking her down. The sudden appearance of such a terrifying figure within the empire made it hard for him not to have ominous thoughts. He had originally thought of taking her down directly, but now that seemed like a pipe dream. Seeing Lin Ming appear, the white tiger prepared to retreat first, even if this newcomer didn't look particularly strong. Tiger roar echoing through the wilderness. With a heaven-shaking roar, the terrifying tiger howl shattered Lin Ming's spatial imprisonment. The white tiger spread his tiger wings and sped off into the distance. Lin Ming didn't intend to keep the man there either, as it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Walking up to Oral, he asked, "What's the deal with this guy?" "My lord, as per your instructions, I have perfectly protected Sis and Eclair. As for this person, I do not know. After he arrived, he said something about an enemy nation invading. Then he started attacking us. To complete my protection mission, I did not strike back." Lin Ming understood. If not for his orders, Oral's counterattack probably would have left the white tiger dead or crippled. Well done. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's head back to Nazarick first. Yes. Just as Lin Ming was about to activate spatial teleportation magic to take everyone back, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from behind. Lin Ming was taken aback and muttered to himself, could it be reinforcements called by the white tiger? He quickly dismissed the thought, because the newcomers were too weak. About 20 or 30 armored soldiers came galloping on warhorses and subsequently surrounded Lin Ming's group. "Ha ha ha. Listen up. Someone reported that you stole wheat seeds from the city lord's mansion. I suggest you hand them over obediently, otherwise, he. Seeing so many beautiful girls present, the soldiers' eyes were filled with lewd and greedy expressions. They knew very well that even if these people handed over the items, they wouldn't survive the night. The city lord's order is to leave no survivors, not a single one can be let go. If word of this gets out, it will affect the prestige of the city lord. Instead of just killing these delicate young girls, it would be better to let us have some fun with them first." With such thoughts in mind, their laughter became even more unrestrained. Lin Ming now understood exactly who these people were. "My lord, do you need me to step in?" Oral asked in a low voice. "No need, I want to capture them alive. They'll make perfect gifts for Shaltir and Solution." "Understood." Hearing the two of them whispering, the lead soldier urged them impatiently. "Kid, you're the leader, right?" Seeing Lin Ming remain silent, the soldier thought he was scared and continued. "HMPH, if you don't want to hand them over, that's fine too. Just let the boys here play with the little chick next to you, and I might turn a blind eye and let you go. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, otherwise." Before the soldier could finish, Lin Ming interrupted him. Truly the speech of a small-time lackey. "Sigh, if you must blame someone, blame your city lord." Thinking of the scene where these people would be tortured to death by Shaltir and Solution, Lin Ming decided to be a bit gentler with them. Sleep. Thud. X-27. A simple sleep spell caused these men to tumble off their horses one after another. There are quite a few of them. Looks like I'll have to make a few trips. As Lin Ming spoke, he had Oral stay behind to watch over them. Meanwhile, he used spatial transfer to send the girls back to the entrance of Nazarick first. After a few back-and-forth trips, everyone had been teleported back. "Albedo, is Solution back yet? Master, you're finally back, I missed you so much. Let's talk business. Have Solution and Shaltir come to the entrance. I brought them some gifts." "Gifts? For Shaltir? I brought something for you too." "I'm coming right now." A moment later, Albedo, Shaltir, and Solution arrived at the entrance one after another. "Shaltir, these people are for you. You and Solution enjoy them." Thank you, master." Shaltir let out a soft moan, a red light flickering in her eyes, looking incredibly seductive and bewitching. Looking at the soldiers collapsed on the ground, she licked her crimson lips. On the other side, Solution simply wore an elegant smile. Soon, several of Shaltir's kin dragged these people into Nazarick. Shaltir and Solution were already somewhat impatient to enjoy their feast. "Albedo, this is for you." "Thank you, master." Albedo caught the item Lin Ming threw to her, a trace of bashfulness appearing on her face. It was 2 exquisite bracelets. He had already given her a ring and a necklace before. After picking through his options, this was all he could find. "HNG." Albedo's body trembled slightly, and a blush rose to her cheeks. Clutching the bracelets and twisting her body, she was clearly excited to the extreme. Take them to find Cocytus first. I'll be there shortly. Lin Ming interrupted Albedo's commotion and gave his orders. As you command, master. Albedo replied coquettishly and led Shiro and the others away. Oral, go back to the 8th floor and guard the teleportation gate. Sis, take Eclair to the 9th floor to find Sebas. As you command, X3. After finishing his instructions, Lin Ming walked toward the plains. Although only 2 days had passed, the plains had already changed significantly. A large area of the foundation had been excavated, and a huge amount of felled timber was piled nearby. There were also large quantities of finished bricks. This was the technology Lin Ming had taught Aura. There were crisscrossing rivers on the plains with plenty of clay on the banks, which could be made into bricks through firing. Aura, who was busy directing her subordinates, heard the call and looked up toward the source of the sound. Lord Lin Ming. Aura hurried over and asked in surprise, "My lord, you're back." "Yes, I'm back." Lin Ming waved his hand toward the empty ground nearby, and 2 small hills appeared out of thin air. "This is lime and steel. I've only brought this much for now." "Oh, so much?" Aura was a bit surprised. "Is it enough?" Aura pondered for a moment. "It should be enough for the early stages, but if we want to expand the scale, we'll need more steel and lime." "I understand. Use these for now, I'll find a way for the rest." "All right, my lord." After providing some on-site guidance for a while, Lin Ming left the area. Inside the large arena on the 6th floor of Nazarick, Cocytus was training over 100 slaves of various descriptions in front of him. Most were sturdy men, with a few fierce-looking women among them. The most eye-catching one was a burly minotaur. The pair of great axes in her hands were swung with terrifying power, making one's heart skip a beat. Cocytus was also constantly observing the minotaur and making a series of instructions. As the ruler of the glacier, Cocytus should have been on the 5th floor's glacial world. However, the environment there was harsh. Without cold resistance, one would continuously lose health, making it unsuitable as a training ground. Thus, he used the arena as a training field instead. When Albedo appeared with the group, Cocytus immediately stopped his movements and turned around. "Albedo, who are these people?" "The master has returned. These are new members." 2 streams of icy steam puffed from Cocytus's nostrils. "I see. I will certainly train them well and ensure they become warriors that satisfy my lord." Cocytus guaranteed with great solemnity. "Thank you for your hard work, Cocytus." Lin Ming teleported directly over at that moment, just catching up with Albedo's pace. He looked at the surroundings. This place was indeed suitable for training the slaves. "My lord, it is my honor. Are the slave contracts for these people with you?" "Yes, Sebas has already handed them to me. Give them back." "As you command." Without the slightest hesitation, Cocytus tossed over 100 rings to the bewildered slaves. A slave is a slave after all, they will never become warriors. "From now on, you are no longer slaves." Lin Ming's indifferent voice echoed through the arena, leaving everyone stunned. "If you can escape from this place, I will grant you your freedom. You are welcome to try." Lin Ming didn't believe these people had the strength to escape. They would likely freeze to death before even making it out of the 5th floor. As time passed, he believed Cocytus was fully capable of turning them all into qualified warriors. He ignored the commotion among them. Whether they were excited, afraid, or rebellious, it didn't matter. Lin Ming continued, "Cocytus, this is Shiro, Karenina. I'll leave them to you. Rest assured, master." Lin Ming wanted to pat Cocytus on the shoulder for encouragement, but realized he was too tall to reach. "Oh, right, keep an eye on these people's skills. Those with construction experience should be handed over to Aura. Those who can use magic should be arranged for separate training. Conduct magic classes in the morning, I'll have Shuna be the teacher." Lin Ming thought carefully. "Also, those with farming or iron smelting skills. Report all of them to Sebas. These are technical personnel. There will be more and more warriors in the future, so I'll be counting on you. It is no trouble at all. As long as I can assist my lord, that is enough." That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.